Welcome, everybody, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler, and today is a very special day of League of Legends here. We do have T1 versus Genji, and later on, we even have DK versus Liv Sandbox. The two matches should be insane. They should be close. They should be fiery. They should be fun. What do you think about this one, Chronicler?
Fiery, fun, exciting. We can say exciting freely because KT has already finished their matches for this week. And I agree. It's the number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4. Today is an incredible day of League of Legends. Wonderful way to start off the second round robin. We're a couple matches in, but still feels like we're very much at the beginning of it. And what better way to start with a matchup that, barring that one time that they faced at the start of the LCK this split, is always good. Really, the first time they faced was the only time that I can remember where it was just real one-sided.
That is true. I think it should be different this time. As you guys can see, T1 versus Gen G, 1 versus 2. Gen G do have the extra loss because they dropped the game to KT. T1, in their case, dropped the game to Homolife Esports. So, definitely a couple of teams that, over the course of round 1, had some moments where they didn't look at their best, but I'm sure for this matchup, they will be firing on all cylinders.
And it's a battle between the team trying to defend rank 1, which currently, of course, is T1, and those who want to seize it. If they win 2-0, then Gen G is able to actually get back that first place, but I can see Gen G win today, but 2-0 would be a huge shocker with the forms of these teams. Don't see that happening right now.
Total head-to-head between Faker and Chovy. Faker still having the upper hand, and he was the first person ever to play 800 LCK games. And Chokali did carry the last match, that is true. 10-0-5. But maybe don't allow him to play a Kali. Probably could be a good idea. And I'm sure that T1 will have strategies to handle Chovy, no doubt, as Pace has the most kills out of anybody here in round 1.
Wild stats, considering that Pace has also had a fair amount of Jhin games, which is not the most exciting champion, but they've kind of been shying away from that. And Pace, of course, slotting into where Ruler was before. Pace and Delight, to me, in terms of laning phase, have been somewhat lackluster. Outside the lane, both have looked incredible. And now with Engage reports coming back, do you think that Delight can really excel? But they're up against Guma and Keria, and the first time, again, these two faced, it was not close, and the creativity from that bot lane can be hard to match.
Well, we got all the highlights here on pretty much every stat, except team goal difference at 8 for Gen G. That's it. And that is a stat where T1 are number 1. They have been dominating games from the get-go. Gen G a little bit slower to start off. They're playing a lot of Zeri matches with Paze, although he has been playing some Lucian nowadays and carrying on that as well. Yeah, T1 are in first. They're going to have really good stats. Not a big secret.
And the average win time for T1, really good indicator of how one-sided many of the matches are when this team plays. Able to play incredibly aggressive and snowball better than almost every other team that we have. Gen G are a little bit more leisurely paced. We see this with KT sometimes as well, where they are really able to hammer down an advantage, make sure that their opponent doesn't get a chance to get back.
T1 showing up here on the left side this time. You can see that everybody's pretty ready to go, although the nerves should definitely be there. I think that even for a team like T1 and where these players have been, when it does come to big matches, you have to have the nerves. It shows you care, it shows that this matters to you, and certainly it does to all these players.
And they've been doing some ceremonies, but against Gen G, they know that when played to the peak, T1, in my opinion, still the strongest team that we have, the most well-rounded, but they have also been pretty happy to drop games for, seemingly kind of unclear reasons, trying out new things in draft, and when it really comes down to it, generally they are able to pull it back, except of course against Hanwha. Whereas Gen G, I do see some giggling there, but when the camera comes on them, game face is on for everyone here.
No jokes anymore. Wipe that smile off. You've got a big match ahead. And I think this is a team that can benefit from having a little bit of fun. Peanut kind of keeps everybody together and leads the charge. All the younger kids that he's got on the roster, especially their new bottom lane. Gen G have a ton of fans as well, and they'll be looking to get the upset win tonight. It's weird to say that because Gen G are such a strong team, but T1 certainly being number 1 and are definitely the favorites still in a lot of people's minds. You know, we do have that round 1 result of the 2-0, but a lot of time has passed, nearly 5 weeks. And we'll see if Gen G can show off a little bit more today.
As we take a look at the key player matchup, in my opinion, large part because junglers decide who wins bot, and who wins bot wins the game. And thus far, Owner has been second to none in how well he's been. Well, second to none, yeah. If you were wondering why his DPM is low, even though he has that one Italy game, that was the one game this split that he got to have fun. Whereas,
he played Lee Sin as well.
True. Yeah, that was also one game in a matchup that, you know, you can argue how pressured T1 felt. And Peanut has been, as per usual, when it comes to things like isolated deaths, extremely strong defensive player, but we have seen him kind of struggle with finding the aggressive moves, mechanical misexecutions every now and then, some games where he doesn't quite look up to par. And coming into today's match, you can't really afford to do that, because Owner, if he can get going early on, T1 as a whole seems unstoppable, and you really have to make sure that you keep track of Owner early, that you're able to match his early plays, because if you're unable to, and any of the lanes on T1 get elite, the overall game becomes unplayable rather quickly.
Yeah. Good see Faker is just rebooting the PC right now. That is his brain, of course. And he'll be ready in just a moment, guys. No issue with that. T1 are going to be starting off on the blue side today. I thought maybe I was going to be able to time it with the CG, but no, there's just a little spoiler for you guys. Yes, they are on the blue side. Here are the coaches as well.
And the reason why I talked about bot lane earlier is because that was the biggest gap between these two teams in the previous match. We had T1 running over Pace in game 1. Pace was kind of okay, not the best performance, but he managed, and then in game 2, he met Faker's Lissandra, and it was a big disaster. So interested to see whether we will get some run-backs of that in this second series between these two amazing teams.
We're going to learn a lot about what they feel like is the most dangerous right now. This is a matchup where you cannot leave Caitlyn available. We saw yesterday that some teams were leaving it available. This is not one of those matchups, so that will have to hit the ban list. But even the Karma coming out here, the Ezreal Karma has been gaining popularity, and so the Karma will be banned here.
We have two paths ahead of us. Does Lucian get banned? Because if... Oh, it's Jace instead. So now Gen G probably going to leave open both Lucian and Zeri and then pick whichever is left available to them. The Jace ban, a pick that, even with some of the itemization changes, has still been at the forefront, but no, going to be the Lucian instead. Varus still available as well, and T1 would not be surprised if they pick that up, and that might mean that Gen G can either go for a Zeri pick, knowing that the laning phase is going to be very, very rough, or try and look in a different direction. Also will mean that Peanut probably just going to pick Wukong regardless. Okay.
That was quick. Annie is here to stay. Wukong has been a very common pick here for Peanut. Is most played. He's 5-3 on it, and he's been making a lot of plays on this pick. Now, Elise is available. Did not get banned here with the 380 carry bans from Gen G. But Owner is Sejuani.
That's the face of a jungler who does what he needs to do to win for his team.
The coach just nods behind him. He's like, oh, God.
And as bad as it might feel, I like the call. Gen G is a team that the power of Elise comes from running over your opponent early on. Peanut, to me, is one of the best defensive junglers in the LCK, so trying to go for a pick that needs to snowball is a big risk in a game number 1. T1 not going to take that risk. Sejuani is, outside of Maokai, the most well-rounded jungler that we have at the moment, and will be given over to Owner as the Victor already getting picked up here early, kind of pushing Gen G into an awkward spot. Do they want to either showcase where the Annie is going, although Annie into Victor doesn't sound like the best of times, or are we going to see Chovy pick up, say, in Azir here?
Yeah, he's pretty much got his pick of the litter, right? Other than the Jace. That could have been flex mid. So yeah, he's going to go with the Sylas here. And yeah, I thought maybe Faker would have an opportunity to play Orianna in this series if we did see mid Annie, but it's not going to be the case this time. with the Silas lock-in.
And Silas has been struggling more and more. Does mean that the 2v2 for Gen G is incredibly strong. Also gives us mostly confirmation that this is going to be the Annie support here for Gen G. Now, barring some crazy flex shenanigans, that does mean that Gen G is still looking for an AD carry and a top laner. T1 can try and kind of thin out the pool. An R4 Gnar here, for example, could be a good choice for Gen G, and then they can try and get Paze as comfortable as a matchup here. But Zeri already taken away, and yeah, that Jax ban to me is that's R4 Gnar territory.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at.
The Jax rising in priority, just better and better. Even some players blind picking it, a la Keen. And it's been finding a lot of success, so I don't even mind it just as a ban in general.
Agreed.
If you're not planning on playing it, if you don't want to blind pick it. And what's going to be this final ban here from T1?
Ezreal, maybe?
Jhin?
Oh, that's sheepish grin. Not
ideal. Keria.
So normally I would be a bigger fan of picking an AD carry here for Gen G, but Gen G generally have really utilized Doran's willingness to sacrifice himself for the team to try and get a better R5 angle here. Don't know if that's going to be the case here. Can also pick up, Ezreal was already mentioned, the Jhin, but no, this is very true to what Gen G does, and that is Doran going to take one for the team to make sure that his bot lane can have a full knowledge of what is going to be coming up here on the opposing team's end.
Is there any way you try to like force Kalista or something? Try to get your Annie in there and try to get some big engages off? Because
sure,
I don't know, like I feel like maybe if this support feels okay, perhaps you throw it in, but the Aurelia is going to be the choice here for Zeus in the top lane.
This is what we know Keria wants to lock in. Big Nautilus fan. Will be a pick that initially T1 composition looked like it could go in a more poke, long-range direction with Varus. Assuming it's going to be Lethality and the Victor as well. What we're seeing now is that with the Sejuani, the Nautilus, and the Aurelia looking a lot more like a comp that might want to brawl in the early to mid game as the Draven R5 coming through here. That is a aggressive bot lane. Varus Nautilus versus the Draven and Annie. And Gen G making a statement after their bot lane having a really tough time early on in the previous game. But the downside of this is that Peanut is going to have to pay attention to bot lane because, again, who gets that in this bot lane probably is going to run away with the game, which means that Doran is going to have a tough time playing alone against T1's Aurelia. And this is the risk that you take, and I hope for Gen G that pays off. Your R4 Gnar means that Doran is going to get counterpicked, particularly by Zeus, best top laner in the league, and very happy to go for whichever counterpick he deems appropriate.
Yeah.
So if that bot lane doesn't snowball, then Gen G put their eggs in the wrong basket. And T1 here, composition that can play both 1-4, but even late game team fights very, very well.
This is the T1 train. It's headed to first place, as that's what it says. So if you want to get to first place, you just get on the T1 train. Pretty simple, as that's a bunch of animals all thinking together. Gen G, please win.
That's a peanut.
Yeah, it's a peanut in the background, but oh wait, it's a peanut in the middle too.
Yeah, there's two.
There are two peanuts. That's weird. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think that Gen G have gone for a bit of a riskier draft to start off this one. I wouldn't call it straight up worse because it does have some clear win conditions, but I'm not sure if you want to take this kind of risk against T1, but we'll see if it pays off for them.
The power of Owner here, both on his top and bottom half of the map, is very strong, but don't know how much he's going to play towards that Aurelia with the Draven and the bot lane. Expect a lot of fights towards the bot side of the map.
We'll definitely have to. Let's jump into the rip for game number 1. Here we go, T1 up against Gen G. If that's what you're looking for, top tier League of Legends, you're in the right place.
That's adorable. I just was watching the crowd. Hold on.
No time for the crowd. Owner is going to face check, and he is going to go down. First blood. We got level 1 action here. T1 seemingly winning this one with Keria leading the charge on the Nautilus. His passive very strong, but Silas also incredibly strong at level 1.
Still going.
He's going to force another flash here from Zeus, and that will be the end of it. The Annie gets a kill, but guess who else gets a kill? It's Aurelia in the top lane.
Doran is such a team player, man. It's just, yeah, you blind Gnar against the best top laner. Good luck. Good luck, bud. We're going to play towards our Draven, and then the Aurelia gets an early kill. Early boots here for Zeus.
Oh, that lane is...
yeah, that lane is... That's kind
pretty
of
doomed.
It's a nightmare scenario. And the level 1 here on either sides are quite strong. You have... If Owner stays alive for longer, that'd be ideal. Goes down rather quickly, and they lose the value of Permafrost, but Aurelia on level 1 still quite strong. And then here we see the value. Chovy having that abscond and abduct, and Victor level 1 is extremely unimpressive. Delight also, with that early stun, able to have a decent amount of impact. And yeah, I'll get it out of the way now quickly. So there's a couple of T1 fans on the Gen G side, and they were cheering very loudly. Oh, come on! That was a cute moment!
It's okay, it's okay.
They were participating in the fan chants. Thought that was wholesome, you know?
I think that's what you should do.
No,
right?
I agree. But I don't know if anyone would. Well, or everyone would.
Everyone, yeah. Some people did do it, so thanks to them. You gotta show your support for all the players, even if you're not fans, especially if you're on their side. It's definitely the Korean way as well. If you go to a baseball game, there's like a side for one side's for like one team, and then the other side is for the other team.
You yell as loud as you can, no matter what.
It's not like 100%, you know, divided up that way, but there are certainly like zones, you know, where you go to like the cheering section for the one team on their side. So here comes Owner. He's on Vision. Feels like Peanut kind of expected this, you know, and he is going to show himself on the top side.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Owner on a ward, they're actually quite big. Peanut also on a ward, he doesn't know that. So like, this is the defensive vision that I want to talk about. I want to wait for a little bit to see if we get actual action.
So Peanut's going to jump here onto Zeus. We do have Mega Gnar in position, but you can see that Gen G are not super confident to force the fight. I think Peanut just wanted to get the jump on him, you know, showing that, hey, there is vision in that brush. This is the fastest first blood, of course, so far in 2023 spring, here in this game number 1.
Because what happened there was Zeus, of course, has control of the wave, even without a flash level 1. So he was able to stack up a big wave. Peanut then made sure that he pathed towards top to ensure that Doran wasn't going to get dove.
Here we go again. Ignite actually used as Keria is getting a big chunk onto the light. He will go down as now Pays on the Draven trying to extend this trade. And, well, he gets a nice chunk on Daguma, but certainly advantage T1 with the kill on the bottom side.
Yeah, not going to be enough. Keria has said in interviews, I don't want to play Ashe, I don't want to play Caitlyn, I just want to pick Nautilus and hook people. And he's the 80% win rate, so very understandable. As, Owner, this time around, not going to get spotted. Very awkward spot here. Peanut is in the general vicinity.
They're just going in. They want to force this flash. I'm not sure that Doran is going to even go for it. He's got the Mega Gnar, and he still goes for it, but it's late! As the passive was already stacked up. That is the power of melee lanes with Sejuani. And that's going to be the first kill that we see in the top lane.
And that's such a tragedy, because half a second longer, Doran goes Mega, Peanut is there, might be able to get a kill back. They had such good early vision, and they were really cognizant of the threat that Doran was under in this 1v1. But then they still get the yank off, right, after repeated efforts. And that in and of itself would have been fine if not for the fact that the bot lane is also being won in a 2v2. So T1 is getting to snowball their top Aurelia that got a free first bot level 1.
All right, let's see if Zeus in the picture-in-picture is going to bite the bait. Yes, he will, absolutely, as he is in his W's trying to get on top of Doran, and he is not going to be able to trade it back. Peanut, you know, the insistency on staying in the top side and making sure that he's there eventually to get the kill actually does work out.
Paul, we are spam ganking. We are trying desperately to get every lane ahead. Really high. This is 5 kills in 5 minutes.
That's the high action you would expect from any LCK.
Exactly. Yeah, just a beautiful gang timing. Zeus hits a stun. And Doran, I think, gets baited by his own Mega Gnar bar here. It's like, oh, if I can get it off, that will feel amazing. And then here, really nicely done by Peanut, is sacking some camps on the bottom half of the map. But Zeus, as you have to play in this matchup, playing very aggressive. A good job on Peanut to get himself the kill there. Not going to be a disaster by any means. Also, kill didn't go to Doran crucially, which does mean that he, in the 1v1, is still substantially behind. Going for a... Oh, yeah, that's a very defensive early itemization choice.
It's a build you could go for.
Yeah, well...
Guess who's here again?
Yep.
It's Owner.
Just dive him on
Peanut's
the next
here too, but Owner already extremely tanky, and now they're winning the 2v2 on the bottom side too. Guma does take a big chunk as the Ignite is a bit late. It's level 6 for Zeus. Here he hits the huge stun over the wall. Zeus, you gave him this matchup, and he is taking it and throwing it in your face.
Oh my god, they might be able to dive Doran here as well. Is risky, and with Bone Plating still up, not deciding to go for it. Why would they? They got the kill. What a beautiful stun by Zeus, and we were expecting the action to be towards the bot side of the map. Well, there is some there as well, but T1 really going all in on actually enabling this Aurelia, and Aurelia has been kind of a hit or miss champion. What we've seen, right, over the last splits, we've seen some really high impact days. Closer comes to mind, but they have one thing in common. When Aurelia's doing well, it's when she's allowed to snowball. It's when she's played towards. And right now, not only is T1 winning the topside matchup, but they're doing so while drawing attention from Peanut. So Peanut doesn't get to snowball the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, and they're killing him too.
And they're killing him, right?
I got him, he said. he almost was like, whoa, like, I got him. That was cool.
It's the worst of both worlds. You don't actually get to stifle the Aurelia, and you also don't get to feed your Draven. Pace hasn't died yet, and bot lane is still in a decent state, even with the kill that Gumayushi got, because hasn't snowballed from there. But not getting your Draven a kill in, say, the next 15 minutes into an Aurelia is going to be a very tough affair.
Owner's just going over the wall, and okay, not going to be able to smite it away, but here comes T1 looking to take the fight afterwards. Owner in a lot of trouble, but he is getting that stun on Chovy, who will be the first one to go down, as Ingo's Peanut will trade it back. The mid laners are down, but look at Guma just doing that damage, and Curry has full health! The support is getting in there, he's looking to take everybody out, as now Peanut is like, well, I'm not going to be able to take down Guma and Owner as they back away very nicely, and Carrier is just going to be able to alley-oop that kill over to the side of Gumayusi. So a big fight win again to T1.
Only upside for Gen G is, yeah, they got the Drake, they got the cash in on Drave, and that's nice for Pace at least, but T1 answer back with so much more. Able to get a couple of key kills. Gumayushi now, even further fed, and... Oh, this contest initially looks to be somewhat risky, but look at the health bars here. They are already fairly low, and crucially, the Light doesn't have tippers available yet, so a lot of power not quite there. And again, it's Carrier with the zone control that just ruins this fight, because they are trying to collapse onto Owner. We see the early ultimate from Chovy. He tries and take the Sejuani down, but just because Carrier is standing there menacingly at the entrance of the pit...
Yeah, how many times have we seen teams just throw everything into a Sejuani? He's not even tanky yet, and it still is not a good idea. Especially when you're overextending to try to do that. It just feels like T1, you know, playing a little bit more balanced, a little bit more to their win conditions, and Gen G are just scrambling a bit here so far. As Keria is top lane, there were no pings that I could see from Doran, who is now pushing forward to try to harass.
He has Hex Flash, and he has his ultimate. Op's now gone.
Doran is going to respect it. Now, Owner's here too.
Yeah, so Carrier can finish his back and Owner can still be here.
Loving 2v1.
Yeah, loving this coverage. Just making sure that Zeus is going to be safe. There is a small, would be a small window here, if not for the fact that look at this vision on the top half of the map, right? We can't highlight it, but just take a look at the river. Take a look at the Tri-Brush. Zeus has so much control from the rest of his team, and we see the only gold lead available right now for Gen G is just because Pace got that one cash in. So the Draven at least is not going to feel too horrible about his direct lane matchup, but you're still playing Draven into a lot of enemy aggression. And if Keria ever gets an ultimate off, if Zeus gets backline access, he's still going to be in deep trouble.
And Peanut's here again, but, you know, the ganks from him have not quite hit the mark. In terms, I mean, he's been in the right place, quote unquote, you know, trying to help out his top lane, trying to get Doran through this matchup. He hasn't been able to help bot because of it, as we mentioned, but yeah, it hasn't quite been as effective so far. So we'll hope that Peanut can kind of get something going on the Wukong now, especially because he is level 6, as Keria is just going on an expedition of his own. Delight will respect that.
And now there are still win conditions for Gen G later in the game, but you got to keep the deficit to where it is right now. And T1 are doing a really good job, and they're, in my opinion, our best snowballing team that we have within the league at the moment at pushing these leads further. Zeus, once he goes back, probably going to be done with his Bladed Rune King, so any skirmish he joins already becomes basically unwinnable for Gen G. Also see that Chovy going back to the build that we used to go to on Silas as Pace.
Yeah, Pace is not a flash. He is in a lot of trouble as Owner is coming forward here, and there's the burst from the arrow from Guma downtown, as now Peanut is desperate to try to trade one back, and he will be able to, as Delight now trying to do that damage. Owner doesn't have much himself, but
Tibbers?
Yeah, Tibbers is really getting in there. Our 5th champion in the trade. Tibbers getting that damage in, as Tibbers might be able to get the last tip, but no, it will be Peanut who steals it away from Tibbers. As now Chovy trying to get in the front line, a big Nautilus ultimate onto both. As Faker in a little bit of trouble, just not quite a flash yet, but Chovy doesn't have the damage yet, I don't believe, as he will get hooked under turret, but, you know, Chovy's pretty tanky at this point. Also going for the Everfrost build, actually. And yeah, he's just going to back away from this one without a kill in his pocket.
Both top laners had teleport, neither of which wanted them to invest that. And, oh, Doran. Oh no. There's a lot of gold in Zeus' pocket, so I wouldn't be surprised. No, he does actually cancel his back there.
Flash too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's sitting on like a full blade back. Once he does actually go for it, hasn't gone back in the longest time. And the unfortunate reality for Pace is that you can't do a lot about that Nautilus combo. Keria does really nicely, and the damage from Guma still comes through. But then already, even though this is Delight as just level 6, in this longer fight, Tibbers unironically does do a lot of damage. Right, Peanut's a level down, but the damage that Delight is able to provide is still fairly substantial. Then here Chovy's TP comes in, and again, I want to draw attention to like Keria's Nautilus, right? Being able to make sure that he actually buffers the Q there, so that even though he does get hit by his own ultimate, he is completely fine, and then subsequently also saves his own mid laner.
That is a clone.
That is a
Yeah, it's a hook and it chains into a clone, but they did get this, and guess what, guys? It's a Hextech Soul for game number 1. So we've already had 13 kills in 13 minutes, and now we're going to have a bunch more because both these teams cannot let this one go away. It's too strong. This Blade did finish for Aurelia, by the way.
Yeah.
Just pick that up.
Unleashed teleport now available. Will be there for Zeus and Doran, who, as mentioned, didn't get baited into trying to go for some bottom place. Pace, unfortunately, with that kill that they were able to find on him, was unable to get a second early cash in, so now he's going to have to spend a fair amount of time building up his stacks again. And the overall game state for Gen G going to be very dependent on them leveraging their team fighting power. Because that's the one edge that I do think they still have. When you look at the 5v5s, right, the wombo combo between Annie and Chovy, you can steal maybe a Keria ultimate or a Zeus ultimate and a big Gnar.
Whirling Death.
Yeah, there is a lot of power there. But it does also require T1 to kind of walk into it. And T1 have been very good at kind of pulling apart the map. They have a fair amount of members who actually are really hard to kill, right? You have Zeus, a lot of survivability with his W. Aurelia in general, kind of hard to lock down, so a lot of mobility there.
Rod Victor.
We have Rod Victor, and even though in terms of damage, it's not the build that we're most excited about, it is very good for survivability. And then we have Guma also going for the more defensive Varus build. So actually finding a target for Gen G will be somewhat tough. And the Drakes, to me, are going to be the big difference maker as they make their way onto the Rift. As Harold's going to get started up here. Pace is waiting
for an item. Let's see what he
maybe
buys.
R?
Well, No, he just bought a BF sword.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Just looking for that IE as soon as possible. And just going to put him in a good spot. I mean, you know, we talked about that trade with the cash-in, and it was a T1 trade overall, but the damage did get soaked up pretty nicely into FaZe's pockets, at least. So there goes the mid-turret already, 16 minutes into the game. And no mid-turret now for Gen G, as both Rift Heralds were taken here by T1 in this game.
And for Zeus in particular, and to a certain extent for Doran as well, having these Hextech gates available is extremely valuable because it allows you to get access to flanks that normally you might not quite be able to. Doran hasn't backed in a while. We see triple backs coming through, and might mean that Gen G is looking to perhaps more aggressively contest that next Drake coming up. Chovy is going to get spotted here. But Carrier doesn't have the backup just now. Owner making his way over, and Chovy should suspect that something's up.
He saw that coming. There was a ward in the enemy jungle as well. Saw Owner just charging in towards him, so... Yeah, Chovy's just going to be hanging on the bottom side, as he does pretty much in any game from Gen G. This is what he does on red side. He's like, okay, I'm just going to go bot lane now. And if you guys need me, just call me. I'll be ready for Drake fights. And I'll just be split pushing. The top laners have not left. Two top turrets still alive as now. Nautilus ult into Faker. Could be a lot, but Owner is in position. And yeah, just the threat of the Sejuani is going to be enough to push Gen G away.
So I know Owner was there, but even if Owner wasn't there, I don't know if that works.
He's pretty tanky, like we said, you know?
Yeah.
The Rod, Victor, and he's going
flash.
for Sheriffs next, so he's going to be in a good spot. Like, the Victor can really just get into melee range. Now, we'll have to see that third item if he goes for Lich Bane. And I mean, it is Victor for Faker because he has been doing this recently.
For this next fight, it's really important that FaZe actually does finish his item. Because if he doesn't actually get the finish on that, I think they will be lacking the damage that they need to chew through some of the tankier members. On T1, and they don't have that much time, 30 seconds for the next objective. Both top laners do have teleport available. And based on this zoom in, I'm saying that he will have it available for this next fight.
Can he get, well, with the Hextech Rift, probably?
No, he'll be in time. Yeah, it's
and
just
it's
because
Draven, right? He doesn't have upgraded boots. I think he's gonna get there like right when it spawns.
It's pure glass cannon. Yeah, no, if Carrier gets even Carrier or Zeus gets even remotely close, they're in trouble.
Owner's got to be careful. You see Peanuts actually getting in there. Chaos Storm already as Faker. Again, this tanky Victor just runs up to them. Does not scared of anything.
Zeus has flash.
Let's see.
Doran is in mid, trying to get Prio there.
Chovy with Sedge ultimate trying to frontline and trying to bait out hooks. He's going to get one. Interesting teleport. Just wants to be on the side of his team.
Doran able to actually charge up his Narbar up on that wave.
Well, now he's going to be in the front line as they're trying to burst him down before Mega. Can they do it? It looks like no, as Owner's going to be in that front line, takes a massive amount of damage alongside. But look at Zeus in the back line and Chovy as well. Who's going to win this backline fight as the Draven is just shelling into the Aurelia? Zeus will be taken out as Guma pushes them away. Chovy also taken down, though. A lot of low health bars on the side of Gen G, as at least they have their jungler, though. Peanut sticking around. It means that T1 can't do this dragon, and Peanut is going to just take the red buff.
And by the end of that, it's a favorable trade for Gen G. They trade one member up, so they only give up two. And 3 members die for T1, and crucially, FaZe stays alive throughout all of it. You have the incredibly close attempt at 100 to 0ing Doran here, but he does stay alive in the end. Does go up to Meganar, and as a result is able to tank an incredible amount of damage. And then we again have the value of this Annie getting a 2-man stun early on there, on that fight, kind of locking down the front line and buying FaZe the time that he needed to. Faker still able to win the back half, so you have 2 halves of the fight that are kind of won for both teams, but by the end of it, as mentioned, Draven gets a big cash in, and now gold, dead even.
Yeah, and a lot of that is in your Draven, who has Last Whisper now, so yeah, pretty much any target he'll be fine with. As we saw that Gen G, I thought maybe they were going to you know, edge towards the Baron that has recently spawned and maybe try to threaten that at least, but you can see that this Hextech is just too meaningful as Doran will take a full Chaos Storm to the face. Will run out of his Mega Gnar as well.
And
Zeus is just top lane because he has teleport.
there's a teleport available. Also, no Mega Gnar available for Doran. He's completely zoned out. Faker took care of him, so T1 can contest here. Don't have to.
Okay, it looks like they want to take the fight afterwards. The steal attempt not working as Faker is getting jumped on. He's got a massive shield, but it's not massive enough as Doran going to get hooked by Keria on the backside of the fight. Definitely a nice big one for the side of T1, but look at this engage for Gen.G now. Chovy and Peanut in the backline, and Chovy's just so tanky as well. Zeus tries to access the backline, but just gets demolished by the Draven, who picks up yet another kill as Gumayusi is gone. Down will go the T1 members, and down should go this Baron for Gen.G.
And after Gen.G get a fight that is slightly in their favor, the subsequent one, they completely run over T1. A false sense of security knowing that Doran is in the fight, but a beautiful collapse coming through there from the light, and then that re-engage from Peanut.
Is he really going to try to steal this? I mean, this is kind of close, actually, as he's getting into the pit. The Chaos Storm is there as well. The damage, it's there, and it's stolen! You gotta be kidding me! They let the Sejuani in the front door! As now Faker's probably not long for this world. But the Baron is stolen away. A lot of kill gold given over to Gen.G at the end of that fight.
As apparently we got an almost 1,500 Draven, or thus far we've had 1,500 gold generated by the Draven passive, which is nuts. This turn from the light, already incredible. And then I want you to pay attention to Peanut, his emote game here.
Top of the morning.
Finds a beautiful re-engage, multi-man stun there as well, W from the light, and that fight subsequently won. And then you're home at night. And Owner just knocks on your front door and just walks in. And he takes your Baron and he leaves.
You can't just get away with this.
He just got... Why was he getting away with this? And the reason is...
Chaos Storm.
Yeah, Faker buying a lot of space for him, and the Sejuani incredibly tanky. A lot of cooldowns are gone for Gen.G, so don't have this CC available to actually keep away this Sejuani.
And Faker's damage is the one that gets the Baron low enough for him to smite,
exactly.
Too, so... Without that, you're not getting a smite, you're just dying after walking in the front door.
The game state is still very good for Gen.G after all that, because Draven is monstrously fed. We do have Chovy now also getting close to being fully online, and even with the Baron buff there, a lot of members of T1 were not actually able to get it, right? Keria has it, Faker will have it. I don't think Zeus will as well, as no, I don't think he had the purple buff, so the overall value will mostly be mitigating. So you're not actually going to be able to get a lot out of it. As we can see, a minus 800 Baron power play.
Nice.
You'll still take that when you're T1, because this could have been a game-losing fight, and it's not good, but you're in the game.
It's not a game-winning fight, it's a game-salvaging fight, potentially. And we don't know exactly how this will turn out, but oh boy. Guma just backing in mid as Peanut is trying to assassinate him by himself, and he's gonna get punished as he goes in alone. Look at his reaction on the cam too. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, that was...
He's having a great time though, as Peanut.
That was 700 gold over to Guma. He kind of been in a rut in this game. Getting targeted, isn't a motivating carry, also going for the on-hit build, so needs to play a lot more aggressive, a lot more forward, putting yourself in harm's way. But when Peanut is just like, hey, take the shutdown, friend. Yeah, that's dumb. That's Lord Dumb's now done. Oh man, this just give me 3 of these.
Yeah, he's keeping it interesting, you know.
It's important.
And you can see the angle, but they see him coming in, so...
The fact that Owner also, like, Owner and Keria are both waiting for like half a second to make sure that Peanut actually commits. Shield bow's available. There is plated steel caps as well, so Guma deceptively tanky. And now we're going to go into this next fight with the gold again being dead even.
It's a big shutdown. I think that it was interesting timing. There's like no objective really to take as, this is not good timing. Peanut, no trickster, no way out of this one, no flash. He's even gonna Cyclone just in desperation. Peanut will get caught out as Zeus is also just gonna die. Not sure how that happened on the backside of this fight.
Everything needs to stay balanced, Valdez.
It really does. I mean, this has happened so many times this game. And now
Doran.
A 30-meter TP. Here we go, looking for the wraparound on Faker, who does have flash, and he is quite tanky. Is he tanky enough, though? As, yeah, he's just going to flash. As teleport traded for flash, as meanwhile, Guma is alone, pushing mid.
They should still be able to get the Drake. I love the audacity of T1. So he's like, no, we're starting a Drake. This is ours. We're taking it. Do need to get out now, though.
Oh, they're both going to get ever frosted here. As nice buff for Owner might not be as lucky, but maybe able to turn this one around. Delight in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down. And look at what happened to the Draven. He just ran straight into the Victor damage. As down will go Pace as well. And now Doran is just on the run. This game is a wild goose chase over and over again. As Doran will be able to get out. And so will Chovy somehow. But that is going to be Drake and kills to the side of T1.
I stand corrected. It was actually T1's Dragon. I'm sorry, T1. I didn't know. My apologies. It's the Varus flank, of course.
Of course.
We didn't think about the Varus flank, Velda.
I knew it was coming. I didn't want to spoil it.
No, I think everyone was caught by surprise on that one. So Peanut dies here. Very, very not good. Gets blown up. Nice flash, it's a teleport, there you go. So, a over-enthusiastic teleport from Zeus leads to him immediately dying.
Don't TP into this team.
And this is where you're like, okay, things are looking up. But with that blast cone, they crucially just don't spot Guma. So they don't know that he's right there to join the fight. And Hayes looking for a cash in. Also can't go back because then he walks into Nautilus and then I think, Doran, or at least Chovy got out. I don't know if Doran got out. Replay doesn't run that long.
He did, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now we are still even.
Oh, yeah. We're, balanced like all things should be. Oh, okay. Chovy is going to get spotted first. So Zeus just going to play here, but now T1 looking for their comfort Baron zone. As Chovy versus Zeus, probably Chovy wins this.
Ooh, well, right now, yes.
Based on his current state in the game.
Yeah, once the Wit's End is finished, I do think Zeus is going to have a much better time, is building towards that. Chovy also has a stopwatch. And with how these fights have been going, I wanna play a game. Normally we only play in challenges. Who's gonna win this game, Valdez? Because
I don't know. This is hard.
I don't know. We've seen that both teams are able to win team fights. When it comes to straight up 5v5s with no backline access, with everyone's position being known.
Well, Zeus might answer the question for us as he's going in onto Chovy. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it should be. As Chovy is still on the run and he will be able to get out. Flash expended for Zeus.
Zeus doesn't have vision. Chovy also crucially missing his stolen ultimate there. So it's not even remotely close. Now Genji has a really aggressive position here.
Faker is just running into them, did not have vision of this. He's got a massive
Tibbers TP!
Tibbers is going to be very useful, and now Guma's in a lot of trouble as well. The gank brush works out for Genji, and they will be taking down this Baron. As Peanut.
The game it's just chaos.
Oh, Owner's still here. But yeah, he's just going to dash away. Just try to survive as Nautilus returns to the Rift. And he should be going down eventually. You'd have to imagine Genji, a massive step forward now in this game. Not looking as balanced as it once was.
That might have been the breaking point of this game. Valdez, is Peanut going to die?
Okay, the lights here. We got TP here. Zeus is just going in on this one as Peanut with a excellent bait in this case. He's got stopwatch as well. That is another kill for the Draven, who has 9 on the game.
1,954 gold generated.
That's pretty good.
And this is such an elaborate bait because if you're Faker, like, oh my god, why is Draven there? And then the light comes from downtown, finds the hard engage. Victor, even with this build, immediately gonna go down. And this game is... he's just taunting. He's actually just taunting him.
Yeah. It's like, please follow me down the river.
Oh.
And
no,
of course the game
again.
does not end there. The fighting, rather, as Faker 1v2. Cyclone and tons of damage coming in from the Stolen Chaos Storm. Faker is incredibly tanky. I keep saying that, but he keeps dying, so it's probably not true. Not compared to the damage that Gen G have. At least in this game, we have 36 kills so far. 31 minutes. This is the action that you should expect from the LCK guys.
Oh, after that first series where T1 slapped Gen G 2-0, I was worried that we would be deprived of this type of gameplay, Valdez, but fortunately, not the case. Gen G now, we also, okay, yeah, well, of course.
We have surpassed now. Well,
we're still even.
Okay, so we're tied, we're tied.
I think we will surpass. Save that on this one.
Yeah. I think we'll get past the most kills, by the way, in any game in Spring, for you guys who are wondering. We're going to watch this again. Faker went for this tanky build, and it means that he gets to get like a couple more abilities off, but especially in situations like this, like, it just doesn't really matter. So he just dies anyway.
Yeah, there is no reinforcements coming either. Well, there is, but it's for Gen G, so not a lot of options there.
But not for you.
Not for him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And what a turnaround here from the Gen G bot lane in particular, because the first series was really a story about how Haze and the Light were completely unable to stand up. Was it either to Guma and Carrier? Was it to Faker? Didn't really matter, but neither of them stacked up, and now we have a monstrously fed Draven, and I might still be inclined to vote for the Light nonetheless, because his Annie has been incredible, finding key turns repeatedly, right? Setting up the traps, and the Light is such a good hard engaged player. We know this already. That was what he excelled on. When he was playing on Brion, it was of course his Rakan that was more notable, but there were plenty of other champions that he had really good games on, and Annie's just, it's great. It's both an Enchanter and a hard engaged champion.
Yeah.
Just do it all.
Wow. And yeah, I was going to say, like, T1 are almost definitely banning Annie in game 2. I don't think that... you'll probably leave the Jace up, you know. I think that's fine. Or maybe don't ban Karma and play out like a kind of different bottom lane scenario, but I think that's...
Yeah, the Karma would be my guess as well.
The Annie's just too much of an issue in this game.
T1 still have a level 18 Victor, but in straight up 5v5 it's so tough, and Gen G's not really giving them the skirmishes that they're looking for unless they are a man up.
Yeah, and a lot of the little skirmishes have just been straight up won by Gen G. Like, say what you want about Peanut, but he's done a fantastic job of like really finding the unique angles that we have seen in this game to, you know, kind of push the lead even farther forward for his team. As Gen G are going to push in here pretty early on. You know, there's 3 minutes until the next Hextech Drake, which is going to be a huge one, but they're already taking control over the entire bottom jungle.
We haven't even talked about this Doran build yet. It's the epitome of Doran on this Gen G roster. It's like, Doran, you have one job. Don't die. You get the blind pick, you get counter picked. He did get resources this game. Peanut actually did visit him a decent amount of times, but that's not always the case. And now he's going Triforce into full tank Gnar. Just to make sure that the rest of his team can play the game. Deathcap now finished for Faker. That is huge. And one mispositioned fight, you know, Pace dying immediately, Chovy getting zoned out early on, can still be a game-deciding mistake from Gen G, but with the amount of map control that they have, should be able to, at the very least, be setting themselves up for a really nice Baron here.
Absolutely. Like, Gen G's composition, they still have this range issue, I suppose you could call it, but they have so many ways to close the gap, and when you have that vision advantage, and when you do have this big of a gold lead, you can just kind of press your buttons and get into range forcefully, right? You can engage and make T1 fight you on your turf. So I think they should be totally fine with that, as we do have Magi's purchased here for Chovy. And I suppose he had 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. I actually didn't see.
He did. Yeah, we also have a bunch of
Might as well,
elixirs
right?
already activated. Both teams know. Probably going to be the game-deciding fighter. Peanut already on the flank.
We have 3 GAs as well. Peanut's got one, so there's that. There's also Stopwatch as, okay, trying to throw that into Owner, but that was a Silas.
That's okay, look at that. Look at that hijack cooldown.
Yeah, he'll be back very soon.
Yeah, he's not too bothered by this.
We're fighting over the Baron positioning, essentially at this time. Either team, if you get in range and you give them like 15 seconds, they can take down the Baron. So it's definitely kind of walking a tightrope around this objective.
So if the Drake spawning so soon, Gen G will be able to force T1 to make an awkward decision. Do you want to give over Hextech Soul, or do you want to go for the Baron? Right now, though, T1 is still in control of this area, are being respected. But Gen G, perhaps through that pry on top side, can also just look to get themselves an inner and then rotate from there. You have full vision of the Baron pit.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, as long as they don't get caught off guard, Gen G, they're like, okay, if you want to engage on us in the top lane, be our guest. FaZe is a fountain laser at this point. And he doesn't quite have the range of the laser, but if he gets in range of you, he will blast you down real quick. So,
Or Scuttle.
What Scuttle?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's gone. And Gen G, I mean, we're at a point in the game now, 37 minutes in, where I'm not sure if you want to give away a free Baron, though. Obviously, Hextech Soul is gigantic. Like, it is just insanely massive, right? But it seems like they don't want to give this away. And like I said, you give them 15 seconds, this Baron is going to go down, as it should be taken here by T1. Yes, it will. And the front line of Gen G is being ripped to shreds, as Dorn is going to miss his Meganar, as we do have FaZe in the back line just shelling axe after axe into this front line, and it should be enough damage. After all, even through all of the GAs, is a massive flawless duet does come in. Faker is alone up here in the jungle somehow, as he should be taken out eventually, as even the Boomerang to slow him down. Chovy will take him, and Zeus is the only one left. He's trying to stop this mid-wave, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to push in top.
Not going to be enough. Chovy picks up more kills, and this game number 1, Valdez, gonna go to Gen G. Took a little bit of time to get going, but once they started team fighting, they didn't stop.
They did not stop, and that is gonna do it. The Nexus turrets will fall, and so will the aforementioned Nexus. GG! Gen G storm off the stage, as they have a lot to talk about, of course, before getting into the next one. As my vote is for Annie, but FaZe had a game that is... this is just another example of FaZe, who is like, I am a new man. Like, I am not nervous anymore. I will stand up to the best players, even when my team is not. Like, FaZe, you remember his last game on Lucian, where his team was just falling over themselves against KT. He's like, well, I'll try to do it by myself. This time he had a team behind him, and he was able to carry insanely well. So I'm sure FaZe and Delight will both get tons and tons of votes, but Gen G absolutely deserved this first one.
And one of the other big deciding factors to me in this game was kind of the giddiness that we saw Gen G play with. Peanut literally gave over a 700 gold shutdown, and it was like, hey, who cares?
Emoting as he jumps into the fight. He's having a good time. Chovy the most damage in the game, even though the Draven was what he was.
Well, the interesting thing was Chovy still had an incredibly low amount of deaths in this game, so even though the big moments came from, I think, Delight and FaZe, when it came to actually shelling out consistent DPS over the course of a fight, we did see that Chovy was able to be alive at the end of most of those, and this gold graph hopefully is a precursor for what is to come in this series here.
Yeah.
Or Gen G versus T1.
I'd enjoy that a lot. How about some more games like that? We'd really hope for 3 games, but we'll see. Gen G outplay them in game 1. Maybe they just make it 2-0. We'll have to find out, guys. But first, a break, and then the space.
죽었어 한다 빨리지 마 현준아.
바로스. 아 괜찮아. 502 한번 줄게. 쌈각 좋아. 앞라인
바로 풀 있어.
해줘. 2일초.
야 노틸로 야 바르스 봐줘. 바르스 풀 있어.
이래.
야 이거 빅코로 넘어왔어.
이래 로플.
이래 갈게. 저기 사람. 이래 가자. 끝까지 가자.
나 2, 3초. 이래 로플.
저도 계속 가자.
저는 탑으로 갈게요.
할만하지 않나 이거?
탑에
끝난 듯.
이래 지금
이래 무시하자. 이래 무시하고 그냥 가면.
팀 모강에 막아. 스택 있어. 무시해도 돼. 나이스. 야, 애니 지렸는데 이거. 아 너무 잘해. 나이스.
아이고 누야.
기가 막혔다 진짜.
바로
나이스요.
진짜 마음이 아프다.
이게
나이스요.
진짜 멋있다.
우리 하루 종일 싸워.
나이스.
나이스요.
하나 둘 셋.
하나 둘셋 야.
마이크 체크. 나 그냥 카시 공 쓸게.
너는 나 눈이 안 보이는데 근데.
맞공 쓰는데.
잭스 아질하죠? 야 아질을 뽑으니까 난리 났다.
그러게.
야 얘들아 화이팅하고 와.
화이팅.
재밌게 하자 얘들아.
여기서 이렇게 앞점프하면서 들겨봐.
그래도 돼.
각 봐도 돼. 프리스 오고.
나불 빠졌고.
오 이게 잡아?
빼.
얘네가 살짝 쳤다 일단. 야 우리 여기 애들 와줘야 돼.
봐줘.
나 이거 한번 박을 수 있다.
지금 봐줄게 하나 봐. 야 나를 점프 봤어. 나를.
나봐줘.
물로 봐줘.
제이스.
여기 볼게. 아지를 들어오는 거 조심. 맞아.
50 높을.
나이스. 밑에 달려. 야 이거 각 좋은데.
가지마.
갈게. 제이스.
쌀.
야 빨리지 말고. 세주도 높을. 빨리지 마.
빨리 좀.
제이스 높을이야. 나 괜찮아. 나 죽었어.
나 이제 받을 수 있고.
이거 썬 되냐 우리?
주다.
이거 줘야 돼.
주다.
이거야.
나이스. 50번이야 얘들아. 이거 터뜨려야 돼 알아봐.
이거 봐줄래?
떴어.
오케이. 푸른.
프리스.
나 이거 볼게. 가자.
루시아. 여기 쌀.
또한에 빼기만 해봐.
여기 살짝 봐줘.
웬만하면 갈 듯? 가네. 좀 보자.
아래 봐줄게.
야 사인 좋냐? 사인 좋냐 없고 이제 천천히 봐.
제이스 보자.
제이스부터.
룰루 높을.
나이스. 제리 높을.
제리 노공.
천천히 온다. 오케이 빼. 와 바로 치고 싶긴 한데.
야 바텀
치자. 아 먹었어.
나이스. 아 다행이다. 너무 잘했다 다들.
나 쌍각 줬고. 나 볼게.
앞에 치. 보자. 좋아. 타워.
야 앞에
앞에부터.
야 루시아 가야.
맞아.
앞에 거. 루시아.
천천히. 릴렉스. 마무리할게. 나이스.
나이스.
정글 할 거 뭐 있어?
바이.
녹턴
이달리 같은 것도 줬나?
한 번 하던지.
매달 해볼게요.
아,
오달리 가자 오달리.
이 정도였어?
인기 진짜 많다 너.
형 너무 부담 가지 마.
그러니까 편하게. 나이스.
딱 경력 나오나? 살짝 볼만할 듯. 네 지금 없어. 먹었다 이거.
나이스.
라인 밀어줘. 지렸다 싸유.
한번 밀어볼래?
지렸다.
예, 싸움 가보자.
이거 방다 얘.
천천히 가죠.
W만 내가지고.
딱 하나.
아, 잠깐만.
이게 저? 곤란하네.
지렸고.
나이스.
나이스.
나 보려 한다. 나 살짝 봐줄 수 있나?
못 봐줘.
못 봐주긴 하거든.
저거 안 죽어. 바텀 매자.
죽어. 오래 버티긴 한다 이거.
못 빠졌노?
올라가 안 빠졌는데? 흐트 줄이고 월클이네.
나 너무 흥분했다 지금.
나 딜량 좀 올릴게.
쌀 초시겠어 형님들.
나도 DPM 올릴게. 야, 나 어시 좀 어시. 들어와. 야, 타워 좀 타워.
제발.
야, 더.
아이고 지지.
나이스.
싸용 근데 시체 된 다음에 깨는 게 더 빠르지 않아?
근데 안 죽어.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space after that extraordinary banger of a first game between T1 and Gen G. I had to bring two gentlemen to break it down for me. This was absolutely incredible. Some mishap, perhaps, to start things off in the draft. Outside of that, though, banger of a game.
So the missing ban here, I think, is because you could see it on the face of the players. They wanted to lock something in here, but they couldn't decide fast enough. I think T1 made a big mistake here in that they wanted Gen G to actually play the Gnar, and they were communicating like, all right, can we actually punish this with an Aurelia, with the Camille? Let's play around top side here in this draft because we're playing into probably a losing side with this Varus. The draft has changed its identity massively, and they can't actually come up with a solution quickly enough to make sure it's going to be a good ban here. So they just drop the ban, let the Gnar go through, and then try to punish it. And in the early game, they certainly did, but they couldn't hold the lead.
Yeah, I mean, from the T1, I think more so, I think they should have cared more about the AD ban, which is like, I think I don't think they expected actually Gnar. They picked the Gnar at the 4th, and then they did it, and sure, that's that's a small mistake from the Gen G. Like, they didn't have to, it's unnecessary that they didn't have to pick it, because if T1 picked Gnar, they had a Sylas, which is like, that's one of the great ulti. So I think it's more so they should have cared about the Draven. Any combo has been forever there, and the Draven is just like be able to match the prio against the Gen G Botio, the T1 Botio.
Yeah, they picked the Varus early, right? This is our first pick Varus draft. And then when the Annie came through, it seemed like they were like, oh, this is a flex pick potentially. Let's put Faker on the Victor so we can lane against this just in case. And I think that's where the draft started to fall apart a little bit. You could see after that missed ban, they picked the Nihilus as well, and they're kind of like, this is not going to be the prio lane I think they were looking for with the bans and the Varus pick. And then this Varus on hit did very little this game, even being like 6-3 towards the end there. Guma just doesn't have the power into all the CC that's available there and all the engage.
Yeah, and I've been a little bit of an on-hit Varus anti in my time, but honestly, I don't think a lot of that mattered in the early stages of the game because it was just catastrophe after catastrophe. Remember, earliest first blood ever, and then into this fight here.
This is a fight around the Drake where you see Faker gets collapsed on here, and Delight had so many great plays in these neutral fights where he's setting up for CC and peeling for his team while also setting up picks onto Faker many times, and then the re-engage here from Peanut was amazing. For me, Peanut's performance, minus some of the mid-game errors from him, was insane this game. His engages were great. His shadowing of both Doran and the bottom lane was really clean.
Yeah, I agree. I think T1 make like the Faker specifically, I think they had a really bad positioning from the start of the fight. And those kind of the type of the champion that Victor, you needed to, no matter what, front to back. And if that happened, you can't fight after, especially you lose the mid laner.
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially when there's something like a Wukong that has almost free backline access almost all the time. The Cyclone got so much value there as well, but the game was utter chaos. It felt like at the very beginning that we were saying, like, pack it in, boys, right? Like, after the first kill goes over and Doran falls down, like,
it's over.
In lane, it was over. It felt like it was just straight up over, but it wasn't. And let's go into our next highlight here because this was... it was a catastrophe for T1, but Gen G were playing out these late-game teamfights so well.
Gen G kind of spading this, right? Doran clears the vision, he is nearby, and T1 are kind of grouping around, trying to make sure they can find this Gnar, but they don't know that the rest of Gen G is actually hiding over the wall here. Doran avoids vision here, and then Faker overextends onto Pace. He's like, why is there a Draven here? Like, what's going on? And then he just gets collapsed on instantly. He's caught in a trap, and then the follow-up here from Peanut to prevent any of the rest of T1 from getting in here and doing anything is great. Instantly, the Varus is deleted, does very little here, and it's just kind of an awkward moment for Gen G right now, or for T1, excuse me, where they lose Baron and lose control of the map right afterwards.
Yeah, I think Gen G played really, really well around the vision, and they had a prio from a few fight, like as what we see from the highlight one. There's a war fight that they actually fight really, really well, and then they got some prio like from the side lane and the mid lane especially, and then they used like vision really well, that they just abused the visions that they actually needed to flank with those kind of champ, like example for any, like Gnar, those kind of champ, and then I think they play really well as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's have a look who picks up the player of the game for this one, as of course, yeah, it was a game setting a whole bunch of records, and it was thanks to this man right here, Chovy, going to pick it up, not robbed in this particular game. Delight, we feel, might have been a little bit robbed. A lot of his bear placement, absolutely fantastic, but this guy stacked the Magi's up to 25. Like, you got to give it to him.
Pretty much anyone except Doran, I think, and no offense to Doran, he had some good moments too and actually baited a lot of these cool fights. I think anyone could have gotten it on this Gen G squad. Like, Peanut had fantastic engages and punishes. We saw Chovy really turn the game around, playing constantly aggressively, but also Pace. His positioning on this AD carry, super sick. And I wanted to vote for Peanut, and Hoon and I talked about it a lot, and Hooney was like, well, I mean, he did make a lot of mistakes. I want to give it to Delight, and Delight has some great turns and engages here too, so we ultimately went for the support vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so like the main reason why I chose the Delight, because like he make the fight, and then those two highlight was like really big turn for the team that they needed to actually fight off that someone has to start it. But I definitely agree with the Chovy too, because he had no mistake at all.
3 Delight votes. Look at this.
Look
at this perfect
Look at that
split.
CN cast as well. They're normally notorious AD carry voters. Not this time around. Teddy on form today for the Chinese broadcast. But guys, do you know what I want? I just want more games like that. Let's hope that we can get to 3 of them. And in order to do that, let's throw it back to the casters to bring us there.
Thank you, Spacers, once again for that awesome breakdown. And I believe we are going to get at least one more game. If you like First Blood at 41 seconds, and if you like the most kills so far in Spring, you've come to the right place. Chovy picks it up, not robbed this time, but still, definitely a very nice split. As, Faker decides, okay, I'm going to need to reboot again. Going into game number 2. And T1, they've got a chance for sure, but Gen G have come into round 2 looking like a different beast.
Really have, and the biggest gap that we had in the previous game, which was that bot sides not relevant this time around. Regardless of what drafts we end up with, I don't expect to see a total collapse like we saw in the previous game, where Paze and Delight were categorically unable to match anything that T1 was throwing at them. And that should mean that even if T1 gets a win, which wouldn't surprise me with some adjustments in the draft and maybe getting out all the bans this time around, still should be a highly competitive game number 2 here.
Well, they didn't change the Karma ban, so they seem pretty fine with that. We'll see if they do actually ban Annie here instead of Jace. Yes, they will. So it turns out the Valdanilus is correct this time around.
We'll have the Annie ban, and I don't know what you're talking about. Whenever the Valdanilus makes an appearance, he's always right.
That's true, yeah.
He just chooses his
It's not very
moments.
common, yeah. You just gotta wait and listen. Vara's still first picked. So T1 say, okay, Annie was the issue.
Wouldn't surprise me if we, at the very least, see the early priority on the Wukong here again. It is one of the favorite champions. Now, is Jace going to be the pick away here? Because that is a flex pick. Can go multiple ways. Not going to be the case. It's going to be the early Zeri pickup here, and Zeri has struggled pretty immensely into Varus as a very different direction here for Gen G if they do end up going for the Elise here. That would also be a big switch up for Gen G, because Peanut has not been prioritizing this champion at all.
2 games alone, only.
Yeah.
And so Owner says, you know what? Now you gave me a chance to not play Sejuani. I'll play Elise instead. And there's the Jace. That definitely shows a huge amount of confidence from these T1 players.
And Zeus had an incredible game in his laning phase, and even some of the skirmishes outside of that, and his 1v1 pressure, but the actual team fights were both not very well executed from him. There's also an incredible amount of CC between the Annie and the Wukong on the enemy team, and he wasn't really able to find a way to dodge that. His Jace, one of his comfort picks. Wonder if we'll still be seeing the Gore Drinker Jace that we've been seeing more and more of. Zeri, Lulu, Sejuani for Gen G. No surprises there at all. Not the most interesting turn of events when it comes to the draft, but not too surprising either. And support bans would make some sense here. Perhaps you do want to get rid of, say, a Nautilus. Soraka going to be the case instead. I'm going to give T1 that one here.
Yeah, it's a way to, you know, take trades, heal through the poke damage that Lulu can have, and Zeri as well.
You scale obscenely well.
Yeah.
Also helps.
So not a bad idea. Akali taken away. Will they just ban Silas as well if they want to get Chovy off of comfort? I mean, he did just get POG on his Silas again. Don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's probably a large number of POGs that have been giving to Chovy's Silas.
Do have the Zero now bend away. So Genji, it's going to be, might be R4 Renekton instead of R4 Gnar here. There is no way that Doran is getting counterpicked. That's just not how this team works.
No, I think, well,
unless
there have been a decent amount of mid lane picks that have been banned, but there are still answers to the Victor.
Mirror matchup, perhaps?
Victor v. Victor?
No, Victor versus Silas. Because they're mirrored from game 1, Valdez. We can't have Victor versus Victor.
I'm an old StarCraft
How long
caster,
have you been around?
You know, I'm from the days of Blind Pick and also from StarCraft, TVT, stuff like that. Kassadin, Faker, you know, shakes his arm a little bit. That will be the choice. And Saya.
Carrier.
Callista. Twitch?
What's brewing? Not Twitch. I think we've tried Twitch and it was not a success.
Callista support for Carrier. And Renekton.
Yeah, now with the confirmation that it will indeed be Jay's top, Renekton. I assume Renekton with the Crawler's Claw build coming out here, and yeah, it's Claw in Dutch, so that one is that one is dangerously close.
Crawler's Clown.
Claw. No, just Claw. Yeah. Only one letter, two letters, I guess, off as the composition for T1 here. Able to get the counter pick on mid, able to get again Carrier's Callista, but I am somewhat worried if Owner isn't able to play towards his bot side aggressively early, and they're not going to have mid prio.
I think he will.
Well, I assume he will, but Chovy should be free to roam towards bot as well. So that, to me, the Elise and Kassadin combo I really don't like. I would much rather see a mid laner that can either roam with the Elise or try and at least have priority. That is not going to be the case, but we have seen that the snowballing coming out from the Elise is still extremely lethal, and when you pair it with Callista and Varus, becomes even more absurdly so.
Yeah, it's very true. And whoa, that's a cool tiger. This is the tiger that catches T1. That's what it says, essentially. This is his first time coming to LoL Park. If you haven't been to LoL Park, definitely a very fun. After playing League for 12 years, so a little bit of extra context added by G-Sun. Thank you. First time, 12 years for him. It's been a long time with this game, and we are getting into game number 2 as well. As both of these teams have put on an amazing performance in game number 1, we can only hope that we get something similar in the second one. Here we go, game number 2. This time, Owner on something aggressive, Faker on something that scales, and Guma he should be fine.
He'll be okay. Looking at the runes, Faker going for the Unsealed Spellbook here, Owner also going for Electrocute, so no big surprises there. And the T1 composition does not have anything that even remotely resembles Frontline. They have a bot lane that is basically required to snowball, as Chovy is very clearly saying that you Kassadin, I might not be able to kill you, but you're also not going to be even a remote threat to me. Chovy, Merc threats extremely high value, means that you basically are almost impossible to kill for Kassadin and Elise, so could even see that as a first back here, because starting Cole is a clear sign of, I don't want to call it lack of respect, because of course Faker's Kassadin, we have already seen, is extremely lethal, but in terms of laning pressure, yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. Just getting on opposite sides here. Chovy will take kind of a unfortunate trade, but at the end of the day, it's Kassadin level 1, so you're pretty fine to take these trades any day of the week. And in fact, he'll go for more. As Faker, you mentioned his lethal Kassadin. He is 3-0 on the pick. Has not lost yet. Will this be his first one, or will the undefeated streak continue for the season?
Also saw the Fleet footwork come through there. Mainly, Fleet really nice in giving you a little bit of extra movement speed, allowing you to get more autos in, but also to sustain. Even though it has been nerfed repeatedly, still going to be a nice little boon. And we did see the win rates for T1 on all these champions. Faker's just there dings too, which is good because it's getting in somewhat dangerous territory. Still has Cookie, still has Potions, still has a Doran Shield. There's all this ward. A false sense of security here for Chovy.
It's a cheeky one, and guess what? He's not even going to mid. He's like, yeah, Kassadin, whatever. I'm going to bot lane because that is where my bread is buttered. And
level 2.
He's right at this point in the game, as Peanut is looking to dive mid. So we're going to get the mega zoom out here from Jonah Strong. Faker in a lot of trouble. He did hit level 3. He's trying to trade this one back, even flashing to try to trade it. It's not going to work. His first blood will be given over to not Chovy. It will go to Peanut.
And might be able to look for it level 3 now for Carry and Guma.
Here comes the TP though, and the Cocoon will land, but it's immediately cleansed by Pace, as it's Chovy who actually TP'd into this one. And that's going to save them a bot dive.
Downside for Chovy is he hadn't been able to back yet, so now still needs to back. Can't just walk from bot lane towards his mid lane, so will give Faker a little bit of time in this matchup. But Peanut able to find an early play, whereas his opponent not able to do so. And yeah, unfortunate reality is you're casting early on. Even with level 3, there's too much damage, even through the magic shield. Peanut and Chovy both having to flash, but very happy to take that trade. Chovy then, or not Chovy, just Peanut rather. Chovy then also immediately making his way towards the bot side of the map and covering for the possible Elise dive. And as mentioned, even with a Kassadin, I do want to see some snowballing. This might be the first opportunity here.
Okay, Chovy has boots though, so we'll see if this does much of anything. Yes, the Cocoon will land. And it's more of just like a helper gank rather than actually going for a kill, as Peanut is going to be spotted by little ghost fella. And yeah, he'll just come down, clear out some wardage. Back away. Pays pretty low though as the flash comes in. Keria is looking for it. He wants the kill, but that is not actually going to work out for him.
Might be enough to zone Pays off of this wave though. We do have Peanut here as well. Oh, he really wants to at the very least get the experience here, but looks like it's not going to be the case.
Oh, they're trying to dive on a delight here as Owner will go up. And this is a massive pierce! Goes through the two of them. T1 will force the dive by any means necessary. As now even Faker's here. Faker's level 5. It's not even level 6.
No, Peanut's gone.
Can't even jump. Owner is, yeah. Okay, that's going to be the end of him. Keria picks up that kill, and that is 3 on the board now for T1.
Early game masterclass. After that mid lane dive and a not so successful bot lane gank. Some worries perhaps in the hearts of T1 fans, but then on the re-entry we get a double kill for Guma. We get a kill for Keria as well. And Pays already getting taken solo because of Keria's aggressive trade. And then here, oh, this arrow. Oh, the flash. Oh, can't go for that one. And even if Pays had survived, it wouldn't have really changed that much out of the outcome. Would have been a little bit less gold for T1, but this player still would have been a resounding success. No Pays able to catch the wave. Immediately get a kill on Peanut as well. And T1, that's the snowball you need. And that's a snowball that get double serrated Dirk now for their bot lane. And love a little bit of balance after what have been very eventful mid and bottom lanes. We have top lane just being there. They're part of the rift technically.
Yeah, very different from game 1 where it was, you know, potential to really get imbalanced and to get Zeus really out of control, and he kind of did, but he didn't really use the lead as well as he could have.
Oh, we also have 2 of our not as beloved Drakes already out of the way with Camtech and Ocean.
It's just going to be Hextech again.
I love Hextech. Hextech is my favorite rift.
I like it because we fight a lot.
Yeah, well, Mountain,
that's why I like
Mountain and Infernal should do this. Although I have noticed that teams are generally a little bit more happy to give up Mountain specifically.
Yeah.
Mountain is, I think, feels a bit more passive, even though I still think it's an incredibly strong Drake. And now Faker also has it level 6, so not going to be too bothered anymore by the threats of ganks. And 2k gold lead early on Air 41. Something that I think they need, but something that they have been able to secure very well for themselves. As why not just dive again? You still have a 1400 gold lead almost on Guma, and Carry also monstrously fed.
Carry is using Flash to get small advantages in the lane, so might as well, right? We're getting in there once again. This dive not nearly as clean as the last one. They see Peanut and they're like, well, let's take it slowly, but here is the follow-up. They reset the aggro. They're going in onto Delight, and they will be able to burst him down. The aggro, though, is onto Faker, but they can't take him down. It's another 3 kills into the pockets of T1 in bot lane.
Sheepish grain on Peanut's face. What do you do?
Die?
When your opponent picks Kalista support and makes it look bonkers broken.
Maybe it is.
Well, Don't tell solo queue that, well. That's not a that's not the change that we want to see in the world, but we are gaining some primo insight as to why the Elise has been basically permanently banned, because look at how calmly they play this as well, right? Like Owner takes the aggro on the initial one, completely fine, get some cooldowns out of the way, and then go for the re-engage. So much damage available here with those double serrated Dirks, and nothing that you can do here as Gen G. Too far behind on levels, no cooldowns available, and now you have a bot lane that is completely unsalvageable. And game 1 was very competitive, very fun, very back and forth. I am worried that this game will not have any of that.
Oh, they're actually trying to go in on this one. A bit of a 3v3, but here comes Keria trying to frontline for this one. A big shock blast into that back line, and it looks like Gen G not going to chase any further into the jungle. So not only that, but actually they're looking for a bit more on the Peanut, who will have to flash away from this one. Faker still on the chase. Little bit of a ring around the rosy here. And a dabbing Penguin, of course, from Peanut.
Always having a good time is Peanut. Pays, yeah, with Ghostblade and Swifties.
Yeah, you're not catching that guy.
So, well, even if you do, I'm not even sure that you win, even with level 6 available. Now, Delight is there, and that really equalizes a lot. But yeah, I think Guma can afford to walk up this far. Carrion also there, so if they'd score, always going to be available. But this is the dream for Lethality Varus. Getting this fat means that every single play that you do generally is just going to work out expertly.
Okay, he's fine.
Is he?
I'm just scared.
He's alive.
I just watch Keria play this and I just get terrified. It's just really scary.
It really is.
That's it.
And after what we're seeing thus far, maybe 13.4 will finally put an end to it, Valdez.
Well, Peanut says maybe top lane.
Maybe?
No, never mind. He knows there's a ward there. He's actually going to put down one Faker. Uh-oh, he is going to have to flash here. This Faker certainly loves pushing to get as much value out of his lane as possible.
Oh, early Umbral Glaive now done for Keria. Peanut deciding the better of it. Zeus, his wave state is very, very sad. This is a sad Jace. Is going Gore Drinker again, as we have already talked about. Benefit of Gore Drinker into some of the melee matchups, like Renekton can get a lot of value there. The extra health is nice with the resistances that you can hammer form. And Omnivamp, which is something that Jace really appreciates, has of course been taken off of the clips, making many an AD caster very sad. But Jace, his pivot has been relatively successful thus far. As it turns out, when you have a fat bot lane, Drakes are free. So T1 just gonna snatch that one up.
Unfortunately for Chovy, he has not been able to finish his Mythic at 11 minutes, even with the completed cull. So he is just going to walk back to lane with about 7 pieces of gear in his inventory. We do have Cloud Rift this time, so not going to be that Hex tech that we were calling for. Unfortunately, as now Pays, he's just trying to play the game. Like he's just trying to farm some minions. He's not allowed to, though. Not safely.
Very, very sad state of affairs for Gen G. After such a beautiful game of back and forth, not the cleanest game necessarily, but a fun game.
Trying to trade here with Keria versus Delight as the supports, as Keria continuing to press the issue.
Guardian going to keep them safe for now, but Owner on his way as well.
Owner, all he's got to do is just get in Peanut's face, essentially. And just try not to die.
Now, Peanut has orchestrated comebacks from insurmountable deficits before, as Atlas can testify.
Guma, what are you doing? He's pretty strong. And he's got some help here as Keria is going to throw in the Fate's Call as well. Force a flash away from Chovy. It's a really long cooldown, but like, it's on an 80 carry, so I mean, it's probably better than Chovy's flash. Or, I mean, Chovy's flash is probably better than that, right?
Well, that's
Probably
the thing. It's so sad because Chovy plays that about as perfectly as you can in terms of like sidesteps the ultimate, then able to dodge, places a nice gravity field, and he still has to flash because Carry has support Kalista and just throws Kuma Yushi over. And the game state is pretty important for Gen G, but the one thing that they can look forward to is that if T1 make any major mistakes with closing out this game, I do think that even with having a Kassadin, their team comp can kind of fall apart. Because you have so many squishy members, as that's a free K gold. So I'm just setting the stakes in case in case it does happen. Okay, I don't expect it to happen. I wanna be very upfront about that. I don't think that Gen G is gonna be able to dig themselves out of the hole that T1 have forcefully put them in. But if they do, or if they find a way, they do have the tools. They have Zeri, they have Victor, both scaling incredibly well. They have a really reliable front line with Sejuani and the Renekton, and you have Lulu to back it all up. But actually contesting any objective isn't really happening, and I also don't know how you're going to keep Pace safe as he tries to catch a wave, maybe one time. Please?
One time for the points. It's like, please, I beg of you. And you please let me farm. Baker's coming in here as, Owner comes down from the rappel. That's a free kill over to Gen G. As now the chase is on, though. T1 very far ahead. They will try to force this one. Peanut in a bit of trouble. He's going to get wild growthed up, though. As, look at the damage from Chovy now. He's got the Ludens completed. He's trying to get on top of Gumu, who has to flash, and Pace is given the shutdown. And all of a sudden, we might have ourselves a game. I mean, it's just the one couple of kills, but it's still a nice step forward.
This is how it starts. This in and of itself, not nearly enough. Still, great game state for T1. No reason to worry. Giving over shutdowns, definitely suboptimal. Do not want to do that. Pays also able to pick up a kill. Very big.
Surely they don't lose from here, Chronicler. Jovi's like, you know, I'm just gonna take this into my own hands, right? Because he's the one who sets up the play. He's the one who sets up this teleport as well. Zeus will actually flash as all of the T1 fans are like, yes! And then he dies to the laser. Owner coming on over, he's like, well, I might as well take this one. But man, the way this all starts is just, you know, the aggression actually gets punished.
And this is a 4 versus 4, but so much damage goes down onto Elise, and crucially, unlike previous plays, there is nowhere to repel to. So Owner is just kind of stuck there in the middle of the pit, and then Chovy is, man, his Victor is making me a Victor believer, which I didn't think was really going to be a thing. Pace
not your identity.
No, and Pace gets an insane shutdown, right? Like, of all the people to go for it to go to,
탄다? 탔어.
might be one of the worst ones, except Chovy. Is Chovy
teleporting?
어딜까?
Where is he?
쏠게.
Look at his spacing too. He backs away so that Zeus can get on him. But he's obviously still in range, and then
풀까지 빼고 죽였어.
I got him. And we even got his flash. So yeah, Chovy, you could say he's pretty happy about this. Although you could tell that even he knows this is not. Oh boy,
he might be dead.
Hayes might be dead. He is gonna cleanse as Guma is charging in, but Fate's Call exists. As there you go. Gonna pick up that turret with the second Rift Herald. Not bad for T1.
Yeah, of all the people that catch shockwaves, Doran and Peanut will not particularly care. Anyone else still going to have to be somewhat respectful. And Faker picking up some early kills and already being level 11 is good because that is the insurance policy, right?
Throwing everything into Chovy here, really trying to get onto this Victor. Chaos Storm onto him, and that will be enough.
Big.
Faker flashes in, gets the Victor. They finally get Chovy out of this game.
There you go. That's money. Well invested there. Okay, that's the insurance policy. That casts it in. If the rest of the map falls apart, if you're not able to capitalize on, again, it's still a 4K gold lead, then knowing that Faker is there is going to make you feel a little bit safer, although I don't know if he is safe right now. Might not be.
Dominus here. Faker is not level 16, obviously, so the longer cooldown teleport will be used, and that should be enough to push them away. Zeus is quite scary. They're just going to play it safe this time around.
Pick themselves up a Cloud Drake as well. Stacking those Drakes, very important. And ooh, who's baiting who?
Oh, they see a hammer guy.
They know there's two.
Yeah, they should know that it's Zeus too, but they have Delight coming on in, and the Wild Growth might be enough. But Note's going to go for the Polymorph as he doesn't have Wild Growth. The slow coming in onto Zeus will dodge the whip, and the Gore Drinker value is massive as Zeus will not be taken out, and Owner and Carriot come in and punish as 2 kills go the way of Gore Drinker Jace.
Oh, it's the classic trap in a trap inside of a trap, Valdez, where both players, or both teams rather, thought that they had the jump on the other team, but in the end it's T1 who gets the most out of it. Gore Drinker Jace, we mentioned it earlier, has been a build that has been on the rise and getting genuine value out of it right there. So he's really playing towards his limits as a bit of a dangerous teleport from Faker, but gonna end up working out nonetheless. And the key thing is, while those shenanigans have been happening, and kind of the problem that Gen.G have been able to deal with, haven't been able to deal with at all, is that while we are getting distracted by these skirmishes and these traps, Karya and Guma are just pushing. And wave after wave goes into the turret. They get further and further ahead. They're able to pick up more and more objectives as nice sidestep on the flail. And then the Gore Drinker value comes through. Karya and Owner perfectly in time to help out their top laner. And that might have been it. If that trap ends up working out, they get another shutdown. Could be feeling a bit better, but now everyone on T1 is monstrously fed, and we see, but we get a little dip in the gold graph, or rather in the incline. Now steeply upwards again.
Yeah, T1 Faker. I mean, he's almost got his 2-item spike here. Yeah. Still needs 4 minutes for the rod, but it's fine. I mean, he also has a stopwatch, and he's level 12, so he's a little bit more time, but he is actually just a very excellent late game win condition for them as well, outside of everything that they already have on the side of T1. Because, we had the 3,000 gold lead for the Varus, but we also have a Jace now that's very fed, and he's also going to be having a decent amount of scaling and obviously a lot of poke in this composition. As Peanut and Doran, will they beat themselves in? Again, the answer is absolutely yes. They get torn to shreds as Peanut looks to be down as well. That is Chovy picking up a little shutdown there as well as Pays. Maybe looking for a bit more himself as there is a Kassadin. Another kill as well on to Chovy here. So double kill for the Victor.
I know Peanut had to die there, but he gave his life for the good of his mid laner.
Of the colony.
Yeah, sure. Haven't heard about the colony for a while. We have to ask Atlas on the space how the colony's doing, because he's usually our reporter when it comes to the colony. And Gen.G is still 6.5k gold behind. Faker is fairly fed. Guma has been able to build up an immense item lead as well. And Gen.G are trying oh so desperately, but this Jace is he's actually so tanky.
Yeah.
Build makes a ton of sense in situations like this. Now Chovy again really trying to make his team reach the finish line as again Peanut goes in very enthusiastically here. Doesn't quite get the flail, and as a result, just go down. Very unfortunate, giving more gold over to Owner. But hey, that means that he has a shutdown still. So now if you kill him again, then you can get that gold. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Tovi's build as well, it is... I mean, he is just one-shotting
just going
people.
death cap.
Even players like the Jace, right, who have a decent amount of health, that has even the Merc Treads, even they are getting zapped, right? So Peanut looking to draw in a lot of attention and potentially bait them into a fight. That was him on the forefront. Now the Wild Growth, as they have so much damage, though. T1 trying to turn this one around. Keria maybe a little bit too far forward as Tovi jumps into 3 people, and no, it was just an elaborate bait the whole time. As now Pace is on the backline. Doran will get the kill, but Pace is all alone. And he will have to flash over the wall here. Faker is just hunting for people. As Peanut and Doran should be able to survive against one Kassadin who's not level 16, but a massive fight once again for T1.
Oh, they're just too far behind. If Pace has a Bloodthirster there, then maybe they can win. If T1 isn't as tanky as they are, even isn't as far ahead in levels as they are, then maybe Gen.G can win. But T1 have been able to... Did he steal that?
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done, Peanut. This initial engage looks a little bit spooky because the rest of the team isn't quite in a position to collapse. But if T1 didn't play the early game as well as they did, you can win the game here, right? This is the type of turns where you get an actual team fight victory and then play from there. The problem is, Chovy nor Pace actually have the damage to chew through these health bars fast enough.
This is so tanky.
Yeah. And then the exhaust comes through, right? Pace ends up going down anyway.
Oh boy, here we go again. This just never ends. And Tovi's dead, so that's huge. But Pace still alive and Guma's getting pretty low, but it doesn't quite matter because T1 have 5 carries on their lineup right now. Even Keria is doing immense amount of damage here. So Peanut's going to go down. He's going to be chased through the jungle. No hope for him. That kill will be fed to Faker. And now we're just going to have a T1 brand Baron taken at 24 minutes.
Unsurprisingly, T1 was able to build up an immense gold lead with this composition, and now we're seeing them reap the rewards. They're able to pick up the Baron here. 3.5 minutes away from getting themselves a soul as well. And might not be the most high-value soul, but if you're a Kassadin, you're fed, and you're getting closer and closer to level 16, you're still going to take it. Very sweet there, waiting for just a second so Guma could have a Baron buff as well. As, yeah, if you're this far ahead, Guma's just like, guys, let's end it. It ends up dying for it immediately because he flashed over a wall. But it doesn't matter.
Renekton disappeared.
Yeah, and this is not even Proudest Claw. Like this is Gordrink or Renekton as well.
Yeah.
Right? Dorn is trying to stay alive, but not going to happen. And well, Pace's BT finished. That's nice. Chovy is still sitting on only a single needlessly arch rod, and with that Baron gone, T1 should be in a primo position to bring us to a game number 3, Veldas. Very different game from the previous one, though.
Okay, well, the fun never ends as Guma is being baited in a little bit. You see Keria nearly dies and now teleports used. As both teams just never-ending fights as they throw a lot into Peanut, though. You see the health bars of Peanut and Doran actually taking a big hit in this trade. Keria will have to back, but, you know, no fate's call at this point in time. T1 incredibly strong and far ahead, so Gen.G themselves also going to back away.
And the existence of Keria as a Kalista support really helps with enabling... Oh, we're about to go there. 16 out of 16.
Monka clock.
There we go.
Oh boy. Well, go next.
Well, cashing out there.
We did it. Okay, we're good.
We have 4 people destined to get Faker to where he needs to be, and now Faker is there. He's level 16, has his 2-item power spike.
Lulu's pretty good into Kassadin, I hear.
In a normal game state, yeah.
You can, like, polymorph him, right?
Yes.
Should be fine.
Sure.
No problem at all. Chains will be used. I think Peanut is purposely just kind of running in the front, trying to bait out a bunch of stuff, trying to help trade, and
well,
it's not really helping.
They're getting the cooldowns, but it's not
Yeah.
It doesn't create.
It's because 5 people have cooldowns, and Faker's not even there. So, yeah, this one feels pretty done and dusted. Game number 2, T1 got a pretty massive early lead with all those bot dives as Guma just gonna laugh in the face of Genji this time around. So the chase is on. Wow, he actually just, he just dies to another arrow. And these guys are just falling apart. Down they go, T1, the slow and steady push with the Baron buff. They've only got 15 seconds left, but I think that's 15 seconds too many. Probably don't even need it at this point. As the poke is huge, the chains go in, Faker goes in as well, and nothing is going out. They are all in under the turrets. Pays desperate to do something with the wild growth underneath this turret and underneath this Nexus, but the damage is just too much. Faker, okay, they gotta hit the Nexus actually. That was a little bit scary. There are lots of low health bars, but T1 will get it done in the end.
T1 taking over, getting their hands on an early dominating draft, and then completely bopping their opponents. Nicely done. After a game number 1, it was back and forth. There was action. We didn't know who was going to win. It felt pretty clear. 10 minutes in after the second bot dive, completely decimated. The chances for Pays and the Light to play the game, even Peanut dying a bunch of times there. And T1, our best team bar none at playing out these aggressive early game drafts. Because if you put that draft in any other team's hands, I'm not believing. I don't see it. Like, it's so ridiculously execution based, and there were still some mid-game fights that didn't quite go the way they wanted. It was messy, but the gold graph really tells the whole story.
Yeah, I like the way that Genji kind of tried to fight fire with fire. They noticed, hey, our Victor's really accelerated, so maybe we can get something out of this, but it was just one guy can't do it alone, and, you know, I mean that in the way of the Victor himself and how fed Chovy was, right? Genji as a team trying their best. But yeah, T1 overall just way too good at snowballing the early game, as you mentioned, and they snowballed it into a 12,000 gold lead at the end of the game. And T1 will force a game number 3, a gift, a present from T1 to allow us to see these two teams play once again. Guys, we are going to take a quick break and have the space after, and I'm really curious to see what they have to say about this game number 2.
세주 필.
레이터 볼게 이거. 랭 이빠졌다.
쿨 짧아.
세주 잡았어. 세주 잡았어.
나이스. 유지해볼래?
여기 룰루 쿨이야.
룰루 집 가야 돼 무조건.
쿨 봐오네.
나풀 없어?
찬선.
얘 정어 없다.
라인.
너랑 쿨 같이 돌아.
오케이.
나궁 돌아. 궁 5초.
랭터 쇼진이 있다. 세다.
밑으로
천천히
쿨
본다.
천천히 할게. 그냥 타워만 쳐. 얘네가 걸어야 돼.
천천히.
궁.
밑으로.
칼리공.
나
천천히. 타워.
제리공.
대리필. 타워 쳐. 룰루 실 빠졌다. 룰루 실 돌아.
오야야 타.
나이스.
나이스.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Huni and Wolf, here to break down game number 2 between T1 and Gen G. This one, a little bit more cut and dry, perhaps, than the first, but it all started in the draft.
Let's start with the draft here because I really feel like what we saw from this draft from T1 is kind of the idea they were hoping for and looking for in game one, especially with the bot lane. But the Annie pick really messed up their tempo with what they want to do with the draft. This time they just banned it. They removed that from the equation. I think Peanut figured out early on in this draft, like, if we want to play this area, I think I need to pull the Elise away from them. But ultimately did decide to go back with the Sejuani anyway, so they left the Elise over. And this, I think, was a critical mistake for Gen G. It really cost them a lot of power in the early game because Peanut couldn't defend those dives.
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 actually drafted really, really well. But the thing is, I can't blame the Gen G because like these type of the draft that you need to execute it perfectly with especially Varus, Elise, Jace, Kassadin, Kalistep, all 5 champions. There's no front line. Everyone just is playing the carry. But like if you mess up one time, like it's gonna you can't come back. But the thing is like Gen G, they actually pick a more like skilling champ. But the thing is like they play really well. But I think that it's just like the T1 snowball. I would say just like it was out of the mind. Yeah, it was perfectly, really, really good.
Yeah.
Clean.
It was pretty ridiculous. The reason why we highlight the Elise and, of course, the Callista is that it makes the diving so much easier there towards the bottom side. And speaking of which, let's have a look at our first highlights, which is honestly where the game kinda was decided.
Yeah, essentially. Elise can dive so well with Repel. This is a really clean arrow from Guma. He's able to pick up Haze here, and you can see that there's just no way for Peanut to actually deter these dives once they're on top of the turret. And that's exactly what Callista Varus is going to do. Double Hail of Blades here in the bottom lane allows them so much damage, and they just do it again.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like really funny that they actually make the turret stronger to make sure not happen, like this kind of thing happen.
Yeah,
but
right.
the thing is like after that patch, you know, thing happened, the Elise peak and bend rate, it went way higher because the Elise can actually just not take the damage from the turret. And those strategy still works perfectly.
You'd have to like change the turret to make sure if like someone's within turret range for a certain amount of time, it starts firing at them or something, because they could just wait and be like, all right, 3, 2, 1. And you literally hear this in comms with teams where they count down 3, 2, 1 and then go kill somebody. Juggle the aggro perfectly, as T1 did twice there. The Varus got massively ahead. It was a 3,000 gold lead in the mid game. And yeah, some of those scrappy fights we're going to get into in a moment here, Varus can't do as much, but they really hurt the ability for Zeri to basically be a champion for the rest of the game.
Yeah, let's have a look at our second highlight here, which was definitely a lot of chaos, but honestly, it was just T1 in their element. It's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the like really overextended play from the Chovy. I guess he thought like he can actually finish the older champion that they were just like kind of low, but I think he missed the ultimate after. I think Keria played really, really well after the Chovy flash, or like after he make a overplay and they can't win anymore.
Zeus played this game so beautifully too on the Jace. He didn't play poke, he just played for skirmishes because he knew that T1 were going to be in these fights constantly where Gen G were trying to fight their way back. He went for the Gore Drinker, and in a lot of these fights he just plays it so cleanly, never really goes into range for him that much in these fights, just constantly getting on top of the weakened targets, punishing Chovy. And we saw some really big overextensions from Chovy and Peanut there in the mid game, trying to bring the game back, because at this point it's desperation, but ultimately it doesn't matter. I wanted to highlight the Gore Drinker value, though, in this game for Zeus. Like, we've been talking about, kind of been a meme, right? Healing, not that great here for him, but I think what it offered him in terms of having that extra health right now in the way this game played out, this is the best Gore Drinker game of Jace we've seen so far.
Yeah, the top lane situation where he manages to get that turnaround after Faker died was actually absolutely massive. But let's have a look at the POG. I have a feeling who might pick it up. It is Gumayushi that collects it. His second of the season. It's actually a lower number than I was expecting.
Whew. I mean, it's well deserved. I think in middle of the fight as well. I think he was accurately he's hitting on landing on the ultimate, and also like the lane phase was perfect. I think that's the thing that he actually make the assumption that after game 1, only Varus is not good, and the game 2 we actually need to poke Varus to pressure the lane more, and then get the prio in the middle game. Actually, just be able to poke more, and just even though it's not high pressure on the Nash, it doesn't really matter because he can actually make a play, and I think that's his strength.
Yeah. T1 gave him a draft where he could be the king, and that he was, right? Like, the draft, we were a little bit worried about it before we went into the game. Like, they actually pulled this off this draft, trying to do a lot of things, a lot of dive, a lot of risk, but they got the lead, they snowballed it, they fought non-stop, and that's how you play that Varus to an extreme level.
It was really nicely done, and now we get to see whether they can do it again. Let's throw it back to the casters and get into game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, once again for that awesome breakdown. And yes, we are gifted a game number 3 as T1 push it forward with the help of Gumayusi's Varus. They were really just feeling themselves in that game, especially with the lead that they got early on. And the Zeri here punished. Just, you know, Gen G left some angles, and if you do that against T1, you're going to have a hard time.
Because out of all our teams, the most notable one to take a lead and run with it is specifically T1. And Gen G, to me, is a team that can actually match T1 when we are on even footing. We saw the team fighting Perez that this team is able to show in game number 1. But even Gen G, who, in my opinion, are one of our best defensive teams, can't come back from what T1 just did. So that at least probably going to be high on the ban list again. Wonder whether that is going to be enough, as Gen G this time around will be picking up the blue side, so might be able to secure themselves the Varus this time around, because that really has been the pick that, no matter what, seems to be prioritized, incredibly strong, has multiple build paths as well, even though we have been a much bigger fan of a lethality variety. Not in the last place, because it snowballs as well, as we just saw.
It absolutely does. Gen G might get a chance. Let's see what the bans look like, as they were banning just Ashe, Caitlyn, Lucian on red side, but things are going to look very differently here on the blue side, you'd have to imagine, at least in terms of some of the bans. So really putting a lot of thought into this, and Elise will not be allowed. Seems like a good idea.
Unsurprising after what we just witnessed. That is the type of game that immediately makes you go, okay, you got the respect that you deserve, Caitlyn, another one of these picks. For T1, I'm wondering about Annie. Is that going to be on the high or in the first rotation? Or my expectation is that Gen G will not be one that, and as a result you can leave it up and then maybe pick it away yourself. Carrier has already shown that he is more than happy to play anything really, but he's actually played
anything.
Anything, yes. I didn't. That wasn't even on purpose. Thank you, Veldas. You bring out sides of me that I wasn't aware of, and maybe I shouldn't be. I don't know if that was a good joke. As final ban here, Jace going to hit the table again. Was not even the most pivotal part of the T1 composition, but is a champion that is hard to reliably counter, and it's also one of Zeus' most comfortable, even if you get to shut him down, which when you're against T1, generally you won't have the resources to, because you need to focus on other lanes. He has shown that he can bounce back no matter the game state. Ashe has not been banned yet.
Ban Ashe.
Well, that should be a B1 Ashe.
Should be a B1 Ashe. You cannot give this to Carrier. And Delight is a great Ashe player himself, so like, why not? Like, in what world do you not? I mean, yes, there are other strong picks because the Camille got banned, right? They wanted to get their hands on Varus as they knew Gen G would first pick Ashe, but still, you have to first pick Ashe.
Yeah, this Camille ban is a very interesting one, and does it signal that they want to go for an early Gnar? Do they want to take away and maybe enable Zeus to go for an R4 Fiora down the line? Not expecting Gen G to pick up a top laner in the early rotation, and you can ban 2 more top laners and then secure yourself a Jax or a Gnar and not have one of the more threatening counter laners available. Could be the case. For Pace, it's going to be his Draven again. Was very strong with that in game number 1. Now combined with the Ashe, still our most oppressive support that we have seen, although haven't seen the matchup against specifically Annie yet, and I'm wondering how Ashe is going to deal with the all-in potential post 6 and the power of Molten Shield. And to see in this match whether the Annie finally provides a worthy opposition, as it's just going to be Victor again. No jungler picked up just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a great choice, like, objectively, but I can kind of understand where they're coming from, because Chovy, if they were on equal footing and he was playing the way he was playing on Victor in game 2, he probably would have just single-handedly carried the game. So, like, when it comes to draft strategy, this might not have been the best choice, but I can kind of see where they're coming from.
There is also the fact that this Annie can also go to Faker, and we have seen that pros like the Victor into Faker, Victor into Annie matchup rather, able to outrange her and kind of keep her down for at least the early laning phase. So that can be another consideration. Now Kassadin going to get taken off the board again. T1 can just ban another jungler here, try and limit Peanut's pool, although already the S-tier junglers all gone. Maoka and Sejuani both off the table. Wukong already picked. Elise
Vi?
not available. Vi would be my guess. Yeah, if you want to really try and limit.
Peanut's just going to play Poppy.
Oh my god, he might.
We've seen him play it into Wukong before. The Vi seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, Poppy seems like a great shout. Really good.
I'm not sure how
well.
good it is into Varus Annie.
Yeah,
but
not great.
And then you can kind of draft around it with the last pick. So maybe not, but yeah, Peanut might need to dig into his bag of tricks here.
Yeah, I like that Fiora ban. Makes sense. Still feeling like an R4 draft here for T1, and of course with the Camille already being taken away, T1 kind of signaled that this was the direction that they might have wanted to go in. Fiora versus Camille, definitely a skill matchup, but yeah, it's just not. And it's Zeus is not, so even though we are not excited, we are
Jax.
completely fine with this.
Jax is left up, and I think Doran might give it a shout. There are some other picks you could go for. You could try to go for Aurelia yourself. I think the first thing he said was Jax, just looking at what he was, you know. So that might just be the choice. And yeah, seems pretty obvious with the way we've been seeing this matchup go recently.
Jungle Pool severely pinched.
Look at Peanut.
All up to Peanut now.
He's like, oh god.
What do we do?
What am I gonna do? Get me out of here.
Put Peanut in the corner.
I think he's saying Poppy.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm on point with these mouth reads today.
The Veldanalist, his skills at reading pro players keeps getting better.
I'm the mouth
and better.
I'm the lip reader. You're on the.
Oh, this would be this. Yeah, there are still a number of pivots available.
Oh, okay. So a Jhin support. Keria. Annie is mid.
Yes.
Yep.
Assume it will be the Jhin support. I haven't seen Keria play Varus support yet. I think. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point it happens, but it's not going to be in this game. And indeed, as we pointed out, will be rotated towards the mid lane. Faker going to pick that one up. And
Keria has played Ashe, Caitlyn, Jhin, Kalista, and Twitch. So that's 5 different quote-unquote AD champions.
Yeah, if you show that champion pool and you told people, yeah, Keria is actually going to role swap to AD carry in 2023, they will believe you. As these drafts, to me, feel relatively well-balanced. The Ashe is my big question mark. Is the Ashe going to be as big a problem as we have seen in the past? It has been an almost uncounterable menace. There is no Sejuani. Takes away a little bit of the threat. Also, the return of Peanut, his Poppy. Good into the Wukong, sure, but is it going to actually have the impact that it had before? Has been nerfed repeatedly. Has disappeared from the meta.
Guy on the left, bottom left is like, it's my first time at LOL Park, and my wife is a huge Chovy fan. Not a big surprise. Chovy does have quite a lot of fans. There's also a very cute Keria sign. As this is going to get even more interesting. Some more picks that have been permabanned in the past are now hitting the Rift once again. Annie is back. Ashe, especially, is back on the Rift as Faker is playing Annie once again. See if it works out for him here as we're jumping onto the Rift for game number 3. Here we go. As I said once again for Faker, but actually I don't believe he has played it this season. I think it was the Yone.
I have a feeling we're gonna see when Faker played Annie lost.
Yeah, if he has. I mean, I'm pretty sure he has.
With the amount of games he's played, surely there's like a season 3 game where he's played Annie
74 unique champions.
We're gonna find out. If there's no graphic, then I'm...
You know who would know this is Papa Smithy. He's like, yeah, in 2023 winter, Faker debuted his Annie on November 23rd. It was 5:23 p.m. and I was drinking a Coca-Cola. I would not be surprised, but I'm sure our stats team can get on that.
Might just have never played it. And in that case, we get a unique Faker champion graphic.
Yep.
So
Number 75?
we'll find out no matter what. Doran going to play a little aggressive here. Now, of course, Jax does have a substantial amount of level 1 power, but this is Grasp and no Ghost, so Doran needs to be a little bit more respectful. Early control being taken here by Gumayushi and Keria. But this is Ashe and Draven level 1.
All right, this level 1 is going to be extremely important. Fourth shot. Here comes Peanut. He's on vision. The heal already used. And flash. As Keria's like, no. This is not the way the spot lane will play out tonight.
Not getting taken down early. Flash for Keria already taken away as Peanut's just going to start this. Owner is going to be there as well. And I don't think Peanut knows. We'll know now.
Yeah, now he knows. And he's trying to trade onto Peanut. Here is Owner now backing away and leashing the blue buff.
There is bot side prio. We do have the first roam coming over from the light.
Here comes the level 2 Ashe roam into the enemy jungle.
But now, do you have Keria and Guma moving over a little bit earlier?
Uh-oh. Did they go too far? Always the question, as a lot of damage into Peanut here. Delight as well, super squishy at this point, and Faker is looking for it, and so is Owner, trying to extend that queue, as FaZe will be forced to cleanse, as we are walking on the thinnest tightrope some of these plays.
But no one dies.
There we go. No, it wasn't 75, it was 74. Oh, there you go. So first time for Faker on Annie.
So Papa would have known that as well.
Yeah.
He would have said, no, this is the first.
Yeah, he would have.
Man. Papa's doing well.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. The team is doing exceptionally well, even though I really miss Prince.
I do, yeah. And Vikla.
Yeah. Both of them. But they're in good hands, which
KT's
is nice.
doing okay.
Yeah, okay. KT's not complaining.
Yeah.
Not even Sandbox is complaining, which is kind of wild given the the swap that they made working out as well as it has.
Somehow Envy is just really good now.
He is. And
really stable.
Shocking turn of events. You never know when the season starts what's going to happen. Due to the early game shenanigans, both our junglers are fairly behind the curve. So we have Peanut, still only level 3, just now getting to his 4th camp. Same for Owner, although he is clearing a little bit faster. Keria just saying hello in mid.
Yeah.
As
ooh, he's going to extend that stun. There's the Q and a bunch of damage coming in. And there it is, flash on in, but Doran is baited. As Zeus just laughs in his face and flashes away. He will win the 1v1.
Oh, he didn't have to go for that.
Oh, and here we go again. A lot of trouble for Guma. He's going to have to flash here, but Pays has got an axe for his back. As now, Pays going to get an early cash in this game.
That might have saved the mental of Genji a little bit there. Doran, goes down into 1v1. Unforced error on his end. But fortunately,
just
again,
ignore the top lane. It doesn't exist.
While in the death chamber, he pans over his camera to bot side and sees Pace just running forward, getting the kill. As you can see the moment where Doran's like, do I go for this? Right here. It's like, no, and then tries to fake it as well by moving out, but Zeus was so ready. And this is where we see the power of this early combo. Ashe makes it basically impossible to ever get out of a situation. Good sidestep from Pace there as well on the flourish from Keria. Unable is he to cancel the play.
Yeah, that's really the thing. If Jin doesn't have flourish, there is no root right before level 6. So the Draven just runs straight in a line at you. And if he's winning the trade, you can't stop him. It's not like you've got a Lulu on your side. You don't have a Soraka, there's no Yumi, Jin is not an enchanter. So if he misses his deadly flourish and does not root you, you are free to do whatever you want.
And early Drake going over, very helpful one. We again are getting some of our less desirable Drakes out of the way. So surely now it will just be Chemtech?
Yeah, Chemtech.
Yeah, Chemtech next.
Yeah.
Fun.
We don't have any healing or shielding on either of our supports, so it only makes sense. Wait, why did you let the cannon go?
Hayes, no.
Hayes, what are you doing? Okay, he's just trying to kill him, and he nearly dies himself. That is a stack of the rune here for Keria.
Uh-oh.
And here we go. Peanut is here. Can he stop them, though? Faker's level 6 with Flash. Here we go. Tibbers, say hello to my little bear. As that is going to be a lot of damage already onto the Gen G bot lane. Make it 2, and Peanut is just like, well, I got to try to do something, right? But Keria baits him in, and that is a double kill for Gumayusi. As Chovy's like, well, I'll just kill Tibbers, I guess. That'll make me feel better.
Yes, Flash, but heal's available, so you got to know. Can't actually get anything here. Absolutely pivotal roam there coming through from Faker after a kill that goes the way of Gen G. The bot lane state looks a little dicey, but then on the return crash of multiple waves, T1's ready. We have the early poke, and this is where you do see the value to come through. Paze is taken down very low due to the poke of Guma, and Keria takes a bunch of damage from the minions as well. And then just Owner, you could have survived, but with Faker also being there, there is no way in hell that you're ever living here. Very, very well done there. And the subsequent kill on Pace means that his next big shutdown is going to, or his cash out rather, is going to be quite a while away. And all of a sudden the game state looking way better for T1. 2 kills going over to Guma is pretty much a dream scenario. Now double Dirk again for this bot lane.
Yeah. And it's such a rough situation to get yourself in. You just got a kill on the bottom side. You're trying to put on pressure. And on the first crash after on your turret, there's 4 people in your lane. You have your jungler there as well. And you're feeling like, okay, like Paze is pretty strong. We should be okay. But just the fact that Faker's there makes it you can't win. You can't win the fight. It's 4v3, you're under your turret, it doesn't matter. Tibbers exists, you've got a stun, you have 7 different ways to engage. And that's all it takes. And all of a sudden, it's just a massive swing of gold into T1's pockets from the one play.
And unlike the previous game, where we had, in game number 2 in particular, a very clear scaling disadvantage for T1, even with... Oh, Faker is got spotted.
Uh-oh, he is looking for more. There's the root this time from the Jhin. As Pace will be forced to flash away from the scary bear. As Peanut should be able to secure this one. Just going to smite it down, so at least Gen G pick up the Rift Herald. A little bit of something for their troubles.
Elida's ult, just ding 6. Yeah, as I was getting into, that Herald is nice.
It's rooted. That's
might be paid.
No stun.
Yeah, I was a little worried for Faker there, but he will be fine with the reinforcements
He's
still
got
there.
stopwatch, he's fine.
You're right. Should have done a Veldis check.
Yep.
Early Merc threats coming through here for Chovy. But this composition from T1 also has great scaling. You can just straight up front to back team fight. You are able to play with your Annie as...
Carrie's like, thank you very much, I'll take that plate for myself.
That is Carrie's plate.
They see you, by the way. Gumayusi might die here because of this. No, he's going to flash away, as that should be enough. And now they're actually poking back, as Peanut is the one that has to run away from the duo lane in the bottom side.
Crucially, Owner on his way, and Peanut has to wait for his damage to actually show up. The Light and Pace not able to join there in time, still walking back from base. As a result, no kill that is found. And T1 can continue snowballing. This top half of the map, by the way, we haven't talked about it for a bit because it's top, but after that kill, Zeus has just completely taken over the lane, is now 40 CS up. On, it's not even his most iconic champion because, you know, that's Jace or Cannon.
One of
But
is
this is the champion he debuted and then looked incredible, so I probably cursed him.
Okay, well, they see you. Can Zeus jump to the south here? He's going to run straight into Peanut as, yeah, you're not getting out of this one, buddy. As, okay, he's got a flash, though, as Doran's going to flash first. And they got the kill.
Flash first to show dominance.
You know, yeah, it's like, I don't need my flash. As now Faker in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get arrowed. He's going to get poppied. But at the end of the day, he has a Rod of Ages and a Doran's Ring and Stopwatch, so he should be fine. He's actually even going to drop Tibbers onto Delight just as a show of dominance himself. And, you know, he had Keria nearby, so might as well try.
This topside play, though, is incredibly important because it means that Doran, even though he didn't end up getting the kill, gets a moment of respite from the beating that he had been receiving from Zeus. Also, Zeus gonna make his way back to lane without actually finishing his Triforce, which is a big spike for the Gnar, and it's gonna give Doran a little bit more time. He will have his Sunderer finished, so I'm gonna be feeling a little bit more secure. The main issue is that as we do get Mountain Drake, and that is a big Drake here, T1 in particular is really going to get into trouble if their raw damage output isn't enough to take people down. You have some Shred with Owner, but outside of it, any Lethality Jhin.
Uh-oh. We've seen this before. Has tons of damage already into the Ashe, but an arrow just traded. Now Toby's in a lot of trouble. Double Cyclone should come in here. As there's the second one gets knocked up. But take a look at Peanuts Poppy just going to knock away Annie. As T1, they had reinforcements from bot and looking for a little bit of a snipe. Chovy has to flash it. Not sure that he would have died to that, but still gonna take it as cautiously as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna say probably. I've seen like fat Varuses at this point in the game with no armor on Chovy. It would have been close, but can't really fold him for the flash there.
Yeah, could have had a follow-up as well. You never know as Chovy, so.
But it definitely feels really bad. As we will get the charge. Was momentarily worried there, and
momentarily.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just for a slight moment.
So, what's really interesting, and I'm not 100% sure. So Paze went for an early Vamp Scepter, and then for a Dirk. But of course, used to be able to go Eclipse on Draven. That's not the case, and I do think the Dirk provides a lot of value regardless, but wondering whether that was a mistake and he tried to build an old Eclipse into an Essence Reaver, or whether this was a call specifically to get himself into a better position and be able to sustain against the poke from Guma and Keria. Maybe if we get, you know, a Genji win, we can ask him if that does come through. Right now, not looking too hot, as T1 is still snowballing this early game. This first Dragon, though, and in general these Mountain Drakes, are going to be absolutely pivotal. Well, that is a ton of vision control. Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you have Ashe, and it still feels unfair.
Yeah, it's rough. He's about to run onto some of these. Well, actually, maybe not. 700 to 700. A lot of the plate gold actually going to the hands of Doran in the top lane.
Ooh, gets first turret blood. That's nice. That's a little pick-me-up for Genji, who was in danger of falling way too far behind. The Genji composition, while it does have a lot of powers in teamfights, scares me as Faker.
Oh, Faker, he tries to zoom ease away from that one, but he is going to get taken out by the Draven, of all people, as meanwhile, Poppy died.
Really clean setup there to allow Pace to actually get his cash in. Well done, as Delight is showing again why Ashe is just permanently banned.
Yeah.
Is going for Mandate build, so will have a lot less damage. Not going to get the damage either. Early Umbral Glaive is going to feel a lot better in most scenarios, but was kind of far behind early on, so not wanting to take the risk. Aguma going to get this solo turret. Feels good. Not going to be the first turret blood, but still going to keep T1 on this roughly 1k gold. But as I was saying, while this is happening, remember, we also have the play on mid, and Peanut is like, no, guys, we can fight this. They could, in fact, not. CC chain, very nicely done. This is a fed Lethality Varus, so even if you're Poppy with your passive, you're still going to get blown up in a matter of seconds. This is really cute.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, here, Pace.
Not a difficult
have a snack.
arrow to hit either. I mean, don't want to take anything away from Delight, but at the same time, this is just what Ashe offers you, as Poppy Copter going to knock away the Mega Gnar. That's pretty large, as, okay, the huge burst though onto Peanut. He's going to be followed up on. Faker will have to pay the price, as Owner gets the eye and gets the hell out of there. Not looking for any follow-ups for T1.
Arrow hits a clone, unfortunately, for Genji. T1, get away, have to give up a kill on Faker. with the flash and stopwatch still available, could have perhaps lived, chose not to. And Essence Reaver now done for Pays as well. But crucially, they get the Herald, get the objective they were looking for, and they can maybe turn this Herald into a early Drake. And we talked about the amount of difficulty that T1 will have if they give up the Drakes. Well, same can be said for Gen G, as we're really starting to see why this Poppy's kind of fallen out of favor. I feel like she used to be tankier, Valdez.
Maybe it's just Annie. Uh-oh, Chovy. What's going on here? A immaculate stun might save him. Dodges the house as even Zeus has to flash away. And a couple of our best players here just butting heads in the top lane.
Looking a lot more like game number 1. I'm
That's
loving
good news.
it.
That's
it's
good news.
Regardless of who you're cheering for, very exciting to see these two teams be so evenly matched.
Still anyone's game from here, too.
Really is. Yeah.
As Victor is kind of out of control right now. Here you're just gonna, you know,
Man,
he's
Ash.
seen some crazy hitboxes before in his time. So he says, no thank you. Baker, nice stun, is going to deny any follow-up from Doran.
First strike, 18 gold. Right in the pocket.
It was only a matter of time until everybody takes first strike. As, okay, the chain's gonna hit Chovy. The follow-up should be huge, as there you go. The shots, 1, 2, 3 is blocked. And 4? No. Nice try. Delight is gonna get in front of that with this flash, though.
True team player is Delight. But that does mean that the Drake's gonna go over. And champions like Draven also not the biggest fans of having to play into a ton of resistances. We do have a build from Chovy that should be able to deal with these tankier builds a little bit better. Going for the Leandries. Expect him to go for a Void Staff third as well. And it's not impossible if Pays hits late game, but we're still very far off of that. And the main issue that I have with the Gen G team comp is that particularly when Faker or Zeus has flash available, it becomes so hard for the Gen G bottom lane to play the game. Because unless you can match flashes, any form of CC from T1 kills you.
Oh, here we go again. Alley-ooped in, and Guma's just dead. Another cash in for Pays. Make that 3 in this game. Chovy in a little bit of trouble. To follow up with the Cyclone might be enough to get him down, but Keria is zoned by the Chaos Storm. Doesn't matter. Owner is able to get the job done. They're trying to chase him down. Not sure about this one. Doran in a bit of trouble, but nearly able to take out the monkey on the backside of this one. Owner will just barely survive.
Oh, eggs into the Pays basket. Here for Gen G, more and more kills being fed into this Draven. And Pays has been playing incredible. That's not really my issue. It's just that T1's backline access is so insanely strong. And any form of CC landing is an immediate kill. We also saw, as Pays answers our question, picks himself up, that BT second. So going to be tougher to kill than he would otherwise be. This is my favorite combo of this game. Right, like the arrow, like the alley-oop from Peanut, beautifully done.
ADC in 2023. They're actually in a really nice spot right now, but
yeah, no, they're still, they actually are, as we see what 480 carries in this game.
They're in a pretty good spot, but that one didn't feel good for Guma.
Perhaps more of a commentary on the state of support. Doran goes in deep, is not able to actually take down Owner, and provided that the Gen G bot lane can live and Peanut can soak as much damage as he wants, and Doran can kind of get a drawn-out fight, Gen G can match until the end. But I'm looking at T1 and the amount of damage that they have readily available on any of their members while still sporting a decent amount of beefiness. Between Faker with, now Zhonya's finished, has Rod of Ages as well, and their entire top half can be tough for Gen G to single out a target unless it's Guma or Keria, as we saw in their previous play. But as more and more Mountain Drakes are going to get stacked up on either side, getting these individual picks, it's going to get harder and harder.
Definitely will. A moment to catch our breath in this game. It's similar to game 1.
In the series even.
Yeah, in the series.
We haven't had a lot of those, Valdez.
It's been just non-stop action most of the time. This time it's 12 kills in 21 minutes. Still a nice amount, not quite as much as game 1, but Delight's got his arrow ready, and you know he's going to be drawing that bowstring if he ever has a chance. The next Mountain Drake going to be a big objective. The Lethality Varus and Jhin combination from the bottom lane doesn't make for the fastest Baron take ever, but it is T1. So we'll see what idea they have about this as well. As okay, it's going to hit a clone. Had to part the Red Sea there. Everybody was just going different directions.
And between the arrows and the amount of long-range initiation or long-range damage rather, and poke that's available for T1, it can make these contests around the dragon fully rely on who actually hits their crucial piece first. Is it Guma hitting an ultimate? Is it Keria finding a deadly flourish after an arrow or an any-Q hits someone? Or is it going to be the arrows from the light? They're going to be flying faster and faster. About to hit level 9. Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. Those one or two of those arrows can mean that you can't contest anymore. Around an objective, T1...
Okay, all Delight has to do is fire his arrow from base.
Yeah, that actually just works fine, doesn't it?
As long as it hits someone.
Actually makes it better.
Because
if it hits.
Yes, but if it hits, it's much more difficult to hit.
Assuming that it hits, it's fine. Poppy can set it up. Peanut can die afterwards.
Yeah, little alley-oop. Why not?
Grab him.
We already saw one, why not another?
I'm a little scared by Pei's
look at this. Who's flanking who? We've seen this before. Zeus in a little bit of trouble, but there's the arrow straight into Faker, but not before he gets his stun off. He's alone in the front line, though. He's got Owner as they do come in from the jungle, but T1 are being pushed away. The Chaos Storm damage is massive as Owner goes a bit too deep along with his team, and Gen G will get a very nice trade in this weird scuffle in the bottom lane.
Teleports invested from either side. But it's Gen G that gets the better end of the trade. Teleport towards the top side. They are going to forsake this dragon. Instead, playing towards the objective here. Trying and pick up that Baron.
They're trying to zone Chovy out of here. And fourth shot. Oh, we're not really doing much damage yet. Is Keria, who has...
Guma, you've stolen these before.
Oh boy, here we go again. As a little bit early on that one.
Oh, does have his W still.
A little bit of damage in there, nearly the timing, but yeah, Peanut's just going to be able to smite that one down without much of a hitch as Gen G. Let's take another look at this bottom fight.
And the big difference maker is that Peanut is ahead of the play while the teleports are kind of channeling simultaneously, and then that stun from the line means that Faker doesn't actually get to do anything until the rest of his team is already getting collapsed upon. Paze is able to stay alive as well, so the damage output very consistent. And yes, Gen G win this fight, and they also get themselves the Baron, which is big. But with what we're seeing here from T1, they are also a single Drake away from getting a Mountain Soul point, or a Mountain Soul rather, currently on Mountain Soul point, and picking that up to make Gen G's game infinitely harder. So Gen G now need to make sure that they actually utilize this Baron to crumble the base, get full map control, and ensure that at no point are we flipping for a soul.
This Jax on the side lane as well is getting really strong for Gen G. As Peanut's going pretty deep, but he is Poppy, so he should be kind of fine. Takes a big chunk as they're going to catch Chovy here. Nice amount of poke. And even the Poppycopter just going to be reset here. Not a big deal. As yeah, Gen G just trying to group around mid. That's not doing too much, but I suppose it's getting a little bit of space for Doran to just push bot.
Okay.
As he probably should not have jumped in there. He's going to get walloped and killed. Oh, over the wall he goes as another house going to hit him, and now he's going to get behind his team and barely skirt away, but this is not really what you're looking for from a Baron push.
They saved Private Doran though. He got out. Extraction successful, Valdez.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had to invest a lot of resources and also are wasting Baron buff, so it's not good. But they did get him out.
Still a nice power play, I guess. Could have been better, but
they're not. They might get this mid inner or an outer rather, but I don't know if that's really what you were hoping for, and I don't even know if they will.
I mean, the wave clear is decent. There's the arrow. Scary is just like no, thanks. I'm just gonna flash it. not interested in that, as Doran just a simple leap strike away. Zeus trying to 1v2 against the fed Victor and Peanut. Probably not the best angle, but...
Cannon minion in a dream.
Yeah, this will go down. There it goes. Mid-outer, finally claimed with this Baron buff. They did it.
Yeah, as you were saying, Val, that's not quite what you hoped for.
Zeus took a lot of damage in the trade as Faker just pushing forward, trying to stop the push once again. The scraps here of the Baron buff, you could say, still remaining. They're trying to make the most of it, are Gen G, but not going to get this inner just yet.
And again, pace of the game slowing down slightly. Pace also, I was worried he was going to be a collector. Not the case.
Arrow.
Wow, Guma was pulling back another arrow. Look at that. Yeah, oh, look at that. Look at that. Cool. He is level 11, so that is actually... Doesn't even have the cool field yet for his Kampong. So it's going to be even better when he eventually finishes that. But that might still be a little bit off. No, Pace got a crit cloak and Lefella and Dirk, so I was worried that he was going to be a collector. But that's a BF sword.
Yeah.
So he knows, and things are okay, because I can excuse a collector, you know, maybe early item when you're snowballing, but you're playing into mountain, so don't do that to yourself. And he won't! Picks up the Infinity Edge now, and that's a big spike that they're going to need to contest this next dragon, because T1 can give this one up and maybe look for a counterplay, get themselves a turret or two. But for Gen G, this is a really important objective to pick up.
Yeah. We see on the side of T1, actually...
The ruler spot?
Did Pace learn from his older Gen G brother?
Yeah, as far as... of course, we haven't been able to watch Love LPL. From what I heard, Ruler still has the ruler spot. It's still a thing. It's still happening.
Never goes away.
Never goes away.
Why would it? It's his spot.
As good as he is, that's just where he's going to be found. Whee!
It's not going to hit anything, but that's okay. He'll have it, maybe a couple for the next Drake. He's fine with that.
Oh, yeah, he's finished his cool fits as well. Look at that cooldown. Oh, man.
Yeah. All right, we're almost halfway there.
Oh, I love this flank from Owen.
Nice.
Again, backline access is key here if you are T1. I would love to see some really thorough warding from Gen G behind their, or in their own jungle rather, behind their front lines to make sure that Owner doesn't, or Zeus even, doesn't find a way in. He's been hiding in fog for quite a while now.
Very sneaky Owner, but he definitely doesn't want to engage onto the Jax. And right now, Doran is kind of the keeper in the mid lane. So he'll just hold on to that as there's the arrow. It's going to catch Faker, but not a huge follow-up. Maybe trying to knock someone away here. Is Faker even going to get healed up by Guma, just trying to get him to safety. Hoppycopter reset.
Owner is going to get spotted. They know about the flank. Yeah, he might have to give this one up.
TP from bot to mid. As Zeus is trying to group up with the team. Chovy, a slightly awkward spot, but it looks like Gen G will get the Drake with no problem, as that's the knockaway of the Annie. See you later, Faker, says Peanut. And yeah, it's just a pretty safe take onto that objective. T1 do have the first path to the Baron.
Wouldn't be the first one. That damage isn't amazing. Oh yeah. Oh, they're doing it.
Okay, Meganar, they're gonna try to turn onto Doran, but he sees this a mile away.
The Ashe value.
Yeah. Yeah, you thought the arrows were an issue. How about like 6 seconds of vision in a giant spot anywhere on the map? Seems good. Hashtag not salty.
About Ashe making it through somehow.
I mean, you saw the trade that T1 made for it. The Varus has been such a huge, just important piece of the puzzle for T1 in this series, you could say.
I still really like the Varus.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely...
no Ashe.
It was a... No, it's no Ashe. Nothing is. Well, maybe Maokai. But even Maokai, we don't really see make his way through the drops anymore. Looking at the itemization spikes, as we will have the Baron live right now. Neither team expected to go from that. I don't know. Well, T1 will because they're T1, but in terms of spikes that they're about to hit, we have Zeus getting closer to his Wit's End, Faker getting closer to Void Staff, Guma just sitting on free items, still very far off his Cyrildas though.
Void Staff going to be very important for Faker.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have any form of penetration so far, and he's the only AP source on his team. So if he wants to hit something with a lot of damage, and speaking of which, Peanut looks like he's burning down. Faker not going to take the chance as he flashes in. Peanut just caught in mid lane. And now Paze is getting run down. He's all alone, trying to trade it back. That's 2 free kills and maybe a bit more. As we do have the Cyclone into this backline, Owner's going way deep by himself. He's got a stopwatch though, and he should be totally fine. 2 kills on the board now for T1. Where will they go from here? Is it the Baron? Looks like that's where their sights.
Oh, and a rough game here for Peanut. Did just now finish his locket. Maybe that could have saved him previously. Not going to be the case. Love the itemization choice, but dying there might have been a game-ending mistake. Valdez says now T1 going to be able to pick themselves up the Baron. And a beautiful catch from Faker. And the immediate, you see the kind of cutthroat, killer instinct that's available.
Faker's here. He's waiting for this. He's not going to stop the inner turret from going down, but
yeah, it's still Wits and Jax, so got to be careful. And this might be the play that ends up winning the game. Straight up, Peanut just gets CC chained. Faker then flashes to ensure the kill, and Paze and the Light are very far up because they feel safe. We have double TP coming through as well, but unfortunately not in time to actually turn the tide of this fight. So not only do you lose your Draven and a bunch of stacks to go with it, not only do you lose your jungler, which means that objective is immediately available, but despite T1 still sitting at a gold deficit, they are now in firm control of this game for at least the next 2 minutes.
Baron's definitely going to help. It's going to remove some of that side laning from Doran. It is going to give them a chance to fight 5v5 front to back and look for more picks. That's what their comp does.
And in a minute and a half, it's that Mountain Drake.
They're going to have the Baron buff for that time. See that under turret, Chovy and Paze do a pretty good job of just, clearing waves, even against Baron. So T1, unless they want to dive, which they're not really in a position to in this game, they're not really going to have a great time of just sieging. So rather than do that, they're just going to try to rotate. Look for other angles.
T1 back comes through from Keria, making his way back home, trying to ensure that all the ward items are stacked up. Yeah, only 100 stacks now for Pace. Still able to finish his RFC, which into the T1 comp is great. You really can use that damage, but the lack of a Lord Dominix does make me a little sad. You're already facing down double Mountain Drake. Top half of T1 is incredibly tanky. Even Faker. Sure, Annie not necessarily a tank by any means, but still with the Zhonyas, the health from Roa and the extra resistances.
Uh-oh. Owner's like, I can't dash over the wall. I have to flash. The junglers this game.
This might be the game-deciding fight, Valdez.
Yeah, I think we're about to have it here. Now no flash on your Wukong. That is one of your big engage champions on the side of T1. Stellite, he's just looking for any angle he can find. Chovy, decent amount of damage already onto him. It is just the one dragon. Here comes Zeus, though, with the wraparound as the arrow going to hit the clone. And no Poppy ultimate. This is going to be a potential fight angle for T1. As Meganar comes in, and the kiting from Keria's bullets is pretty strong, but T1 not finding an angle just yet. Tibbers is down and just zoning. And yeah, T1 not going to pull the trigger on this one.
Another heist. Gen G able to make their way out. And now the next Drake, whoever picks it up, will get that coveted Mountain Soul. Incredible amount of extra resistances. And for T1, this poses a problem. We will see Guma going towards the Cyrilda, getting closer to that now. Faker also has Void Staff available, but the damage of Zeus and Owner definitely not going to be nearly as relevant. Keria in particular going to be extremely sad. You want to play who wins this game, Valdez?
I don't know if I want to play that here. I can't choose.
It's tough. Really will come down to the fight for, I assume,
It's
the Baron?
Yeah, it's basically the pick potential of T1 versus the sustained damage of Gen.G. Like, if we get into a fight and nobody on Gen.G dies and you've got, like, a good front to back, you don't get flanked by an R, probably the Victor and the Draven are just going to pull you over the edge. Like, even the Jax at this point. Like,
Absolutely.
Doran will be able to teleport into these fights and play teamfight Jax. Like, that's fine with the build that he's got and the amount that we've come into this game. Zeus? Okay. Actually, just a Giga Chad move. Like, he's totally fine. As everybody, including Jonas Strong, was like, wait, whoa, you can't do that. Zeus is like, I can do whatever I want.
Oh, Peanut. Is it a trap?
Oh, not
but for
again.
who?
Okay, yeah, seems like he knows about it. He's not going to get locked down.
He's running.
Yeah, Sephiroth's presence going to help out a lot.
I love this locket, by the way, from Peanut. We already mentioned it. Last time it was in not so positive fashion because he died just before buying it, but will actually help because the upfront burst from T1 is the most dangerous part of their composition.
Yeah.
Between Annie and Zeus getting a big combo and then Gumayushi throwing an arrow on top of it, that's really what can end up costing you the game. And with this locket might be the difference between getting just a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra damage. I really like Gen.G's position in this game. T1 gonna have to find an absolutely monstrous flank or another pick, like they got into Peanut.
Yeah, just pick them, Forehead. You know, like, what could go wrong? Faker in a little bit of trouble, though. He's getting alley-ooped. Then he can't get out. That's going to be Faker now getting caught as Thorn in a bit of trouble, but he is Jax, and he's got a stopwatch. He is in a perfectly fine spot. Even hops forward as Owner's clone will bite the dust. Doran, though, not able to, you know, go into this fight, and Perry is actually looking to snipe him out here. Not quite going to be able to, as the chase is on. Zeus trying to buy as much time as possible. Even will Meganar them out as Owner not long for this world. Oh, trying to turn it around, but GA is popped. And down will go the Wukong eventually. You'd have to imagine, yep, there it is. Another stun, and the follow-up from the laser is enough. As this Baron is Gen.G's, unless Guma can steal it again. Nope, not this time.
Might die for it. Not going to be the case. Will walk it off.
Oh boy.
That could be the game-winning pick after Faker picks Peanut.
That's what you said last time, Chronicler.
Well, I keep thinking, and it just hasn't happened yet. But, oh, yeah, Peanut coming through there. This is Faker dying as well, again, with flash and stopwatch available. Can't have that happen at this point in the game. Going to be the Baron going over. We see Doran, what initially looks like an over-enthusiastic engage. Yes, Zhonya, not stopwatch. Zonya's finished. Of course, Jax able to build that now. Owner trying.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, I love it. Owner trying to get out, but knows that he is pretty much gone. And this is really costly, not just because of them giving up the Baron, but also because Owner now doesn't have GA. And that cooldown is going to take a large amount of time. You're not going to have it available for the next soul fight as well. And Gen.G might have done it. That would be a very anticlimactic ending, but if they get this soul...
Uh-oh. Here we go again! Seems like he's okay.
Okay, everyone's fine. Come on, don't get overexcited, fellas.
I don't know. This is... Okay, we have 6 Elemental Drakes in the game. We are about to have number 7. Meganar is gone. Now, this down it goes. Doran's got a great position, too, just to prevent any flanks this time around. Chovy kind of covering the top side. And like I said before, as long as nobody gets picked and nobody gets out of position or flanked, you know, Gen.G will have the advantage here. As there we go, there's the arrow in and Faker's gone. You don't have your Annie anymore. Now that's Mountain Soul to Gen.G. Just like that.
Disaster for T1. Mountain Soul on the enemy team. Not a lot of members that can easily shred through these health bars. Now, support Jhin generally not going to scale that well necessarily, but going to be way worse with the beefiness. Baron still available for another minute. Gen.G looking for the end.
Okay, they find Peas, and he really dies! Oh, man! That is the one guy that you cannot have picked, in
That's
fact.
sums.
I mean, everybody can die to the damage as OK Carry is searching. He's gonna hit a Poppy as TP in the mid. Gonna prevent some backside, I guess. Here comes the arrow.
Oh!
It's gonna hit him and deny this turret. That was a very long-range arrow as well. Saw the TP and a very easy lineup for Delight this time.
Oh, if there isn't a Baron buff, that TP I love because it will definitely allow you the time, but now with backs being half as short, Gen G able to get back in time thanks to also a nicely timed arrow from Delight. And maybe it's poetic justice if this all just comes down to the one Elder flip in 4.5 minutes.
It's just the way it has to be.
Does it?
Yes. That's what we need. I mean, it's game 3 of this series. We need an Elder flip. Like, we need to top it off with the cherry on top. Otherwise, what are we doing?
I just love one team fight that doesn't start with one
Somebody
person
getting
just
picked?
dying. Yeah.
Well, T1 would love the opposite. They would love a team fight that would start off with somebody getting picked, not on their team.
It's so tough. Ashe into the later we get into the game, like Delight's ult cooldown is already kind of dumb, and it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
The game is going on for so long now that he's just gonna be able to fire arrow on like 20, 25-second cooldowns. And look at T1. Who actually has a way of getting out of the way for an arrow? It's Zeus and Owner, and that's pretty much it.
Pretty much it's got to be Owner. Oh no, here we go again. Peanut is caught and down he will go. The jungler of Gen G is out of the game.
It keeps happening.
And here comes Owner. They're gonna get even more after this as Chovy not sure about that one as in he goes, down he will go, and Pays is just gonna get sniped by the Jhin. That might just do it, guys. I don't know. Gen G are looking for some kind of escape. It's Delight, he's got volleys for days, and that boomerang will miss, so it looks like Doran and Delight survive, but that is against 5 members at T1.
Why?
Well, 4.
Why? How is this happening again?
Teleport wards? What's gonna happen? Here comes Doran trying to frontline for his Ashe, and he's surviving quite a long time. The Zhonya's is buying time, and he gets out, but Owner won't have it. He will not have it. Down will go the turrets as they gotta click on the Nexus as Tibbers is just gone, but it doesn't matter. One auto will do it. T1 will take the game in 45 minutes.
What an ending!
all it
this
takes.
build up! And for what? Peanut walks into unwarded territory and dies! Oh, T1 get the victory. And all I can think is, give me more of these!
Give me
Give
more!
me 2 more!
Gimme!
I need to vote. Oh,
I think in this case, you can vote for Tibbers pretty, you know, you can have a clear head as you vote for Tibbers.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, no,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, I think
no,
so.
I don't know.
I think it's fine.
I'm not in any state of mind to vote after that one. We'll see what happens. Might be some English cast kick W's, but that's okay because after a series like that and after an ending like that, you're gonna need a little bit of time to recalibrate because
even T1, like, Zeus jumped out of his chair and everybody's face has just got this sheepish grin of like, oh crap, that was closer than it should have been.
Oh,
we got the pick and
not the Gen G pans.
I mean, what can you say though? Like, that's, you know, Peanut doesn't have a spot, but he did have some trouble with getting picked in the series, and I think T1 were almost just waiting for it.
Well,
and again, that's how their composition works. Like, you cannot face check T1's comp because you will die. It doesn't matter if you're Scion with 17 items, you're gonna die.
And particularly when you have Ashe, one of the best AD carries in the game. I guess in this case,
that was pretty
supports.
cool. That was pretty cool.
I like that, Guma. One of the best supports / AD carries in the game for getting vision in unknown territory. That's one of the reasons why the pick is as impressive as it is. As T1
We also
good
had the
about this
Fox.
one.
He's like, do it again?
Yes.
There it is.
That one's for all my anime fans. Love it.
I still don't know what anime it's from, and I would like to keep it that way.
I have told you repeatedly, Valdez. Do you never listen to me?
I keep deleting that memory from my brain. It's okay. No, it's fine. Anime's cool. Weeb's in. Either way, what a series we had here. It all came down to just, a couple of stuns, a couple of pick engages. But it did start with T1 kind of getting a big lead and then Gen.G clawing it back. And from like 20 minutes on, it was really anybody's game.
And we saw repeatedly mistakes on either side, which in these high pressure situations do make a ton of sense, but it's still kind of hilarious, barring great moments like this, that the game really past like 30 minutes was decided by, and that person gets picked, and now you get picked, and now you get picked, and then the subsequent follow-up took away any semblance of hesitation.
Maybe we need another durability update. What do you think? I should pitch that to Ryan.
I think if you walk into unwarded territory alone at 42 minutes, you should not be alive. So I think it's okay.
I mean, one of them was Peanut, the mega tank here in mid. Like, yes, he didn't have vision of the ward, but also he got stunned for like 5 seconds straight and then died.
But this didn't end the game.
Didn't end the game, but still.
No, it really is. The pick potential of either comp really at the forefront there. This was the pick that Gen.G found that could have been a game-deciding moment.
They said, we got him. Chovy flashed into Zeus there. I think maybe he was trying to get back to Doran? I knew it looked strange, but definitely an unfortunate place to get caught.
And then from this point onward, you are 2 members up. Peanut will respawn relatively soon, but Peanut's not someone you even remotely worried about, so with Chovy and Pace still in the death chamber, not gonna feel too threatened here at all. Next wave incoming as well.
They even said, like, oh, he's got Zonya's. Hit the turret, hit the turret. Tank the damage, please, of the turret. The last moment, look at Owner, he's just like, oh god, like, get me out of here. Look at this graph. Chovy did the most damage by far, by the way. Didn't matter in the end.
For one precious series, we were transported to the LPL, Valdez. That's the only explanation I have. We had the
earliest... this is pure LCK action. Don't give them the credit.
We had the earliest first
T1
blood.
versus Gen.G,
we had
okay?
record-breaking amount of kills, and we had a roller coaster of a gold graph.
Absolutely.
And every time that T1 and Gen.G face, barring again that early spring match, it's been incredible, and I already can't wait, because if these two teams dodge each other in playoffs, I'm going to be very disappointed.
And, I mean, who knows? It could be these two, or it could be DK, could be Live Sandbox, could be KT, who knows? We've got a pretty good season going on right now, guys. Either way, that was a very fun series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed, we had the earliest first blood, we had the most kills, we had the craziest gold graph, and we had the biggest throw of 2023 LCK so far. I'm Atlas, joined by Hooney and Wolf, and man, we got to talk about the draft. Honestly, in the end, didn't matter at all, but let's go over it anyway, shall we?
Well, I think a lot of this game came down to, once again, T1 playing around bottom side, setting up dives, and the prioritization of the Victor here because of the Annie, I think really backfires here, unfortunately, for Gen.G, because, yeah, we saw some really cool Poppy arrow setups and some really interesting gravity field after arrow combos, but they just couldn't set up picks consistently, minus some really great heroic plays from Peanut. And, you know, ultimately the Sejuani is banned and taken away from them, and this composition doesn't work as well without her.
I mean, I definitely agree. Like, it's surely like Gen.G was more hypertized the object control around it, the spell uses. But the thing is, like, no matter what, T1 had attacked the first attack side. They had options that they can just take it slow. They can just attack like the side lane, and then they can just group anytime. Like those things were definitely had a T1 advantage as. And as a Gen.G side, like the other way. Like they taken away the Victor and didn't really have like high value as much as a jungle it taken.
Yeah, and look, T1 got a great early game. Their advantages that they were able to build around bot lane dives once again was absolutely amazing. Ultimately, Gen.G managed to pull the game back, right? And we're going to have a look at how things started, because without this lead, then maybe the advantage Gen.G got was too big to come back from.
Yeah, and it's a little bit frustrating if you're a Gen.G fan. Like, how does this Annie come down here with stun prepped against the Victor? Chovy doesn't stop him at all, doesn't actually contest him or bait his stun out, and he just gets to walk down here for free. Peanut's here doing his job, but unfortunately this bottom lane is once again left out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, also from the matchups already, like Draven was like below than half HP, and Victor decided not to like push mid or like he follow late. Didn't really, you know, there was no impact actually, and those kind of things actually make the Gen.G early game like really rough.
Yeah, and the early game was rough. The mid game that Poppy was able to provide alongside the Ashe though was kind of beautiful with what Gen.G did, right? Like that's why we had this Ashe and Poppy combo in green, because we saw the Poppy Copter being able to be used on whichever target that he wants, right? You throw out that Ashe arrow, and as long as Delight is hitting the targets, which he was throughout the mid game, you can just say, well, we don't want that person in the fight, and they're gone.
And some baited moments as well, where the arrow looks like it misses, and then suddenly Peanut flashes the wall and pushes you into the arrow. Like, he had so many amazing plays on this Poppy this game. And then it all didn't matter. Let's have a look at the most disastrous face check of 2023. I mean, he scries this, right? And he knows some of the T1 members are up here. Guma's in the lane. And he decides, okay, I'm going to try to push over here and clear up some vision because we're looking for a potential Baron fight coming up soon. Well, there's no follow-up here. He has no escorts, and
he ain't got friends. He's alone.
Yeah, like, this is just so bizarre because he knows T1 is nearby, and there's so many threats. Both of these teams have so many potential picks, as we've seen all game long. Like the 30 minutes before this was just non-stop pick action, and he just walks up without vision and loses the game for his team. It's sad to say it like that, but I mean it's what occurred.
Yep. I mean, he definitely did also make a mistake one more time in the mid as well, and those kind of things were actually related to the critical mistake, and make sure that T1 can actually still be able to play the game and just, you know, what they want to do.
Yeah, Chovy also with a bizarre flash there, maybe trying to execute that backline target. Not entirely sure what that was about, but might have bought him some extra time, some additional damage. But everything comes down to one big moment, and Gen.G they choke a little bit there.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It is still regular season, right? Gen.G still near the top of the standings, but man, could have been that they were able to even out the series. Let's check out who gets POG for this one. It will be Faker on the Annie. The very first time he plays it, he picks up a POG.
74 champs now for this guy, and just had to call out the casters from it. They're like, nobody knows except Papa Smithy. We saw it was the first game of mid this season. Like, the Faker didn't play it before, and he just played 800 games. We had all of his champion stats up. Come on, casters. Yeah, he set up this initial dive. He had so many potential setups here in mid, and a lot of the game that was in T1 favor was about him. Flash Tibbers, flash stun, so many great opportunities he seized.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't show the one-time fight on the Reap Third as well. He decided to actually fight off, and he started a fight on the Poppy, make sure they get the Reap Third. And I think the Faker, where he pushed as well, they make the creative to play. That's what they needed as a T1 composition, and I think that's why he got it.
Yeah, 4 out of 11. Some votes going to absolutely everyone.
Yeah, I actually voted for Owner at first, and then I switched it to Faker. So maybe I was the one who gave it to Faker there in the end.
You had to sword of it.
And I think, like, ultimately what it shows is that this was a pretty messy game, honestly, and T1 were only winning at the very, very, very end and the very beginning of the game, right? Gen.G did manage to take control back, but really does show some strength of heart to be able to stay in a series that did look so difficult. Let's head over to the interview, though, with Gumyushi and Faker and find out what they thought about the series.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the PUG interview translation, and T1 is a victor after a very intense series between Gen.G. Congratulations, guys. You guys are keeping on to that first place spot of the LCK Spring Split. How do you feel, Gumyushi? We thought this match against Gen.G is so important, so I'm so relieved. And Faker, how do you feel? And also, you won the PUG.
이제 쉽게 갈 줄 알았는데
I was expecting some of an easier flow of the game, but it was really difficult, so it's a bummer. But still, I'm so happy that we were able to get the win anyways. So it was a rematch with you and Genji after a very long while. How did you prepare for this matchup today?
저희는 항상 좀 저희 팀
I think we mostly focus on our own play rather than the opponent. You know, we don't really switch up our tactics and strategy considering our opponent. We just focus on our own play, our game plans and stuff like that.
T1만의 색깔을 보여주기 위해서 열심히 준비를 해주시는 것 같습니다.
And Gumayuzi,
드리도록 할게요.
in game 1, we had the fastest first blood of the season and also the most kills in a single game this season. What did you guys discuss after that game, that crazy game?
저희 바텀이 훨씬 잘한다고
Well, in game number 1, after that, I realized our bottom duo are stronger than the opponent bottom duo, so as long as we focus on our own play, it will be an easy win. And then in game 2, T1 was bullying the bottom lane so much. You guys were just diving bot all day long. Was that the strategy you guys planned with that draft? So we had Elise, which means we have to play around the dive setups. And then we had a lot more, our laning phase was a lot more stronger than the opponent's bottom duo, so we were able to set up around bottom lane mostly. And this is the replay of all the bottom dives. The aggro juggle was so on point and no one died, even though we had so many kills happening down here. It was a perfect dive calls, I think. Who made the call? So because we had priority most of the time in scrims, so we get to practice turret dives a lot. So we had a lot of discussion, a lot of feedbacks regarding the bottom dive setup, so we kind of got used to it a lot. No one actually made an extremely decisive call over there. We just had the perfect setup and situation to go for the turret dive, and I think our teamwork was on point as well. And Gumayuzi, your Varus was finding the enemy with that Q every time. How much do you trust Kalista support from Keria? His Kalista is really strong in lane, which is Keria is really good at. And also, heading into the mid and late game, Kalista ult is so good in terms of the saving the AD carry. So I always trust him. I know he got my back. And Faker, in game 3, we had your 74th champion of the LCK. It was Annie going up against Victor. What kind of strength does she have against Victor? She can, set up for a lot of plays, and she can be a playmaker of the team. And I was able to, demonstrate some of those examples. And Annie is really good at teasing the opponent with the E Shieldon with the faster movement speed, which is better than Victor. So Annie is right now a really good pick for both mid lane and support. And you said, with the shield on, she's super fast, she just can't annoy the opponents. But what are the other strengths of Annie? Well, yeah, I mean, Annie right now is really cute. And that's her strength and charming point. And also in game 3, we had 7 elemental Drake, so many objective fights, and sometimes it was Genji that had the lead and control over the neutral objectives. But still, as long as we keep ourselves focused on game, we knew that we were going to win in the end. And also, game 3 was a game where both of us made a lot of mistakes, so we just want to focus up in order to get the win. When was the most decisive moment or a play that decided the result? Early on, we were able to get ahead by the bottom dive play, so we were pretty confident about game 3, and then the game was, a little bit falling apart, so it was harder than we expected, to be honest.
선수 오늘 POG 받을 거라고
And Faker, were you
예상하셨나요?
expecting to win POG then?
받으려고 했는데
I was looking for a double POG, but
컨디션이 안 좋아가지고
I was not feeling my best today, so I only got one POG. It's a bummer.
한번 기대해 보겠습니다. 그러면 또 페이커 선수가
And also
오늘
Faker.
생각하는 다른
Who do you think performed the best from
있을까요?
other four players?
오늘
Who deserves the
제우스
POG?
선수가 킬을 땄으니까
Zeus got a solo kill, you know?
칭찬 드리고 싶네요.
So, compliment to you.
칭찬 스티커 하나 정립하도록 하겠습니다. 다음 대결 상대는요.
And
리브
T1's
샌드박스입니다.
next opponent is Leave Sandbox. You guys had a feisty matchup in the first round robin as well. How are you going to prepare for that match against Leave Sandbox?
샌박전 때 MB
In the previous Leave Sandbox series, I got solo killed by Envy. I still remember that. It was a big bummer for me. But I'm pretty sure I can perform way better than the first round robin. So we will do our best in order to get the win.
오늘
And Faker?
승리하고
It won 2-1. And last Leave Sandbox series was also 2-1 victory. So this is gonna be a rematch, and this time around it's gonna be a 2-0 for sure.
좋습니다. 2대0
Looking forward to seeing T1 picking up a clean win up against Leave Sandbox, and this will be the end of the interview from Faker Kumayusi from T1. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the absolutely incredible interview translation as per usual. Gentlemen, let's bring up the standings and have a look at what has changed here as Gen.G tied for second place with KT.
Yeah, and KT just beat them. Now the gap gets even bigger if Live Sandbox actually take out D+ in that next series. So
D+ also moves to sole possession of second with a win.
yeah,
I mean, today's a day.
we are a 6-team region. We are a 6-team region, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa. This is like one of the closest top fives that we've had, middle of the season as well. Like, that's absolutely crazy. DK versus Live Sandbox will be coming up after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss it. We'll see you there.
나 코드네임 LA. LA라는 이름을 달기 전 나의 선수 시절은 그야말로 예술이었다.
Hootie has arrived and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Reckless goes down. Zatai gets a punch back, but Hootie, the quadra kill for Hootie. Pushes away from the third proc of the broken wings. Huni will find but fails the flash.
이런 플레이만 안 나왔더라면 정말 한 끗 차로 진 경기들인데. 난 정말 운이 안 좋았다. 조금만 더 운이 좋았다면.
그게 정말 운인 것 같아?
우린 널 과거에서부터 지켜봐왔고 모든 장면들을 보면서 너의 작은 습관 하나하나까지 다 파악했지. 그래서
너 분석된 거야.
자, 그러면 5번째 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작하도록 하겠다. 이제 어느덧 리그의 절반이 지나가고 있어. 이제 서서히 각 리그별로 강팀들의 윤곽이 이제 드러날 거란 말이야. 백문이 불여일견이야. 아무리 우리가 말로 이렇게 떠들어봐야 직접 보는 게 확실하단 말이야. 그래서 베스트 플레이 그리고 워스트 플레이를 찾아오라고 했는데 베이징,
네.
너부터 보고할 수 있도록.
국장님, 데프트, 미스틱, 바이퍼. 이 3명의 공통점이 뭔지 아십니까?
3글자 닉네임.
그것도 있고.
꽃미남?
그런 거 말고 게임적으로.
그러니까 뭐 퀴즈 아니야 지금? 말을 해 처음부터 그냥.
원딜러라는 공통점이 있습니다.
알지, 당연히 원딜러라는 건 알지.
근데 한 가지 수식어가 붙죠.
무슨
중국에서 전설을 찍은.
그렇구만. 셋 다 생각해보니까 LPL 리그에서 또 전설적인 원딜러들이잖아.
맞습니다. 근데 이 리스트에 한 명이 더 추가될 것 같습니다.
설마? 누군데?
룰러.
룰러. 젠지의 레전드에서 이제 LPL로 넘어가가지고 나도 소문은 들었거든. 좀 어마어마하다고 들었어.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte bad there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bad stroke going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple.
뭐 어떻게 해요? 그럼 오늘 베스트는 또 징동으로 준비가 된 건가?
물론 징동이 베스트 장면을 모아온 것도 있지만 단점도 보인 게 있어서 베스트와 워스트 모두 징동으로 준비를 했어요.
Jumping forward, Waver Gaming, never mind. They aren't going to give it up as Kanavi goes into the ulti immediately, but Carter takes him down.
지금 카나비가 잘렸어요. 일단 369가 앞라인에서 전멸과 함께 시간을 벌어줍니다. 그래서 나이트가 합류하고 표창투척과 함께 황혼의 정막으로 아래쪽에 어그로를 빼고 있죠. 이 어그로를 빼고 있는 와중에 룰러는 또 위에서 프리딜을 편하게 하고 있다 보니까 순간적으로 웨이브가 한 명을 포커싱하는 플레이가 전혀 나오지 못했습니다. 웨이브가 원했던 싸움인데도 불구하고 싸움 자체가 끝나고 보니 룰러와 나이트의 하이라이트 장면으로 손에 꼽혔어요.
이 정도 뭐 플레이라면은 뭐 엄청난 뭐 징동의 뭐 약점이 거의 없다고 볼 수 있는 건가?
사실상 이 장면만 놓고 보면 징동의 이제 체급을 느낄 수 있고 뭐 한타 구도에서 서로 간에 콜도 잘 맞는다라는 걸 느낄 수 있는데 이 장면 이후에 이어지는 장면이 또 워스트로 꼽혔습니다.
이렇게 잘하는데 또 워스트 장면이 있어?
Ult damage gets off across a couple people as well.
We were going again. Yeah, it was close. I mean, Carter's going to die for it, though, as he tries to get out of the pit. But, I mean, after that big fight in the bottom lane, it just looks like now Waver Gaming is so far behind in the curve.
한타 구도가 끝났기 때문에 뒤로 빠져야 되는데 룰러가 혼자 상대 진영으로 진입했고
Go skateboarding! Oh my god!
룰러가 잡히는 걸 의식한 카나비가 뒤늦게 합류하면서 이득을 전혀 보지 못했어요.
I think that is me.
이거 뭐야? 갑자기 왜 물기앗 호흡하면서 들어가 버린 거야?
이게 결국에는 명분이 없는 판단이 아니었다 생각하는 게 상대의 미드라이너 신드라 샤오우는 체력 관리가 전혀 안 된 상태. 거기다 룰러는 결국 이제 철갑군과 방어막을 들고 있다 보니까 이전 NIP전 2대4 한타 구도를 만들었던 것처럼 나 혼자서도 할 수 있어. 특히나 또 유미를 타고 있다 보니까 자신감이 있었던 것 같은데 카나비가 회전격을 쓰려고 들어가는 순간 적군 와이를 봤습니다.
Kanavi gets out with a disengage. Light tries to run forward, but JDG aren't done. The Shy says no. Ruler goes skateboarding. Oh my god.
빠지자라는 콜이 분명히 나왔을 텐데 불구하고 순간적인 소통의 오류로 먼저 룰러가 들어갔고 한타에서 패배하게 됩니다.
확실히 좀 자신감이 좀 독이 된 그런 장면인 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 골드 차이랑 킬이 어마어마했으니까 뭐 승리는 가져갔겠지?
아니요. 이걸 어떻게든 메워야 된다, 회복해야 된다라는 판단하에 룰러 선수가 좀 지속된 자신감 있는 한타 구도를 열다 보니 독이 되는 경기가 됐어요.
아, 그럼 이 장면을 기점으로 설마 경기를 해결하게 된 건가?
맞아.
The week taking down the undefeated, the kings of the LPL no more. JDG bleed and Weibo Gaming drain it from them.
사실 그 전문가들의 의견은 징동이 전승 우승도 가능하다 이런 조심스러운 예측도 있었는데 웨이보도 뭐 가만 보니까 뭐 멤버가 뭐 어마어마한데 충분히 뭐 가능성 있겠어.
일단 봄의 황태자라고 불리우는 샤오가 합류했기 때문에 스프링과 함께 MSI는 사실 웨이보 게이밍이 가져가는 게 아니냐, 우승 후보라고 평가받고 있는 징동을 상대로 역전승을 또 했기 때문에 중국 쪽에선 웨이보의 응원이 더 크게 이어지고 있습니다.
그럼 어쨌든 뭐 징동뿐만이 아니라 이 웨이보도 같이 좀 경계를 해야 될 것 같고 확실히 이 슈퍼플레이랑 스로잉이랑 이제 한 끗 차이라고 하는데 오늘 징동을 보니까 확실히 좀 그런 게 이해가 가는구만. 그러면 뭐 에펠은 됐고 바로 베를린 준비됐어?
가피데. 국장님, LEC 하면 어떤 팀이 먼저 생각나십니까?
LEC 하면 그래도 우리 또 LA가 있었던 푸나틱 아닌가? LEC 푸나틱.
That's no. 방금 하신 말씀은 아주 빅 미스테이크예요. LEC에서 푸나틱의 시대는 접은 지가 오래됐죠.
아, 그래?
이제는 G2의 시대. 당연히 저도 거기에 맞춰서 이번에 준비한 건 G2의 베스트와 워스트입니다.
근데 그 G2 같은 경우에는 뭐 최근에 상승세를 타고 있으면 뭐 베스트 이쪽도 워스트가 같이 있단 말이야?
아시잖아요. LEC 한 판 한 판이 붙는다는 거. 주말 호러쇼가 시작되는 곳이기 때문에 단판에서나 다전제에서나 왔다 갔다 한단 말이죠.
그러면 이번에 또 누구랑 만나게 된 거야?
바로 저희가 저번에 소개드렸던 아담담의 BDS와 만났죠. 우선 G2와 BDS의 1세트 장면인데요. 상대 움직임을 예측한 미키엑스가 이렇게 닷줄로 한번 호러쇼를 펼칩니다. 하지만 사실 저게 그렇게 중요하진 않았어요. 핵심적인 건 전멸이 없는 라이즈를 노린 로밍 타이밍을 양쪽 서포터들이 모두 의식한 상태에서 먼저 득점을 하는 장면을 만들어냈다는 거겠죠.
날카롭구만.
중요한 건 사소한 스킬샷이 아니야. 바로 타이밍이지.
적재적소에 존재해야 되는 그 챔피언들, 바로 G2의 강점 아니겠어?
근데 그래도 솔직히 닷줄이 좀 그렇긴 했어.
네, 좀 그래.
그리고 곧바로 이어지는 3세트에서 장면입니다. 지금 미드라인을 밀어넣는 캡스가 3레벨 타이밍에 제이스로 바로 바텀에 움직입니다. 그리고 거기에 맞춰서 레오나가 라인전 압박이 중요한 케이트린을 먼저 물면서 시작하죠. 물론 여기서 레오나가 뒤쪽에 있는 세주안에게 마무리되지만 중요한 점은 그 라인전 압박이 중요한 케이트린의 소환사 주문, 바텀의 4개의 소환사 주문을 미드의 로밍 한 번으로 뽑아냈다? 일반적으로 이런 플레이는 정글러의 이른 갱킹으로 만들어져요. 하지만 그걸 정글러는 파밍을 계속 이어나가고 오히려 미드 라이너가 제이스로 이런 걸 만들어낸다. 이 유기적인 움직임이 바로 G2의 원동력이죠.
사실 뭐 쉽게 생각하기 힘든 그런 로밍 타이밍이고 시간도 보니까 되게 이른 타이밍이구만.
그렇죠. 저런 타이밍에 제이스로 움직인다? 사실 예상하기 쉽지 않을 거예요. G2가 바로 이런 점이 무섭습니다. 다양한 조합을 뽑아내고 다양한 움직임을 보여주면서 경기 템포 자체가 스크림이 정말 잘 진행되고 있다 라는 게 경기에서 느껴질 때가 있거든요. 이것뿐만이 아니라 리그 초반에 설명드렸던 뭐 자크와 킨드레드 조합이라던가 다양한 조합들을 소화하면서 또 인게임 플레이에서 굉장히 폭발적인 모습을 보여주고 있습니다.
어쨌든 뭐 그렇게 유기적으로 잘하고 뭐 여러 가지 새로운 픽도 한다면 이거 뭐 어떻게 상대해야 돼? G2 이거 약점이 없는 거 아니야?
바로 거기에 또 문제가 있는데 이런 유기적인 움직임 그리고 본인들만의 뱀픽이라는 게 양날의 검일 때가 있어요. 종종 또 벨베스라던가 이런 픽들을 섞어서 사용할 때 사고를 치는 경우가 있습니다. 또 시원하게 사고 치는 것도 한번 보시죠.
바로 이어지는구만.
우선 상대가 앨리스기 때문에 앨리스를 주고 벨베스란 거예요. 일반적인 뱀픽은 아니죠. 그렇기 때문에 미드 다이브로 인해 손해가 발생했는데 그걸 메꾸기 위해 들어갑니다. 그런데 말이죠. 미드의 아지르가 순간이동으로 복귀를 하고 있어요. 그 상태로 그냥 들어가는 거예요.
정확한 정보 없이 좀 감정적인 어떤 하정이구만.
네, 그런 플레이의 결말은 바로 이렇게 적진영에서 쌈 싸먹히는 구도가 나오면서 그냥 교전 자체를 해보지도 못하는 겁니다. 저런 것들이 또 G2의 단점이라고 봐야 돼요.
근데 저렇게 사고 한 번 나면 G2 정도 되면 그래도 수습할 수 있지 않을까?
바로 그거 메꿔야 한다. 우리가 수습해야 한다. 그러니까 따서 갚아야 된다라는 그 부분이 또 더 큰 사고를 불러일으켜요.
이거
보시면은 명확한 근거가 있다기보다는 사이드 운영을 막고 싶으니까 상대를 끊으러 들어갑니다. 하지만 너무나도 부드럽게 깔끔한 반격을 당하면서 오히려 상황을 그르치고 말죠.
이게 사실 아지르 상대로 저런 플레이 하기 쉬운 게 아니거든.
맞아. 하지만 이 장면으로 끝이 아닙니다.
또 있어?
하나 더?
하나 더 있단 말이지. 마지막 영상 보시죠.
정말 구렁텅이까지 가는구만.
아 이게 추한 게 전멸을 쓰고 닷줄을 또 바로 쓰네? 못 넘어갔는데? 선입력 때문에 선입력.
몸이 그냥 입력이 된 거죠.
그러니까 사실 저런 장면은 뭐 LC뿐만 아니라 프로들도 종종 나오는 실수긴 한데 뭔가 이게 연속돼서 이게 딱 이어지니까 좀 멘탈이 나간 게 보이네.
그게 핵심입니다. 바로 이게 하루 만에 나왔다는 거.
어쨌든 G2가 본인들이 의도한 대로 게임이 잘 풀렸을 때는 뭐 한없이 올라가지만 또 안 풀렸을 그것을 또 다시 되찾기 위해서 좀 무리한 플레이가 나온다. 이런 걸 또 오늘 볼 수 있었구만.
H 자체가 좀 프리스타일 경기의 느낌이 있기 때문에 사실 다른 좀 워스트 장면도 정말 많았거든요. 뭐 대표적인 게 BDS와 팀 헬틱스의 경기에서는 일종의 LOL의 한타의 패러다임을 바꾼다고 해야 될까요? 원딜이 시작과 동시에 한타에서 배제되지만 한타를 이기는 그런 장면도 나오기도 합니다. 한타에서 사라졌는데 한타를 또 이겨요.
어찌 보면 최상의 결과 아닌가? 한 명이 없이 승리하면은
그것이 바로 패러다임의 붕괴겠죠.
그러니까 이 유럽은 항상 경계를 해야 돼. 항상 선두주자야. 자 그러면은 LA 준비됐나?
국장님, 제가 LCS에서 이번에 탈 LCS 선수가 나왔다고 말씀드렸지 않습니까? 바로 그 왕자님.
프린스?
프린스. 바로 이 프린스 선수가 활동 중인 이 플라이 퀘스트. 그 팀에 제가 한번 심층 분석 들어가겠습니다. 한번 영상으로 보시죠.
상대가 누군가?
상대는 펀젤 팀스가 일단 준비되어 있습니다. 백도들.
백도들.
보시면은 프린스 선수가 미드에서 심지어 라인을 다 밀지 않고 확실하게 나는 이 각을 봤다 하면서 그 장면부터 이어지는 거거든요. 얘네 좀 무리하는데? 이걸 정확하게 캐치했습니다.
몸이 좀 앞으로 쏠린 거를.
이게 또 국내에선 보기 드문 장면 아닙니까?
그렇지.
카이사가 나오는 거 자체가?
그렇지. 바로 무슨 리그? 더블리프트가 계속 평정을 해왔던 그 원딜의 LCS 리그.
와우.
그래서 여담으로 프린스 선수가 SNS에서 또 화제가 됐습니다.
왜?
리그 오브 레전드에서 원딜을 하게 된 계기. 바로 더블리프트 선수 때문에 원딜을 시작하게 되었다고 합니다.
프린스가 원딜을 시작하게 된 계기가 더블리프트의 플레이를 보고.
그렇죠. 그렇기 때문에 이 경기를 끝나고 유니폼 교환 시기 거기서 프린스 선수가 우는 그런 감동적인 장면이 있었습니다.
No problem, bro. It's really fun, actually, playing against you. Thank you. Really nice to meet you. Oh, swap. You're a nice time. Oh, thank you, dude. Really, seriously, you're the best.
아니 근데 플라이 퀘스트는 왜 이렇게 항상 잘하는 거야?
일단 플라이 퀘스트가 최고점으로 가지고 있는 LCS 중에서는 한타 능력과 함께 라인전 그 기반이 너무 탄탄합니다. 분명 저번에도 보셨다시피 케이틀린 럭스 그냥 라인전에서 그냥 끝났습니다. 14분 만에 포탑을 그냥 2대2 능력으로 완전히 박살을 내버렸습니다. 여태까지 보여주지 못했던 그 LCS의 스노우볼을 유지하는 그 강점 확실히 이 팀은 다릅니다.
그러니까 다른 LCS 팀들은 그 스노우볼을 굴리는 능력이 현저히 떨어지는데 그 중에서 유일하게 플라이 퀘스트가 좀 스노우볼을 잘 굴릴 줄 안다. 라인 좀 깨부수면서 그걸 한타로 바로 이어나가서 승리까지 쟁취할 수 있는 그런 능력을 가지고 있다. 그야말로 탈 LCS로 봐도 된다 이건가? 자, 다음 영상은 뭔가?
다음은 제가 그래서 워스트 장면 좀 가져왔습니다. 프린스 선수의 엄청난 공격력을 가지고 있는 그런 한타라고 보시면 될 것 같은데 팀원들의 움직임을 보시면 좀 좋을 것 같습니다. 그래서 빅나 선수가 어떻게 보면 약간 플랭크라고 하죠. 옆에서 옆구리에서 확 치고 들어오는. 하지만 빅나 선수가 조금 멀었어요.
허무하게 잡혔네.
그렇죠. 너무 빨리 들어갔습니다. 근데 여기 프린스 선수들을 끝까지 잘 보시면 뒤를 그냥 무호흡 딜링을 계속합니다. 그래서 공격적으로 딱 여기가 중요합니다. 어떨 것 같으세요?
여기까지 왔을 때?
여기까지 왔어.
딱 막타를 치고 빼면 되지 않을까?
보시죠.
앞전면으로 그냥 과감하게 들어가 버렸네.
근데 결과는 그렇게까지 좋지 않았다.
아, 물의 감옥이 너무 잘 들어갔는데?
다시 한번 보시죠. 여기서 디테일이 있습니다.
디테일?
팀원들의 무빙을 보시면 좀 좋을 것 같습니다. 지금 사이언, 아무무, 럭스 다 뒤로 가고 있지 않습니까?
백무빙 치고 있네.
백무빙을 치고 있고 제가 여기서 봤을 때 제 기억으로는 바론이 5초, 10초 이 정도 남았습니다.
아, 그럼 바론 먹자?
바로 그겁니다, 국장님. 여기서 딱 이것만 치고 바론을 갔으면 어땠을까? 분명 팀원들은 여기서 프린스 선수가 더 앞으로 갈 거라고 예상을 하지 못한 게 저는 눈으로 보입니다.
팀원들과 프린스 선수의 생각이 순간적으로 갈렸네.
그렇죠. 여기서 만약에 솔직히 프린스 선수가 앞전멸을 통해서 마무리하고 만약에 사이언, 아무무, 럭스 3명이 계속 앞무빙을 해주면서 커버를 해줬으면은 어떻게 보면 전 프린스 선수가 다 잡았을 수도 있는 명장면이라고 생각하는데 여기서 바로 의사소통의 부재가 확실하게 뼈저리게 느껴지는 그런 워스트 플레이라고 말할 수 있겠습니다.
그런 장면들을 보니까 이쪽도 뭐 약점이 없는 건 아니네.
분명 의사소통의 부재도 어느 정도 있을 거고 아까 말씀드렸던 빅나 선수가 아직 경험이 그렇게 많지 않기 때문에 뭐 조금 더 시간을 어느 정도 두고 봐야 하는 그래서 좀 경계해야 될 것 같습니다, 국장님.
나는 개인적으로 LCS의 최대 약점은
설마 그건가요?
LCS화?
맞아. 맞지.
LCS에 오래 정착하다 보면 LCS가 가지고 있는 그 어떤 어둠의 기운이라고 해야 되나? 뭐 그런 것에 약간 물론 요즘에는 근데 LCS 듣기로는 그래도 조금 이제 그런 것들에 대해서 자성하는 목소리가 있다고 들었는데.
맞습니다. 특히
맞습니다.
맞습니다.
그래 어쨌든 뭐 LCS화라고 우리가 이렇게 뭐 얘기는 하지만은 달라지고 있다고 LCS도. 그래서 항상 경계를 해야 돼. 자 일단 어쨌든 오늘 뭐 고생 굉장히 많았고 LPL은 뭐 진동이 아직 완벽하진 않다. 이런 것까지 우리가 확인할 수 있어서 굉장히 좀 희망이 생기고 진동뿐만 아니라 웨이보도 이제 조금 우리가 경계를 할 필요가 있다. 그리고 LEC는 또 돌고 돌아서 G2구만. 하지만 또 양날의 검이야 G2는 언제나 하이리스크 하이리턴. 본인들이 좀 무리를 할 수 있다는 점 확실히 새겨두고 그리고 LCS는 역시 프린스 뭐 이 선수의 활약이 어마어마하지만 그래도 빅나 선수의 경험치는 조금 더 먹을 필요가 있다. 요 정도로 오늘 정리할 수 있겠구만. 다들 다음 임무도 잘 준비해 올 수 있도록. 자 그럼 오늘 해산.
하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 얍.
하나 둘 셋. 야.
마이크 체크. 나 그냥 카시 공 쓸게. 나 눈이 안 보이는데 근데 맞공 쓰는데.
킹스 아질하죠? 야 아질을 뽑으니까 난리 났다.
그러게. 야 얘들아 화이팅하고 와.
화이팅.
재밌게 하자 얘들아.
여기서 이렇게 앞점프하면서 들겨봐.
그래도 돼.
각 받아도 돼. 프리스 오공.
나 불 빠졌고.
이게 잡아?
빼.
얘네가 살짝 쳤다 일단. 야 우리 여기 애들 와줘야 돼.
봐줘.
나 이거 한번 박을 수 있다 얘.
뒤에 봐줄게 하나 봐. 야 나를 점프 봤어. 나를.
나를.
나머지.
물로 봐줘.
데이스.
여기 볼게. 아지를 들어오는 거 조심. 맞아.
50 높을.
나이스. 미드 달려. 야 이거 각 좋은데.
가져봐.
갈게. 제이스.
네, 쌀.
야 빨리지 말고. 세주도 높을. 빨리지 마.
빨리 가.
제이스 높을이야. 나 괜찮아.
빼면서
좋았어. 나 이제 받을 수 있고.
이거 선 되냐 우리?
이거 줘야 돼. 이거야.
나이스. 5번 얘들아. 이거 터뜨려야 돼 알아봐.
이거 봐줄래?
떴어.
오케이. 푸른.
프리스.
나 이거 볼게. 가자.
루시아.
쌀. 또한테 빼기만 해봐. 여기 살짝 봐줘.
웬만하면 갈 듯? 가네. 좀 보자. 아래 봐줄게.
야 사인 좋냐? 사인 좋냐 없고 이제 천천히 봐. 제이스 보자.
제이스부터.
룰루 높을. 나이스. 제리 높을.
제리 노공.
천천히 온다. 오케이 빼. 와 바로 치고 싶긴 한데.
야 바텀
치자. 먹었어.
나이스. 다행이다. 너무 잘했다 다들.
나 쌍각 줬고. 나 볼게. 앞대치 딸. 보자. 좋아. 타워.
야 앞으로
다 빼부터.
야 루시아 파이. 오케이. 내가 들어줄게.
앞에 거.
루시아.
천천히. 릴렉스. 마무리할게. 나이스.
나이스.
정글 할 거 뭐 있어?
바이 녹턴
이달리 같은 것도 좋나?
한 번 하던지. 내달리 해볼게요. 오달리 가자 오달리.
이 정도였어?
인기 진짜 많다 너. 야 너무 부담 가지 마. 그러니까 편하게 편하게. 나이스. 딱 갱각 나오나? 살짝 볼만할 듯. 내 집이 없어. 먹었다 이거. 나이스. 라인 밀어줘. 지렸다 싸유. 파 밀어볼래? 지렸다. 야 방다해. 천천히 가죠.
더블링 안 내가지고.
잠깐만. 이게 저? 곤란하네. 지렸고. 나이스. 나 보려 한다. 나 살짝 봐줄 수 있나? 못 봐줘. 못 봐주긴 하거든?
저거 안 죽어. 바텀 내자.
죽어. 오래 버티긴 한다 이거.
뭐 빠졌노?
몰라 안 빠졌는데? 혜틀 드리블. 월클이네.
나 너무 흥분했다 지금. 나 딜량 좀 올릴게.
쌀 초시겠어 형님들.
나도 DPM 올릴게. 야 나 어시 좀 어시. 들어와. 야 타워 좀 타워.
제발.
야 타워.
아이고 지지. 나이스.
싸용 근데 시체 된 다음에 깨는 게 더 빠르지 않아? 근데 안 죽어. 뭐라고?
to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night, and if you enjoyed the first one, which was very back and forth until the very end between T1 and Gen.G, you'll probably also enjoy this one. It is our, I believe, current third versus fourth place outside of, might be fourth versus fifth actually because of KT, but
I was wrong on that one. That one's on me. That's not Valdez's wrong information. I lied to
you.
Two
are very close, Chronic.
Yes,
very
and
close.
There's the opportunity for D+ to actually overtake KT, which is what created my confusion earlier on, so you don't have to take the hit for that one. That's something as we can see. D+ versus Sandbox 4 versus 5. I am personally still baffled that this is where we're at with a Sandbox that is as good as they have been. But when we are looking at the game score, this is a prime opportunity for D+ to pull ahead of both Gen.G, who just lost, and KT if they get a victory here. Provided that Sandbox doesn't find an... I don't even want to call it an upset win at this point. Sandbox obviously can't equalize the scores of the people above them, but they can surpass D+.
Absolutely. Giant Sandstorm lives Sandbox. That's what they're calling them nowadays. Literally just Sandstorm in Korean. Looking to avenge the defeat against TK. You'll remember that the first time these two teams played... Well, hopefully you don't remember because it was really not a great...
It was dreadful.
I'm not a great memory.
No, it was...
But Envy has bounced back since then, so that is the one positive. Battle of the two playmaking mid laners. And this one's going to be... What is...
Goldie Roger. Yeah, it's One Piece. Valdez, I don't...
Oh, yes, of course.
It's an anime. Valdez, you should know better than this. You are commentating a video game.
Yes, but what is Goldie Rogers? What does that mean?
It's part of One Piece. It's like one of the
but why is closer
I don't know.
Goldie Rogers?
Because he's a golden mid laner, because he's been playing really well.
Okay. Lucian Nami holds the key to bot draft. Both bot duos are undefeated with the Lucian Nami. You'll notice 7 wins for Deft and Kellen and 4 wins for Envy and Kyle. Who will take the comp today? I feel like there's a decent chance we don't get to see it just because both teams are so good at it. They might just ban Lucian, but we'll see.
Wouldn't be surprised. Lucian bans have been a mainstay. The big difference to me is that the Caitlyn on the Sandbox end has looked good, but not as completely debilitating as that is the case for D+ Kia. KDA D+ looks amazing, but when it comes to actually winning and their average win time, they are struggling a bit more. And the individual players on D+ actually, to me, have been much more hot or cold, which is interesting to say coming into the split. I never would have ever expected that, but we've seen Showmaker go up and down. We've seen Kana, unless he's on the Crocodile, go up and down. Whereas for Sandbox, barring that first match, the whole team just has looked good. Yes, Wheeler and Closer, I think a bit ahead, and I gotta shout at Kyle because, you know, I'm still not over him.
He's really good.
The split, but he's
really strong.
Actually, so good. Very exciting match here today, Valdez.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Now, D+ Kia, definitely, you know, one of our top teams. I think after we saw their first couple of weeks, we were like, oh man, these guys are insane. And we thought that they were going to be top 1, top 2 potentially. And now they're here in 4th, rather. And, you know, they are still a strong team, but, you know, still trying to reach the upper echelon of our expectations, perhaps. Is this team definitely have tons of potential to even go further than, you know, these players already have. And it'll be interesting to see how they continue to develop through spring.
Love those glasses. Big fan. We have used them extensively.
We have them.
Look at the deft alpaca light sticks. Love those. Big fan.
Yeah. Here is Liv Sandbox. Bertel having a massive week 4. Maybe you want to ban Jace against him, but we'll have to wait and see. As Kyle as well, we end with him, and we always wonder, you know, was the Prince Kyle lane just so strong because of Prince only, or was Kyle a big part of that? Well, the obvious answer is that Kyle was a huge part of it. So,
yeah,
and he's proving that now with new 80 carries, with new rosters. He just continues to get better and better.
Really does, and has even been able to pull Envy from what was, against this very team, a complete stomp into a much better performance. Birdle taking on his old organization as well. Played, of course, with the Plus last year. And that was not the performance that he was looking for. But today, after last matchups, it's got to be the key player matchup in the bot lane. Deft versus Envy. Deft has been incredible, even though D+ have not necessarily hit the heights that we maybe would have wanted to see, with Canyon and Showmaker and Kana all having like kind of on and off days depending on how they are in their current form. Deft has been incredible, and Envy, in terms of stats, not looking too hot, but Envy isn't really the main character of this Liv Sandbox roster. It's Willer, it's Closer, and it's Kael. So Envy just needs to be serviceable, and barring the match he played against Deft, generally he has been.
That's all he's had to do. Just, you know, click his buttons, do a bunch of damage. He doesn't have to carry the team, like you mentioned. They get him ahead because of this meta, but they're also getting Kyle ahead, so that's also a big bonus to them.
That's the real
yeah, only the 5 heads get that one. And it's pretty interesting because a lot of our supports in the LCK that are really strong start with the letter K. We are the LCK, after all. We have Carry, obviously. Kellen is really strong. Kyle is really good.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's like top laners, top lane champions with a G. Gwen, Gnar, Gangplank, yeah.
But we don't see that guy. He doesn't exist.
You have Gragas.
Gragas, yeah.
There's just a ton of them. Don't know how these things happen.
Yorick.
I'm very confused. Wait, what?
I just wanted to see your reaction if I said that.
Well, it worked. I don't get it.
This is the Cartwriter team of Liv Sandbox. They have come down to support their League of Legends team. How cute is that?
Love that. Love the camaraderie that we see. Aww.
Sign on the right just says Willer.
And
that's it. That's all it says.
This is a toughie. If you're a Birdle fan, because I assume the back of that D+ jacket says Birdle, and playing his old organization here, D+, in my opinion, the favorite in this match, but with how good Sandbox have looked, not the clear favorite. The teams are very closely matched for an obvious reason. That's that, barring the first times that they faced, Sandbox has, even though they haven't gotten that many wins, been able to stand up to the West Side teams, and that in of itself is a really big achievement.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Blue side is the choice for all teams nowadays. Even though we did see, I believe it was T1, trying to get a little bit frisky, and they let the Ashe through in the last one. That's what blue side can afford you. You do have to pull off some tricks if you're on red side and you really want to get something OP. So let's see what Liv Sandbox have in store, as the Jace is the first ban. It's just banned often in this meta, but especially because Birdle has shown immense comfort on it, they take it away.
Sejuani also taken off the table. Maokai, a must-ban. Maokai and Ashe are kind of must-ban on Sandbox's side, so that already creates a really easy Caitlyn first pick. You can't ban everything, and this is something that you're always going to run into on red side. So perhaps you leave open the Maokai, and then you get the Caitlyn, but you're going to feel bad about it because you're giving up Maokai. But otherwise, you're going to give up Caitlyn. Not going to choose that, so Maokai here.
Yeah, don't give Deft Caitlyn.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
But the Maokai is another champion that we have seen be so detrimental to any team trying to get anything going in team fights or late game ever. As D+ might just ignore all that and say, hey, Canyon on the carry sounds good to us.
They say, okay, we'll take the best AD carry that's left, and no, they're just going to take Maokai. Okay, so this is the strength of Maokai. There is a quote-unquote counter in the jungle in Elise, in what she can bring to the early game and her dueling power, and her ability to dive much earlier than Maokai. So there is that, but still Maokai is first pick of all. And Annie has really climbed the charts. Might just be the choice here for Liv Sandbox.
Flex pick and go into support as well as into the bot lane. And the only reason we haven't talked about Varus yet is because Maokai was open. Generally, Varus is that B1 pick that we have seen many a time. Strong lane with the Annie, but not quite sure whether that is going to be where it ends up. If you have any Varus and then Elise, your early dives are extremely threatening, really easy CC chains that you can set up. And I kind of would love this Sivir pick. It makes it a lot harder to reliably find early game plays. Now post 6, of course, still Annie with the opportunity to take it down. And when you already have a Maokai, Sivir just makes a ton of sense. You already have the front line that you need. And
Sivir what? Is my question.
That's fine. We'll deal with that when you get the
deal with that later.
Yeah, if Sandbox throw a ban towards Lulu, I don't know how bothered you are going to be. It takes away most of the good enchanters, but can always throw together just and engage supports. Those are kind of back in the meta at the moment. And
wow,
Wheeler.
He's really throwing the gauntlet with this one, as it's been picked twice and it has won twice. And none of those wins have been Wheeler yet. Maybe this is his moment.
No, one was Owner.
Yeah, one was Owner. I'm trying to remember the other one.
I don't know. Good question. Could have been like a Canyon game, maybe? Canyon is another player that loves picking Lee.
It might have been Canyon.
As Renekton, unsurprisingly, going to get taken away.
Guess.
The one champion that Kana has looked good on without a shadow of a doubt. Now, Kana still has had good performances on other champions, but the Renekton is the only one where I feel like he is going to be good no matter what. Still undefeated on the champion as well. If I am not mistaken, Cassinan going to get taken away here, kind of signaling that D+ also expects Sandbox to lock in a blind top laner here. Still going to get rid of the Heimer, which has been dropping sharply in priority. And the tough part about the Sandbox drafter is that if they lock in a top laner, you still have no idea if this is any mid or support.
Okay, well, they were watching the last game, the last series with T1 in it, so they're going to give Kyle some respect and say, okay, you might actually pick Kalista. Jax is available, and, you know, Fiora is here. I mean, there's a couple of other options. The Gnar is not going to do great into this, as we've seen Jax be a counterpick to that multiple times. So they're just going to blind Jax and save counterpick for potentially mid, or it could be for support with that flex hand.
Can go for 1-4 here with a Fiora. Fiora or Gnar seems more like... I don't love the Gnar for the same reasons that you pointed out. The upside is that you do have a strong setup as... He's back!
Who the hell is that?
He's back, Veldes! He's here!
Never seen this champ before.
He's made his way back onto the Rift.
Are you saying that the Kench is unbenched?
I'm saying he's back on the... He's unbenched. It's done, Veldes. And a lot of the hard-shoving supports are already out. So for Sandbox, you now have the opportunity to either still slot in Annie towards the bot side of the map and lose a lot of the all-in pressure that she can otherwise provide. Or you try and maybe pick an Enchanter to something like a Soraka to benefit from the lack of pressure that's going to come through from a Sivir Kench lane.
Yeah. What is this Gnar pick, by the way? Because it's closer with Sylas available. Also, Jax was blind picked into this. What?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. But I suppose we are getting to the point where Gnar is just so comfortable and can get through any lane that players are just willing to pick it into anything, including Sylas.
So post the first few levels, I do expect Kana to be able to have Prio for a decent amount of time. And specifically with Maokai, the Gnar to me becomes a lot more certain in value due to being able... The Gnar into Jax in of itself, I would be okay with, but I agree that the Sylas really tilts it over the top because it is comfort for closer. As Veldes, you guys can't say this, but it's like pointing at the nameplate and like, yes, you are right, Veldes. It's closer.
Look at the nameplate!
And the only player that at this point is better at melee mids is Zeka, and he won Worlds with them.
Chovy plays a mean Sylas as well.
Okay, I'm getting carried away, but safe to say, closer was very good at them. And on any given day, he can hard carry with them. Giving him a Gnar ultimate for no reason is not the way to go. And the one saving grace for D+ is that we have seen that the Sylas has struggled a lot more, particularly into Victor, unable to find early game plays. And that is what you're going to have to find here, because the scaling of the Sivir, of the Kench, and of the Maokai is going to be really hard to match. And I don't think Sandbox even with the pressure that they have in terms of side lanes and the skirmishing power that they have great ways of punishing D+ early. So, good luck. If you don't find the lead early on, this D+ comp is almost unplayable to play into, and that's where Sandbox have excelled. They do have an incredibly aggressive top side with an Annie.
Yeah,
but
this
still,
whole comp, I mean, we'll see. Who's going to pick who? That's what this game is beginning to devolve into here at the LCK. Guys, let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. Uh-oh. You know, Annie gets her Pyromaniac, I believe that's the name, at level 1 without having to
She
stack
does
it.
now.
Yeah. So, they're waiting for a push from Annie. There she is. Silas is also very strong at level 1. And DK just going to bully them out of the jungle, but they still get a ward now.
Don't want to flip it. And their level 1 is, barring Kanj, definitely less impressive.
Than Silas Annie.
Yeah, well, it's Silas Annie, and also Varus, if he gets a kill, just clears the rest. Lee.
Yeah.
It's not fair. There's too many skills. So, call
60 gold to Kyle, by the way.
Yeah.
He's
stacking it up already.
Hanging out, collecting gold.
There are exactly 2 win conditions for Sandbox. It's get your side lanes ahead and 1-3-1, or snowball the game early. Because if you get in on even footing and you're unable to actually find any side lane pressure, and you're trying to 5v5 with a pick comp into Kench, Maokai Sivir, and Victor, it's not good. It's a bad time, Valdez.
It's not good. It's also bad.
It's actually both.
Also, it's crazy. I mean, generally it's one or the other, but
I'm not above nuance.
Yeah.
Things can be good and bad both.
It's true.
And in this case, it's really just that.
Yeah, if that happens. So, you know, they do have a lot of angles to get this ahead. I think that Willer with this Lee Sin pick is trying to say, okay, like, let me try to define this early game. And Lee Sin can do stuff as the game goes along, but not nearly as much as Maokai. You know, depending on how crazy the angles the Lee Sin can get. Definitely a higher skill ceiling champion than the point-and-click CC of the tree. But, you know, that's not necessarily the meta we see all the days. Generally, if you are going to go for a pick like that, you'd go for Elise, because she offers some other stuff and some safer dives as well. So you can, it's more of like a guaranteed early game, I feel. But Willer says, no, I'm gonna pull out all the stops for game 1. We're gonna give it a go. This is our prepared answer to Maokai. And I'm excited to see if it works out, although I'm a bit apprehensive about it at the moment.
Me too. As much as I love Lee, feels like this is a very tough composition for him to actually excel at. And Sandbox is the type of team that will look for early skirmishes, right? The early 2v2s, the early 3v3s, snowball around maybe a Herald, around a bot side objective, try and look for some invades, but actually finding invades will be tough. We do see, as expected, Brutal has prio on the early levels. Once Karnai gets the next crash, I think we'll be feeling a lot more confident now that he has some skills available. But Closer is going to get shoved in for the foreseeable future.
Really nice CS under the turret, though.
Yeah, well,
he got everyone.
But as far as enabling Willer goes, it does, or it might rather lead into some issues, particularly if Canyon can keep a good track of where the Lee is going. And inactivity is kind of the dream for Damwon. And as I say that...
Okay, some stuns coming in, but it is, again, it's Tahm Kench. I know it's been a while, but he is basically the same champion. Got nerfed a bunch and changed a bit. And he's still here. And this is what I mean when I say shaping the early game. Willer's trying to get as aggressive as possible and try to just skirmish with Canyon early on before he gets too tanky.
Good call. Willer going in very aggressive, gets the smite, even despite the burn, and will be able to pick it up. Canyon not having the smite available there, so was never going to get that. And this is looking good.
Yep, this is the first dive. I mean, if you're not doing this with this comp, you're doing something wrong, right?
Yep.
So, to be expected, and they do it very well.
Canyon gonna make sure that his bot lane will still be safe, at least safeguarding them against a possible follow-up dive on the next wave. And yeah, you're gonna have to just sack some early waves here. That is the reality of pre-6 Kanch Sivir, particularly into the early Varus. Will be on hit Varus here for Envy, as we again see that come through. Now he'll be hitting a lot of frontline, so I do think that it has a decent amount of value, but he himself doesn't have that much going on in terms of front line, which does mean that his positioning is going to have to be immaculate. Very tough to play out. But fortunately for Envy, after his debacle against Deft, he's been much more consistent. Not any of our best AD carries by any means, but as we pointed out, good enough to function in this Sandbox team.
That was also a weird time in the meta, as I might have to hold that thought. Closer gets in, but level 6 hit by Showmaker. Closer going to use Dematerializer to hit 6 himself, and essentially use that to say, okay, well, this is my lane now, but can't deny the laser.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Valdez. That's when we already saw Zeri Lulu into Lucian Nami, but it wasn't winning yet.
It wasn't winning, and Lucian Nami was incredibly strong, as, okay, there's the cancel of the back. Nicely done. That can be used to push the wave as well. And Envy just did not respect Lucian Nami, and he didn't really respect, I should say, he and Kyle at that point. The vision game around the jungle and the amount of pressure that the jungle can put on in the bottom side. And it wasn't 100% explored as well. So this is a very different time in our league meta.
Yeah, I'm so glad the meta is so different now.
Well, at least it's a lot better understood. Let's say that. As Bertle's in a lot of trouble here. Don't think he's getting out of this one. He does have Flash. He's opting to go south, and it might actually work out for him. As, no, can he just follow Flashes? Oh, wait! The Flash auto from Kana's not enough! And the sapling is not even going to chase him. Always chug your potions, kids.
That's value right there. Brutal gets out. Still his wave not in the best spot, but you'll take that. Staying alive there. Also saw Willer was aware of that gank, didn't cancel his back, and call might have been, hey, we're gonna get the Drake. If Brutal dies, he dies, but we need to make sure that we start this early objective train rolling. But now they get both. Brutal gets out alive, is completely fine. Yeah, we'll be a bit behind. One wave, not gonna be the end of the world. And Willa can use the prio that they have in a bot lane in particular, even though right now it's also looking good for Closer, to get themselves an early Mountain Drake. Incredibly strong, and setting them up, more importantly, for a very strong mid-game.
Yeah, the Mountain Drake is going to help out actually pretty nicely for some of their tankier members. As this game comes along, we got Lucian next, which is also not a bad individual soul.
A bit of disjointed there from Envy and Kyle. Kyle hitting a stun, but Envy queuing a Kench.
Willer is doing this pretty well, but it's just a red buff. Seems like maybe he can extend onto it, and it doesn't look like Canyon really cares enough to do much about it, or thought that he could. So yeah, they're just gonna continue playing around the prio on bot.
As they, both teams doing what they should. D+ should not try to contest these, and Sandbox need to do this. So we're really just handshaking in the weirdest way, where D+ saying, yeah, no, take it, it's fine, it's your red buff.
Yeah.
No biggie.
And Willer's like just running in a straight line through mid to Rift Herald right now, as we speak.
And yeah, we are seeing the back being fully completed, as Birdle miraculously here stays alive. Extra tankiness going to be enough, and then the Q. Can't believe that Flash auto didn't get him. There we see the healing to come through. Will stay alive, also had a Doran shield, so gonna be feeling good is Old Birdle making his way out.
Old Birdle.
Old Birdle. Well, I usually use that name for Dundun, but he's not in this game.
Yeah.
So gotta find a way somehow.
So MV elects not to take this plate. I'd say that is a mistake. Although maybe he's not 100% sure like where the bottom lane is, because
so
it seemed pretty free, but he wanted a better back timing, I guess.
Yeah, well, not only that, it looks bad, but also his top side was getting Herald. So if you stay for the plate and you end up dying as a result, then it kind of negates the value from... He could have done it. I also think they had a not intel on the top half of the map, but Envy playing it very, very safe there is going to miss the plate, which is unfortunate. And those are the types of... types of little risks that them not taking it is understandable given how the previous game between these two teams went, but I also would implore Sandbox to you do need to kind of start pushing the gas pedal a little bit, right? Because, yeah, D+ is behind about like 500, 600 gold. That's not going to be the end of the world when you look at the composition that they have. Like, they're freely scaling towards the first item on Showmaker, on Deft, so this Herald needs to be used somewhere. Would love to see Closer with this TP, maybe get Prio back in mid, and then look for an aggressive dive. But now, Kellen and Deft getting fed, or getting level 6 rather, means that Kellen can now eat, and I guess get fed. As there's going to be Blades in the mid lane here.
Yeah. Looks like Closer won some, so yeah, he'll pick up some gold for himself. Splitting that plate with his jungler. And you're right, I mean, really the only gas pedal that has been pressed has been the objective gas pedal. Willer did go from Dragon to enemy red buff straight to the Rift Herald. But other than that, you know, 0-0 game, kind of just chilling out. Willer hasn't created any kills just yet. So if you're DK, I mean, especially with the Tahm Kench, like when this game comes along, you might say, oh, well, Liv Sandbox have great skirmishing, they have great pick potential, but then there's just Tahm Kench. Part of the reason why this guy was nerfed into Oblivion and eventually kind of fell out of the meta was because he was really good at just preventing any sort of, you know, hard engage, especially like pick, like singular pick, and he's back.
Well, I gotta say, to me, Kench is one of those champions where if he's pickable in this spot, that's good. He should not be blindable, no matter what, which unfortunately generally is what happens, because we love our Kench in the LCK. But in a spot like this, where you're playing into a comp with a lot of single target damage, that is going to try and find reset after reset, right? Like getting the entire rotation of cooldowns in one guy, blow him up, and then move on to the next. Kench is kind of perfect, and Sandbox also had the opportunity to go for, as mentioned previously, something like a Soraka, to try and really punish it, but instead opted into what I think is still a great Silas pick, but also kind of shows that it's a little tough as, yeah, Kench just...
I'm just laughing so much because there were like 5 control wards that were used in this skirmish alone.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining, oh man, the Vision game. It's a topic of many a discussion nowadays. And like there was one being taken out and it got replaced, and then that one's now being taken out. There were multiple others, so now the side of DK don't have any control wards, and this means that they're not really going to be in a good spot to fight for this Drake. I'm not sure if they really should or if they want to, as we do have a trade up on the top side. Little counter-strike goes in and an ult procced by Bertle, but our hyper proc comes in, and I don't think he wants to fight that any further.
I don't think they should go for this one. Depending on what comes up next, the fate of the game is going to go in 2 very different directions. If the next Drake is a Chemtech or a Cloud, there's a chance. Oh, hold up.
Now they're going to try to pick the Maokai with the Tahm Kench standing behind him. That didn't work. As they saw very soon, as Closer's in a lot of trouble, he is getting pretty low, and nice little seal, but it's a bit too much as Willer goes in, kicks in the Sivir, and he's on the run. There is actually a chance as Kyle gets in and shields him. Not sure about that one, though, as it's not quite enough. Envy now frontlining is going to get a flash as he's 1v3, but everybody is so low that he actually is winning this trade. And man, a very forced fight from Liv Sandbox, but it actually goes the way of DK.
And Sandbox, unfortunately, they have to force that fight. You can't give up this objective, but they don't quite find the damage. And in our first fight, we immediately see the value of Kench. Right, Maokai gets saved from the upfront burst, Showmaker gets a ton of damage down, and then a really nice knock-up from Kellen. Closer dies to the sapling after all, and then even with Willer finding this play, the sustain that's available is still quite substantial, and without the Silas to look for repeated cooldown rotations, they just don't have the damage. And, you know, they all walk away with very low health bars.
Bless their heart, they tried so hard.
They really
keep Willer alive.
And they should. But it's not enough. And now...
All right, here we go again.
I think they'll still get this Drake, but that's okay. Because already getting gold onto Canyon, getting gold onto Showmaker early on, trying to accelerate their victory is wonderful. And it is Cloud, and that's one of the souls that even though I do think it's underrated. You can afford to give it up and still have a lot of angles back into a game, particularly when your comp outskills to the degree that Sandbox does it. The one upside is that it will make rotating around the map easier for Sandbox because, well, they 1-1-3-1. I don't see them winning team fights after what we just witnessed.
Yeah.
And we don't even have items yet on D+. Well, now they do, kind of.
Yeah, they got one item for a couple of people. There are 2 carries at least. Maokai, you could argue he's a carry because he does everything, but in this case, we will say he is not. Second Rift Herald will go the way of DK. As it didn't seem like Liv Sandbox were really in a spot to contest it. Closer versus spot side, he's like, well, I can get a free turret anyway, and that's just about what the Rift Herald is going to give anyway, so I guess I'll just take this down instead.
Bit of an oopsie from D+, giving up free first turret blood. Not a necessity, but they are down a teleport. Do know that Showmaker has gone for Ghost. Dana, do you think that they spotted this? As we do see some pings going down, so let's have a Tribrush ward, will be completely fine. But Birdo doing a good job of making sure that the turret doesn't go down. As a result, we do see that the Sylas is able to accelerate himself a wee bit further.
Mid now is just these 80 carries.
Wow, come on, Def. Do a worse job of sidestepping.
You were supposed to get hit by that one.
Couldn't even get hit. Unbelievable.
He's just that good, I guess. We still have that 25 CS lead for Envy. He's feeling pretty good about that. He has gone for the on-hit variant of the Varus. So a potential threat in these later game team fights. If Liv Sandbox get themselves into not like an obvious winning situation, but if they're ahead, I suppose there is a way for Envy to go for this, as that is the chains, and guess what? Tom Kench exists, so that is just going to be the Devourer.
Also, with the top matchup going the way that it has, there hasn't been that much attention from Wheeler. He's visited top a bunch of times, but hasn't really been able to find an actual angle. We do see that Kana, as expected in the 1v1 early on, is having a great time, able to keep the Jacks on the back foot. It's really only Keen as we do see some posturing, but nothing going to happen. That has been able to consistently win this matchup on the Jack side of things, but eventually we will reach the point where Builder hits second, and third item in particular will be able to just take down Kana because he will have enough burst to just kill him in mini, and then Kana is just going to sit there and be a little sad. But by that point, D+ is just going to look for team fights anyway, so...
No, he'll be mini sad.
He will be mini sad. Thank you, Valdez.
Yeah. That's the correct wording on that one.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, English is not my first language, so
yeah,
I am always looking for improvement. I've already kind of ventured into some semi-Dutch today.
Closer is playing Maokai. The other thing about the Sylas is that if you have an issue with the Nature's Grasp, you can essentially just steal it as well, and you can just say, okay, well, neither of us are engaging well, at least. So that's one way the Sylas also gets value. It feels like the very obvious pick for Liv Sandbox in the draft. We talked about that already with the Sylas and Closer.
Yeah, don't have a lot to talk about in this one. Unlike the previous game, if you did catch it, was not necessarily always the cleanest of games and did end on a bit of a downer ending, but as a whole was very action-packed. Not so much this time around. Just taking it easy. Which, for D+ is A+, one might say.
2 thumbs up.
Yep. Because they don't want anything to happen. That's the ideal game state.
Looks like we're going Banshees here for Closer. It's one way to make sure that he is always a threat in some of these team fights. Like, if he doesn't go for a tanky item here and only builds damage, there is potential, especially as the game comes along, for him to just get burst down before he can do the annoying, like, Sylas stay forever thing. So, one way to avoid some of those annoying early picks from the side of DK.
Ooh, early quick blade staffed? Is it happening?
Is it?
Make me very happy.
Is it real?
It's real. We've seen it like once. It's really strong, and I would love for that to be a thing.
To build those items in that sequence.
He does have a pickaxe, so I have a dream, Valdez.
All right, well, that's going to charge on in. They're trying to use this for position on the Drake, which they will get alongside of the little saplings, as always.
Ooh, Closer. Big ultimate.
Yep, Closer's got it. He actually tried to go in there on Takana as here comes Mega Gnar. And there you go, the flash on in there, trying to get on top of Closer, who's just going to ultimate. Guess what? Showmaker just dies on the left side of the screen. We didn't even really get to see that as everybody was chasing Closer, who had Gnar ultimate. And Showmaker was left out to dry, use both of his summoners and still died.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. I'm gonna have to see a replay for that one. We know how Closer survived, and yes, you have good hard engage with Maokai, but you still need everyone on the same page, and Silas is notoriously hard to kill.
And the pick potential from Liv Sandbox, you have to stay together.
You really do.
Stand next to Tom Kench. He's very large, he's a catfish.
He's not easy to miss.
He's right there.
He's right there, he's waddling.
Look, there's flash down on Envy and Kyle. I guarantee you it's just flash Tibbers into flash chains of corruption. Like, how many times have we seen this? And it's just a great play setup from Liv Sandbox as Showmaker's trying to poke, and, well, this is what this comp does.
Oh, he flashed after them. Okay, well that's not ideal. Unfortunately for Showmaker, they're never going to make it out of that one alive. Like, as you point out, the flash Tibbers itself, there's not a lot of counterplay besides Kellen being there, and a very important moment of weakness, because now Soul Point's available. We don't love Cloud Drake as much as many of our other Souls, but in a 1-3-1 comp where you have an incredible amount of individual pick potential, being able to like rotate to a 1v1 or a 2v2 very quickly, still extremely valuable. And for D+, it's not the end of the world. They are still within gold grasp, and 2-item spikes on their carries is going to be really big. Deft in particular is now building towards that quick blades, which will be huge. But what worries me more is seeing that setup from D+, because that is not a good sign when that is your first actual 5v5 that you have.
Yeah, it's very true. And maybe that'll be a little bit of a wake-up call for DK. Like, at the end of the day, it is just the one kill into a Cloud Drake. It's not the soul yet. And maybe they'll say, okay, well, that can't happen again, so let's make sure, you know, we stick together, we play as 5, and maybe from here on out, they go ahead and try to fix some of those mistakes. As Liv Sandbox, you know, already, it's just another team in the LCK that, you know, obviously when we first came into this one, we didn't really expect Liv Sandbox to be a top team, but they have really cleaned everything up. By the way, Closer hitting level 15 with his rod right there. Their macro's clean, their mechanics are good, they play well as a team. Envy, you know, cleaned up some of his early issues. Bertle seemingly cleaned up some of his nerve issues. So they don't have a lot of issues anymore.
And much like Sandbox of last year, they also have something that makes them more than the sum of their parts. We've seen this team sure lose to some weaker teams, but also stand up against players of much higher caliber than themselves. Also do note, love the interaction. Kael going, of course, for the Emax Annie. Really good into Maokai, because not only does it protect you against the damage, but it's also pretty obnoxious damage to take when you're Canyon. The upside is that it's not an AP Annie, so it doesn't sting quite as much as it might, but it does take away some of the impact from the saplings, and perhaps the Maokai kind of that we've been waiting for was there all along. It just wasn't buffed yet to the point where it was good in 2 rolls all of a sudden out of nowhere, and had to be hotfixed.
The Mount, you said Mount.
The Annie. Yeah, the counter to Maokai is Annie. Yeah, I was leading up to it. I thought it was obvious, but if you didn't get it, then I don't.
Well, you know.
So that's on me. Apologies, Valdez.
Also on me, I should have understood.
Usually we're pretty in sync.
Yeah.
You can also outrun it. Didn't even mention that. You can just run away, not be too bothered. Well, sometimes. Well,
yeah.
From saplings.
A lot of the time.
Not from everything. Well, you can try, but generally outrunning your problems only goes so far.
Yeah, that's true. It's good to be good at running and to get exercise, though. We definitely condone that here at the LCK.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the fight might stand or fall with, does Kellen get a good devour? As the Sivir has now reached a 2-item power spike, is only going to get stronger from here on out, but already is a force to be reckoned with. And Envy is about as strong as he gets. And that to me is the big difference maker, is that Sandbox, as soon as they hit the 2-item spike on Bertle, like Bertle individually in the 1v1, same for Closer, is going to keep getting stronger and stronger, but in how they work in team fights, not necessarily going to be the case. Whereas for D+, the team fighting is going to get more and more and more lethal. But again, we do see Sandbox very on top of their split pushing pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Closer is just here in a side lane. And DK are like, no, we'll just ignore that for a while. And down goes the turret, and level 16 for Closer now, who is 2 levels ahead of Showmaker, including the Rod level up.
Yeah, you're down a teleport as well. Showmaker going for this Ghost is incredible in team fights, and you can use it as kind of a pseudo teleport while in lane, but when it comes to actual map movement and in the later stage of the game, it's very tough. Also, do note Sandbox can set up a trap here where they don't have to care about this Drake whatsoever. They can reliably threaten a Baron.
Oh yeah.
If D+ doesn't really respect him. 3 items are done for Envy. Very, very big. This might be a make or break moment. If Sandbox can either get Soul or get themselves the Baron, looking in a pretty good position, but they do have to find the team fight. Need to make sure that Deft doesn't stay alive for too long.
See, there's that one ward in the mid lane right now for DK that's just showing the rotation of Live Sandbox every single time. So the second they start running towards the bush, Showmaker's right there to poke. And
Kana's Mega might be the window that Sandbox were looking for.
I guess. Okay, that was Closers. Yeah, I was like, what? Okay. Just throwing that out as Kellen goes in and goes out. Flashes. Tibbers, though, is out, so a fantastic bait, I suppose, at the end of it all. So no Tibbers now for Kyle. Down goes the Bear.
Still have W. Charges it up now.
Yep. He'll still have a stun, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be as impactful? Kellen still with Devour is going to be huge as Bertle with the flank coming on in, and double Maokai ultimates as in goes Canyon, and the Cloud Drake is secured, and Canyon goes down, but Bertle is incredibly low as everybody on the side of Live Sandbox is just trying to go on the run. Kyle might be the sacrificial Annie at this point in time, as he is quite fast, but he will go down in the end. So they trade an Annie for a Cloud Soul, which helps them get away.
And you'll take that really nice split-up fight here from Sandbox. Crucially, they both take away the form of hard engage that D+ have available, and then also are able to secure the pivotal Drake. So Bertle makes his way around, and even though he doesn't end up getting that much damage done, he keeps them locked up. Then Closer also with the Maokai ult onto D+, is able to keep their distance, and these health bars are maddeningly low. But by the end of it, you trade it 1-for-1, which is completely fine, and you got the Soul.
Yep. And they ran really fast away.
They did.
From DK. Now,
just run. They actually did outrun their problems.
They did. It actually happened this time. The question is, that will always remain, you know, we're nearing the 30-minute mark. There hasn't been a ton of action in this game. Live Sandbox have, you know, taken pretty much every single objective outside of the second Rift Herald, I suppose. But they're only 3,000 gold ahead. It is only a Cloud Soul, which is nice. It's not game-breaking.
No,
and Sivir is nearing 3 items.
If Deft and Showmaker is about to finish his Morellos, if Deft and Showmaker both, and again, I think Showmaker definitely will, but if Deft can get to 3 items as well on this next fight, then they might be in trouble. I would love if Sandbox just start up this Nash, even if it's just a turn.
Yeah.
Try and force a response out of D+, try and force them to make mistakes. If you let them skill to 3 items, you can still win the team fight, but it will be a lot harder because if you don't 100-0 Deft, he's going to win them single-handedly. Same for Showmaker. So I'd say start it up.
Well, there's not a lot of vision now for DK. They've even used their blue trinket. So I think Live Sandbox, instead of trying to start Baron, they're trying to turn with the lack of vision, you know, with the vision denial from DK so far.
Oh, you got to just pull the trigger there. Well, like, if you lose your mid or you lose it, might get you Baron. It's Closer.
They spot the Sightless, and now DK are a little bit confused about what to do. Victor ultimate stolen and just used for poke. As the flank spotted early on means that DK, or rather Live Sandbox, will not commit to the play.
They can't keep running away from this Velda.
Yes, they can. They just proved that they could in the last fight.
Yeah, but that's going to stop working at some point. Deft level almost level 15. He's almost level 16. He's going to have level 3 ultimate. No one outruns Sivir at that point, right? Guys?
Probably.
Maybe. Well,
I'd say most of the time.
Closer can steal it. Just both running at equal speeds.
Bertle doing a good job of continuously pushing the top lane. Bertle and Closer. It was Closer the first time. Here comes a... Oh, the teleport was just used in the mid lane. As, they've got a little angle here as the kick actually gets the top Kent straight into the team, and now Canyon is going to get picked as well. And look at the Sivir on the back line. There's just a Jax right on top of her, but the damage is still there. A lot of low health bars here on the side of Liv Sandbox. And Showmaker's still full health as well. And they have no fear. They're just going to go for it.
They can go for this. They can go for this, but they need to make sure to turn. Health bars are low.
Well, they're going to get the Gnar ultimate out.
I think they got it.
Look at the damage they do to this Baron. It's insane. Yeah, it's just going to go down. It's a Baron here for Liv Sandbox. They get a couple of picks, and they just go for it even with Deft and Showmaker alive. Doesn't matter.
And they arrive exactly when they need to. It's again the vision trap that's being set up here, and Kellen, his Devour, ends up being a disaster as it puts both him and Canyon. So well done by Wheeler. And you do see, the health bars get low, but Deft doesn't have a third item yet, and Showmaker also not able to actually approach. And Sandbox, they're skating close to the edge, but now we have the Baron power play, we have a soul point, and that might lead to the pickup of the Elder. And I love the D+ team comp. Yeah, sure, Deft gets a third item, but into an Elder buff, it's very little that you can do.
Yeah, you know, generally the comp won't matter unless you're really far ahead and you can burst them as they're taking the Elder. It's not going to matter too much. And Liv Sandbox, this is the springboard they needed, right? This is like their moment in the mid to late game where it's like, okay, we don't care about comp because we use our pick. You're not online yet. We can just kill a couple of your members and take a giant objective advantage. And that's exactly what they've been able to do. Might be enough.
Yeah, we keep waiting for the D+ kind of comp to turn, but Sandbox have also been playing a textbook game. They get the early turrets, they get the early objectives, they have an early soul, they now got the Baron after a great individual or even two picks, thanks to Kellen getting kicked with Canyon still inside his belly. And now on this next fight, I don't think D+ can fight it. I don't think they have the itemization or the control.
Oh boy, that's maybe a dead Kana. He has a stopwatch. There is a Chaos Storm in there. They're going pretty deep for just the Gnar. Have they gone too deep is the question. They get the Maokai here, as now they're on the chase for Kellen. Look at the damage that Envy is putting into this one. Just tanking in the front line, gonna cleanse. Goes in with the stopwatch. Did he bait himself and his team in? He doesn't give a damn. He's still frontlining. This guy is insane. As now Closer gets to the back line. That is a clean ace from Liv Sandbox as they will roll over DK and they will take the game.
And that is going to be it here for game number 1, Valdez. We kept waiting for D+ comps to turn online. Turns out, never gonna happen, at least not in this game. Clean game here in game number 1. Liv Sandbox get all the resources that they want, and what a performance.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to say? That was Liv Sandbox from minute 1 to minute 32. And DK, they were trying desperately to just buy time and not get picked, but it wasn't even like DK were making big mistakes or anything. It was just fantastic pickoffs from the side of Liv Sandbox using their composition and their vision denial perfectly.
They just played a perfect game of League. Exactly played according to their comp, able to hit their early power spikes, able to snowball the objectives, and D+ made, what, one big mistake around the Baron. They got caught, lost the Baron, turned into a bot side fight, and that bot side fight, I thought that was a turning point. Well, it was. It just was the end of the game. Looked very really dicey there for a little bit, and the key thing that we're seeing here is that you cannot allow Sandbox to just take full control of the game. This is D+ with this drafting. Hey, you get free reign of the map for the first 20-25 minutes, and if you haven't done good enough, we automatically win. And as it turns out, Sandbox is a better team than that.
They did enough. They did more than enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Man, Envy frontlining in that last fight, that was pretty insane. Like, just the confidence to know he's got his team right behind him, that he is unkillable with the stopwatch eventually if they ever turn onto him. Just really good stuff. Liv Sandbox, you can tell that they're feeling themselves right now. They're basically hitting their peak. as they take a very swift game away from DK. But that's only game number 1, guys. We'll have a break in the space. We'll see you after.
이거 나를 천천히 나쁘잖아. 마우카이 나 괜찮아 나 여기 봐줘 나 수리기 한번 쌈 봐줘 천천히 한번 빼자 맞아 이거 바로 쏘아줘 빼봐 가야 돼 맞아 천천히 봐봐 나 가볼게 가자 한번 빼고 실드 2초 미드 MB 이거 MB야 이거야 형 MB 형의 날이야 오늘이 나 라인전 너무 잘하긴 했다 뭐야 템 못 샀다 나 템이 좀 허수야 형의 날이야 그냥 근데 쉽지 않네 잘했어 태연아 잘했어 야 너가 상계 너무 해줬다 태연아 탑에서 너가 잘 살았어 너무 잘했어
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space as we attempt to break down that game number 1 between D plus Kia and Liv Sandbox. I'm Atlas, this is Hooney and Wolf, and we kind of thought that the draft looked pretty good for D plus Kia at the beginning of that one, but there were some surprises in there as well.
There were certainly some surprises, weren't there? Like banning the Heimerdinger, and I thought that was kind of an interesting call. But the Silas pick into Maokai and Gnar, also pretty strong into Victor if you can survive the laning phase, where Showmaker went Ghost, Fleet Footwork, try to get an advantage, 10 CS down in the mid game.
Horizon focus value though,
Horizon
guys.
focus. No voice tabs now allowed in LCK. Something is wrong, man. It's a ban. It's not global ban. Anyone can build it.
If you're gonna draft like this, like if you're gonna play the Gnar and the Maokai, like take the Silas away. Just take it away. Just take it away.
Or ban.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like just ban it. Like remove it. Like. And the reason why Victor comes out here, even though we didn't like the build, we didn't like the runes necessarily, is because you're scared of that Annie being played in mid, right? We saw T1 do the exact same thing. This is the new response, which is why this Annie pick right now is so strong.
I do agree. I mean, they perfectly used with the flexible pick, and being honest, like I think D plus Kia definitely make a mistake at the 4-5, just being pick the Gnar. I mean, it did great against the Jax, but the problem is like you have to see the whole picture, whole game, how the Summoner's Rift work, right?
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest problems with this whole situation was how D plus Kia played. Because honestly, they were just waiting to come online, not doing a whole lot about it. And things started off pretty well with their defensive play, starting with this highlight.
I mean, the reason why we chose this highlight 1 is like, this is like exactly how the D plus Kia want to fight. But this was the last team fight that they fight like around like this. Like, which is, they play around the Victor and make sure they didn't play for disengage, and they can't do anything. They were trying to engage on the canyon. They just used the TK ultimate, and they just play out through it.
I thought it was a really cool fight for Liv Sandbox regardless, you know? Like, the composition couldn't quite pull it off, but like, the Lee Sin kick was amazing from Willer there, kind of a rare niche pick right now. Still, not enough, because as you say, the Tahm Kench is super strong, protect those carries, and D+, good start to the game.
Yeah, it was a good start, and Tahm Kench is fantastic when there's single target CC, right? And so if an Annie pops out and hits one person, Tahm Kench amazing. If the Annie pops out, drops a bear on your whole team, it's less good, guys. Let's have a look at highlight 2.
I mean, the vision game here for Liv Sandbox was great, and this is not the first nor the last time we saw a trap set here in D plus Kia's jungle. They kept coming over to this blue buff location, trying to set up flanks for Closer, trying to set up flanks with Willer, trying to set it up with Birdall, and every time there was an angle to get that choke point set up, they looked for it, and this time it's the game-winning play.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the D plus Kia, like, that's what I said. Like, if they want to get the vision, they need Victor. They need the carries who can actually deal with when they're trying to engage. But there was no disengagement anymore, and the structure was actually just wrong from the D plus Kia, and that's why how, like, Liv Sandbox able to punish, like, really, really well, and there was a well, like, play around by the vision, too.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then we don't have it because we only have 2 highlights for this one. But afterwards, Envy absolutely popping off on the on-hit Varus. I was a massive on-hit Varus anti. I thought that it just didn't do enough, wasn't safe enough. Getting those auto attacks was never going to happen. In this game, kind of rubbed dirt in my face.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry. We will see on the POG.
Good.
Yeah, we'll see it.
We'll see it on the POG. That's exactly right. D plus Kia will choose the blue side once again. And this is the problem for D plus Kia fans, is that the side selection was exactly what they wanted for this game, and it didn't work.
I think we'll see an Annie ban, actually, in game 2.
I hope so.
Not because the Annie is exactly the one reason why Liv Sandbox won this game, but it changes your draft on blue side so significantly that T1 also adopted this in the previous years. Of like, you know what, let's not have to deal with this whole Victor thing. Let's just get that out. Let's just take that out and draft our own style on blue side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really funny thing. It's like, even T1 series is like, they pick Annie, and then the response was they just picking Victor, like, even though there was a higher value pick, and the same thing happened. So in the streams, it must be something going on there.
Yeah, there must be a thing going on. Speaking of which, let's give the POG to Envy, shall we? 200 points now. His Varus, absolutely amazing. I think that's double POGs on Varus as well. It was the last time he picked it up on the lethality version.
Words cannot describe the glow up of this player that we have had. And remember, last time in this very specific matchup against D plus Kia, he was utterly destroyed on the Zero. Was messing up his cooldowns, was like not wall riding properly, everything was wrong. Like he was flashing at the weird times, he was completely destroyed by Deft. And fast forward to round robin 2, Envy's a top 4 AD carry in the LCK. The guy is popping off on so many different picks. His Lucian has to be banned, right? His Forest, whether it's lethality or on hit, a huge threat here in the LCK. And I feel like we've said this line 1,000 times. It's like, I want to change my reputation this season. Well, it's changed. It is changed.
Whew, I mean, honestly, the last team fight especially, I was actually, wow, that's crazy. I was really, really surprised. Like, how can he, you know, like it's these days, especially with the Oni virus, that's what you said. Yeah. It's really, really hard to be a glory-making situation, and that was it.
He nailed it. He played fantastic League of Legends, and we'll see whether he can do it again as we head back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, MV with a massive glow up and had a wonderful time in this game. You know, there wasn't too much action, so he only had a couple of moments to show off what he was capable of. But when he got those moments, he played it perfectly, and it was definitely a huge reason why the team was able to push it forward. So himself against Deft was our key player matchup. What will it look like in game number 2, which could look entirely different, especially depending on what DK want to draft?
And what we saw there wasn't even Deft underperforming, right? Like Deft was Sivir, and he hit 3 items when the game was basically already over, but it was Envy stepping up to such an amazing degree, and wondering whether we're going to see the same thing here in the next game, as I personally, after seeing the first series state, would love to go to a free gamer, but if Sandbox just get a swift 2-0, nothing to see here after that first game, I wouldn't be surprised. D+ have been resilient in the past, but this split, they really have struggled with both consistency and bouncing back after tough losses.
I think one thing that will be changed is I think they'll ban Annie.
Yeah,
okay.
100%. I agree with the desk.
Like,
yeah.
It just feels like, especially when you get ahead, Annie, and deny vision, the champ can just do insane things. So, and it's so flexible, right? So there's the karma. That means that Sejuani is available. Was banned in that spot, in the Annie spot there, the second ban in the game number 1. Same bans here on red side for Liv Sandbox.
This Maokai pickup, still fine. Maokai wasn't the issue there. Well, we're not doing that, so that's okay. We're not getting.
Kana's having some fun.
Yeah, Kana's kind of toying with our expectations. Forest first pick is big, but leaving open Maokai and trying to play Varus into that is a tough ask. Varus into a tank that is able to lock him down so consistently is a very subpar situation.
I think they're going to just try to counter with Elise and be super aggro on bot side on blue side.
They should after last game.
That would be my expectation, because Maokai basically needs to be chosen, right? Because you don't want to give Maokai Varus. That would just be... Doesn't matter if you have Elise or if you have like 17 Teemos on your team. Probably still not going to win.
This gets locked in. I'm going to do my best Atlas impression.
All right.
Because I guarantee you, the moment it locked in, he's like, guaranteed game number. I can't do the Australian accent. So just imagine it with an Australian accent. Guaranteed game number 6 today. Right there with that lock-in. I'm kidding. He's not been as much of a hater recently. And maybe it's Crit Jin, which is a lot better. But you were right on the money, Veldas. We are looking completely different. Now, we have seen the Heimerdinger still be prioritized. I'm not the biggest fan of the pick, and I especially don't think you pick it into the Janus. There we go. T1 showed us earlier today what this exact combo can do.
Just copy and paste.
Says, thanks for the homework, T1.
Yeah. Kellen, you know, his name starts with K as well. Like, he can do what Keria did on Kalista, right? Right?
Well, I'm on board with that. I'm not on board with the Heimer. That's why I'm a little...
Yeah.
Sorry for leaving you hanging, Veldas. I
left me hanging.
The Heimerdinger has been nerfed very substantially, and you're playing, into one short-range AD carry in Kalista, but also one long-range AD carry. Varus is completely fine, and the health nerf is very substantial. So good luck to NVNKL. The one upside of this with Karma banned, you don't really have a lot of other supports that have great counter shove. But if you don't have control of the lane level 1, Varus and Kalista are going to build up a big wave, and Canyon is going to come over, and there is nothing you can do. I would much prefer if Sandbox pick their top laner here and allow Closer to counter pick, and get any pick that will allow them to help bot level 3 or level 4, or both.
We have the update from Atlas. He says, Mal, I said it exactly while you did, and I wasn't even listening to you guys.
Amazing.
There
Perfect.
you go.
Yeah.
You know him very well.
We spend so much time with each other that
hey, it's only 6 days a week.
Yeah, you're right. That at this point we are very in
for
tune
9 hours a day
with each other.
Sometimes more.
And our emotions. Yeah, sometimes we play games afterwards as well. Yeah. I am genuinely shocked that we're still getting along this well. It's heartwarming, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's very nice.
It's very nice.
Sorry, Valdez, for being enthusiastic. God.
Kali's banned.
Do this to me.
You know who's not banned is Silas. And, I mean, it could be an option.
Yeah,
you
perfect.
know, just pick Jax again. If they want to pick Gnar, go ahead, because we can pick Silas.
Can't exactly blind the Silas.
No.
I've seen that runs into some severe issues. Maybe you go Ryze here. Now, you can get counterpicked with a Kassadin, but this is the type of comp where if Kassadin is in the game, you're like, who cares?
Sure.
Because
pick Kassadin, I dare you.
Yeah, exactly. So, Gnar and Ryze, I would love. The downside is you are heavy on the magic in the mid-jungle 2v2, and Merc threats will be very high value, but it does mean that you can impact the bot lane to an insane degree and are able to reliably make sure that this bot lane snowballs. Galio is another example. The Galio recently has been that great, and blinding Galio also feels very bad, so Ryze to me is kind of the no-brainer pick up. Twisted Fate even, although picking TF into Jax seems like a bad
Even
time.
Showmaker seems confused. And I don't think he said anything during that whole time. And Azir was picked for him, so either way.
Azir does the same thing. It won't be as good at actually finding bot lane answers as Closer. Huge grin on his face. This matchup is amazing. I'm just worried that it's not going to matter at all, because you will not have early prio, and that's all that D+ need.
All right, well, we had a groan from the audience. You know, Live Sandbox, they played game number 1 very well because they had so much control and they had so much early dominance, but game number 2 will not look like that at all. And I think they might have misinterpreted, you know, why they were getting their strength in game number 1, and they're like, okay, we can do this, we can counterpick for this lane, but I think they might find themselves in a bit of a hole if things don't go immaculately early on.
If they do, love this comp. It's effectively a very similar comp where you have a utility AD carry, you have an incredible 1-3-1, you're going to be able to kind of snowball that Jax and Yone into relevance once you get to the mid game, a lot of stationary targets on the opposing ends. Now the downside is I think you should never be allowed to get there, ever.
Whoa.
Even a little bit.
That said, please win the first one. And this one says Showmaker. Also D+ Kia.
And after game number 1, where the early game decided everything, I think we might have a game number 2 where the early game decides everything, but even more egregious. Because in game number 1, Sandbox played it extremely clean, but it was also relatively slow paced. There weren't that many kills. D+ played a decent defensive game until the 2 mistakes. With this one, if we're not diving on level 4 at the latest, I'm not happy, Valdez.
Mama Chronicler's gonna, you know, he's gonna be knocking on the door.
Oh yes.
He's gonna be very unhappy with you. And guys, let's jump into the rift for game number 2.
And if they don't dive, I'm not going to be mad, but I will be disappointed because
oh, that's worse.
With a composition like this, you just gotta early level 1 control is very easy to get here because you will be able to have your saplings. Fortunately, the rest of D+ also showing up here. They will be a member down. Kalin already getting some early gold. Deft.
Uh-oh. Deft in a rough spot here. He's going to try to walk it out. The damage not quite there, but he flashes after. And, you know, there was potential for someone to flash in and last hit him, so...
Yeah, this is a...
Either way, he loses
mild
flash.
disaster. So Envy started with W, which is suboptimal, but not the end of the world. Rather start with Q, but you'll be okay with that.
Yeah.
But Deft already not having a flash is...
a problem.
It's dangerous into specifically Maokai. Like, Wheeler can now, as we see him adding up, can just path from Raptors into red and then to blue and then just gank bot. And then try to do that as many times. Because if you do shut down this bot lane, the composition of D+ loses what makes it good, right? Like, it's the core of this comp. If that bot lane doesn't snowball, it will have limited amounts of value. You still have the Elise to try and set up dives, but like a 0 Elise into a Yone, that's not looking too hot. And topside, Jax is notoriously tough to dive when playing into any like remotely auto-attack based character, and might be able to 100-0 in 3-6, but still will be tough. Fortunately, Kalin and Deft still were able to deny some of the early turrets to be set up. I think Kaal got like 1 or 2 down, but did not get themselves a shove because, as we mentioned previously, the turrets have been nerfed fairly substantially. Wheeler, as we point out, actually going for Raptors blue, and now here for the early Shadow on the Gromp. Canyon
like, did Gromp's name change?
No.
The early Shadow. I see. Well, they spot Canyon, who should have scanned that ward. I think he did.
No, he didn't.
I guess maybe he didn't.
Didn't deactivate. This is fine. Not the end of the world. You just need to make sure you still get something going. This is still a wave that is being slow pushed. Next wave is coming up. And Canyon should just be able to go for this again. Now, you might have an inkling that there is a ward. And also, the ward shouldn't change that much.
Well,
because this is still a level 3 Elise.
Yeah. And it's got a great matchup into the Maokai. Unless you have a lot of support, as there's another sapling. Very nice repel just to get out of harm's way. But again, it's not bot diving, so it's not what you want.
Well, it still doesn't matter, because they're still level 1. Where have we seen this before?
Huh, I can't recall, Chronicler.
Yeah. And Closer, as we mentioned.
He might TP in if this gets too risky, as no repel. Canyon in a rough spot. He's going to be repelling now, as one last shot will do it after the flash. Not the dive you were looking for. No teleport required to the bottom side. And now Kyle and Envy are safe for now.
And that is a true disaster, because that is your Elise already getting taken down. The kill going over to Envy of all people, probably the worst one to get it, is going to accelerate the Jhin and make the pressure from Deft and Kalin not nearly as big. Because now, you're not even going to have a lead on your first back. That's 20 CS that Envy just got for free. Closer also able to, because the dive didn't work out, just TP back to lane.
Yep.
And I'm not mad.
He's just
But I am a little bit disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, there is something to say about the fact that this was 1,000% known by Liv Sandbox, right? Like, it is the most obvious thing. Like, we just saw it in the last series, and we saw him coming in on wards, right? That Kakuna's gonna miss. That's actually pretty annoying for Canyon more than anything else. I'm not sure that Kana really could have gotten over there and done a huge thing to Willer, but yeah, just nothing seems to be going right for Canyon here early on.
Really hasn't been. And Wheeler also going for the first strike, so going to scale immensely well into this game. Going to be able to get so much done, as it really is, it's very straightforward, right? Gets tagged by the turret, and then as a result, it's the flourish into the, and then the,
yeah.
I don't know, maybe.
잡았어.
Got him.
아껴놨어.
I saved it.
He did. Maybe you can try and get to the bottom half, but I think you never live.
Fourth auto.
Yeah, saving that as a special present for Canyon. And it's not the end of the game yet. You get like one more of these when you're deep loss, provided you can still pick up Drakes. But it's very disheartening, and for Sandbox fans...
Uh-oh, here we go.
Great.
Look at the top lane as well. Kana has to use his flash, but that's not going to be a good spot either for the top lane. So bot's not going great. Jungle's not going great. Top lane now, you see Kana gets into a bit of a icky situation. But as you mentioned, you know, they can try to put on some pressure here with their priority. The mid lane, you see that Showmaker's doing a great job of pushing that in and getting Cryo from mid.
I don't know about contesting this when you're Sandbox. You don't have to. Saplings are doing a lot, and they're actually going in hard. Closer does have level 6 available, so decent amount of damage. No backs have come in yet. Deft is only sitting on the longsword.
Oh, he saved his 4th bullet again. And he hit the ward this time. That's okay. And yeah, I mean, Liv Sandbox are really...
Showmaker's back. It's not happening.
Yeah. Well, now that Showmaker's not here, DK definitely going to have to give this one away. 4v3, not a fight you can take even with an Elise. So that's just going to be even bigger for Liv Sandbox, as now we have saplings. For a second I thought that was a kill. I'm like, how is it even possible? We have saplings in the river that are just pushing them away. And it's an early Mountain Drake for Liv Sandbox, which is just going to stop the early snowball even harder from DK.
Early game looking really good for Sandbox. Even though Bertle isn't able to get that kill, right, he's still kind of the one that dictates the pace of this lane. Kana having to flash in response there does mean that the Gnar won't have the flash available for a possible Herald skirmish. Closer getting his counter pick, feeling quite good in that regard. And
eventually.
Yeah, not going to be too threatened at the very least. And if he hits an early ultimate, still can have a big impact. And for D+, there are still some opportunities, but an early Drake deficit plus First Blood going over to the enemy AD carry with this bot lane is not great. You get a couple more of these fights, as we mentioned previously. Herald would be my guess. As Bertle doesn't have flash, do keep note, Canyon is on his way.
Looks like they're going to try to bait him to jump in, but Bertle actually reading the situation. It's Mega Gnar right now, so you don't necessarily want to jump in anyway. Timing not great for the Mega Gnar. And the one thing that could be said is that MV is very far behind on CS. You know, he did get the kill, which should shore up a lot of that gold deficit, but it still has been Deft and Kellen continuing with their pressure, and continuing with that lead.
Every time Kane tries to do something, Willer is there. This time, though, he's going to focus on Showmaker. Flash available. They do have Cryo in the top half of the map, but Willer is a level up, and Showmaker has to respect. Willer puts an end to Showmaker's plan, or Canyon's plans rather, again.
Yeah, and the second the tree goes over there and puts down 2-3 saplings and all the brushes, you're like, well, now I know that even if I specifically can take a 1v1, I'm not going to be able to get easy support from my teammates. They're not going to be able to rotate easily. They're going to take a bunch of damage. If I want to escape through those brushes, they're not going to be in a great spot. So, not to mention the ult capability of Willer, just to disengage everything.
And it's not all doom and gloom looking at the lane states. We do see that Deft in particular is still having an incredible time. As you pointed out, very big CS deficit for Envy. But with a comp like this, unlike the previous one, I'm a little bit more, we're a little bit more stringent with how far ahead you need to be, right? You can't just get a little lead there, get a dragon, which, as mentioned, they weren't able to get. And Sandbox noted if they play a defensive game and they scale their solo lane carries into a comfortable position, that they're gonna be feeling great.
They're going to be in a great spot, but they do have to get there. Bertle, he's got control of this lane. He put the fear of the Jax into Kana there for a moment. And so since then, Kana's just kind of been playing it relatively passively. And, you know, we're just looking at the top lane because nothing else really is happening. The bottom lane has kind of gone back. While I say that, there is a little bit of a gank coming in, but the stun is there on Kana. It's still a flash. Jax easily gets away.
Take the win as Canyon just show up in lane, get a flash. Gonna feel good about that one. but it's not the snowball. As in a minute, the Ocean Drake going to spawn. A high impact Drake here would probably be good for D+, as I still consider them to be very threatening around early fights. Deft, with the lead that he still lead, is questionable, but at least right now that he will have in experience and the setup that is there for a possible ultimate of his, can still be very threatening, but they can't really give over control as Kana.
Again, he's just going to kind of face check this, really wanting to force the flash. Is Bertle. Good job done there. So a nice little trade going back to Bertle. Because once again, he'll have control of the lane. He'll get his flash up first. That opens up some interesting timings as well. In the 1v1, but also in a team fight. Are you a fan of the Meowkai skin? Speaking of which, that stun was so close. As now the Hyper Procs and the... Yeah, he's stunned in. That's going to be the end of Bertle, right? One more auto will do it. Kana will take him down. As meanwhile, Canyon died. And that is going to be secured here by Closer, I believe, who picked up the kill.
And the one time in this game that something goes right for D+, they immediately get taken out. Canyon dying there with Flash as well in a dragon fight that they kind of need to win is just a disaster. Canyon not looking like himself this time around. We have seen some hot or cold games from him throughout this split, even throughout last year, but this is really, really rough. Elisa's such a big, important role in this composition because it is kind of the hinge which you use to generate yourself really big early game leads. And if you lose that, you're not going to be feeling too good, as I imagine Willow just goes, just flashes on top, CC chain comes through, and Closer comes in. Not a lot of counterplay to that one. As
it's not Annie, but you can still get it done.
Oh, Kana with really nice timing on the hop there, and Bertle at this point knows, yeah, I'm dead. Bit frustrated with himself. Been playing the matchup well up until this point, but that's the problem with Gnar. Once you're in, once you commit, you gotta make sure that you get the 100 to 0 as it Infernal. That is, for D+ fans, something that you're gonna feel pretty good about. The saving grace with any comp that doesn't scale is just get Infernal Soul, and you're fine.
You'll do a bunch of damage anyway, regardless of what champs or what items you have.
Doesn't matter. Again, a more moderately paced game that we're looking at here, Valdez.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
What will be your preferred?
Okay, Rift Herald is about to time out, so Ken is just going to drop it in top lane. Bertle is sticking around. We do have Willer making his way up to the top lane as well. So, just going to give some gold over to Canyon. Oh, I guess Kana actually got in there as well.
Nice.
Thumbs up.
Well done. Good job.
Excellent.
Spreading the wealth.
Marvelous.
Spectacular.
Congratulations.
Riveting.
What?
We just keep
riveting?
Yeah, we keep saying positive buzzwords now.
Let's see. Yeah, no, that's true.
I thought we kind of had a thing going there, Velvet.
We did, yeah, I kind of ruined it. So
that's okay. It's the moment's gone. Let's let it go.
Yeah, that's good.
And this is the point where when you're Lafella Diverse, you're going to be feeling incredible, able to consistently hit these arrows, get an immense amount of poke down, although Closer is on his way to ruin this.
Now there is vision here, and that is going to tap Kellen, but they are out. There's even a blast plan in there just in case. Is Envy in a little bit of trouble? Deft really looking to line this up.
Oh god, yeah.
All right, they're just going to push out the wave if they can, but Deft and Kellen looking to get in front of it. Not actually going to work out for them, as the wave will be cleared.
This one will. Next one not going to be the case, and that should be first Turbot going over to D+ Kia, who are off the back of Deft having a wonderful Varus performance and showing us again why we get the Varus performance that make it okay, on-hit Varus is good, and then we get this game and you're like, okay, Lethality Varus also good.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it just I can't quite put my finger on it, but that is a big gold lead, now 2.5 gold, K gold, and that should mean that at the very least the next Drake is going to go the way of D+, and even with Canyon having the pretty subpar early game that he found himself in. Should be able to at least get himself to a next Drake. I don't know about the Drake after that, and that really is the key one, because that's where you really start to be able to apply a lot of pressure when you do have the soul point and put Sandbox in more awkward positions. But that is still a little bit too far off.
Trying to set up vision here in this top river. This Rift Herald did just spawn, so thought maybe Live Sandbox were going to make a big stand here, but doesn't quite look like it just yet. Deft in a fantastic position to carry this game, especially if he keeps hitting arrows like that. The vision setup for him has been quite strong as well. And both teams decide not to fight and not to take the Rift Herald.
I was giving you all the space you needed, Veldas, for maybe some action was gonna graze the Rift. Spider says hello. The sapling says hello. Spiders say hello.
That's a snake. Not a spider. I don't know what you're looking at. Clearly Atlas told us yesterday that that's a snake.
Hey, we've all been working a lot, okay? I started speaking Dutch today. If Atlas wants to call Elise a snake, let him.
Sure, I mean, I don't know about her backstory, but it doesn't really seem like too, you know, lawful of a character.
No, she's definitely very evil.
Yeah. Closer's bot, Bertle's top, and you'd have to imagine that Willer and Kyle really should not get picked here amongst all of this. Chains of Corruption going to go wide as Willer, okay. They're actually having a fight up in the top lane as we speak. Flash available for Connie. He's going to have to flash away from this one as another Leap Strike could get it done, but one small boomerang is all it takes to stop the man with the lamppost.
That's heal. Yeah, very important there is that there wasn't that much vision for Birdo either, so if he goes in there and dies again, it's a big disaster. Doesn't want to take that risk, but with that Herald now, mid lane is open as well, and Deft might have a 0-0-0 KDA right now, but he is single-handedly keeping D+ Kia in it, and this is also one of the rare cases where the Kalista ultimate, even though the laning phase wasn't quite as oppressive as you might want to hope for, is still really high value. Because normally if you're Lethality Varus and Jax and or Yone jump on top of you, you die. There is no outplay button, there's no dash, there's no guild force. But if you have Fate's Call, that becomes negotiable. Maybe he can live. Maybe he can stay alive for a little bit longer. Def now with Eclipse finish, first Infernal Drake taken, and D+, if they can get the next one as well, could be looking to bring us to a game number 3 / game number 6, depending on whether you've been watching since the beginning, which you should have.
He was right. You should have been watching. I mean, if you didn't catch T1 versus Gen G, definitely watch it back. Very fun series.
Skip the last 2 minutes. You know it when it happened.
I mean, I thought
Claire's
reaction to it was good. So
I was a little frustrated.
A little bit, yeah.
Usually that doesn't come through too much, but you know, our barriers have slowly been worn down over.
I think that sometimes you need to make it very obvious.
Yeah, I did.
Sometimes it's really frustrating.
Sometimes it is. And
just gotta wear your emotions on your skin. You've never heard that before?
That's not the it's sleeve, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. What? Sorry, we all work 6 days a week, and
I thought you were getting meta with me, man. I was waiting for you to be like, yeah. Oh, Valdes.
No, yeah,
catching me off guard with that one.
We're all working a lot, and you know how it is. As Varus still doing Varus things. Nearly takes off Kyle's head there. It doesn't have to flash, though.
Thank you, Blast Cone.
Yeah. Big fan. We all love the Blast Cone here at the LCK.
I do. I know you don't, but I have no beef with Blast Cone.
Creates a lot of action, you know, 10% of the time, and then 90% of the time it reduces the action.
Me and Blast Cone are...
Or give somebody a lucky...
Great friends, and I do not appreciate you talking about Blast Cone like that, okay? That is uncalled for.
I'm just being honest. Kyle is going to have to flash away, as maybe a lot of members of the Sandbox have to as well. They're Thinking about turning onto Mega Gnar, that's not an answer, as are we doing Baron or what are we doing exactly? I'm not sure that Live Sandbox know, because everybody is taking damage and everybody has to flash because there was no other escape.
So Wheeler flashed, Kyle flashed, and you got that for a TP. That's huge. That's really big. Means that D+ will have Summoner's advantages coming up in the next fight. Even Brutal will not have a big teleport advantage, rather over Kana. And Soul Point for D+ will be big, allows him to trade a possible Baron for a single Infernal Drake later down the line, because Showmaker has gone for a full damage build on the Sazir. Nothing like what we saw the previous game, where there was a bit more of a hybrid tanky E build that didn't quite end up working out. And right now, overall game state for D+, feeling very similar to game number 1, where I got distracted by Veldas taking a closer look at the Baron pit.
Yeah. I was wondering
what are your findings?
His 2 side heads are so small.
That's not,
you know what I mean?
That's not what I was expecting, but sure. Yeah.
They kind of look like arms too, but I don't think they are. I don't know. Does anyone know the lore on Baron's 2 other heads?
I have no idea. I've seen a lot of Barons be taken, but I've never focused on their heads.
Well,
or arms, which I don't know how that... Well, I'm sure we'll get to take a look at Baron.
This is gone.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's it.
That's what
the to be in range.
Second turn that Closer has gotten single-handedly. He's very fed. But he's not even
the
as
same
fed
build as Showmaker.
Yeah, because Showmaker is also very fed. Both of them are, really.
What about Deft? How fed is he?
Also, yes, very fed. Envy, not so much.
How about Kana? Is he very fed?
I'd say decently fed. He
Why
does
is
have
that?
a bounty.
Exactly.
Well, because he only has 215 creepies, whereas, you know, Showmaker and Deft are both up to 240. And he also...
Okay. But he has a kill.
Yes, true. And he also...
Showmaker and Deft have a kill.
No, that's true, but Deft got first turn blood and local gold, which is huge as well in terms of getting on the Showmaker and also finish the second item. I don't know why I have been made the judge. I put myself in this position and I regret it immensely.
And how fed is Envy?
Enough of this game,
just curious. I'm just curious how fed Envy is.
I'd say not particularly.
But he has a kill and an assist.
Yeah, I know he has a kill and an assist, Veldas, but he's Lethality Jhin, and the game state is looking okay. He's not fed. He's not that accelerated.
It's so funny, too, because I feel like part of the reason why we're not having any action is because Maokai is in the game. And
he does do that. So the only thing you can't do now when you're D+ is give up Baron. As long as you don't give up Baron, and they have great vision with the... Well, yep, okay, they're good.
Should be a free Infernal Drake here for DK. Live Sandbox decide that they would rather not fight. And that's okay. It just means that, you know, you're not really getting much, right?
I'd argue they're getting nothing at all.
Well, I mean, they got a little bit of damage on that top turret.
They're getting closer to Closer hitting Infinity Edge, which is huge. Willer also going for the AP build, which isn't surprising because he is not really the sole AP source because you have Kael, but Kael is much more utility-based as opposed to actually being a genuine damage threat. And with First Strike, the amount of gold you're going to get is ludicrous. So should be good for him once he finishes that. And as mentioned, Closer getting a big spike is also going to be very nice. But I do foresee some trouble with the current game state because you have 2 Infernal Drakes already. And Sandbox are going to be very reliant on actually getting on top of the enemy backline. Generally, getting on top of the backline requires you to have a decent control of the map. And getting that against Lethality Varus can be quite a tough ask. Particularly with Deft getting extremely close to his Muramana. As we're going to get some shots. Deft is very swift. He has Ghost Blade activated there as well, and Swifties.
The crowd cheered.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, he dodged all of them.
Well, he got cancelled on his back there, so he's a little
Maybe
upset.
they were cheering for Envy.
Well, he missed his shot, so I don't know why he would
But he
cheer for
stopped
Envy.
the back.
Yeah, but they're not time travelers, Veldas.
True.
Not as far as we know, at least. If there's any time travelers, please raise your hand. I am.
Oh, okay. We're just doing Baron. All right.
Maybe that was the sign.
They have decided to do the Baron, and you know what? These saplings and Kyle together are really good at stopping them from getting in here. And how about a Maokai ultimate too? They're just gonna take it down in turn. Unbelievable. They're gonna pick up the Gnar and the Azir. Just like that. Closer's like, yeah, I'll take a Baron and a side of Gnar, and how about an extra side of Showmaker as well? And Liv Sandbox just take everything.
Oh, crucial miscommunication there as well. Deft using his flash when the Fate's Call was also getting invested. And they lost Baron. They're gonna get shoved in now in every single lane. Closer is getting closer to his GA. And now, your objective that was going to win the game for you, your Infernal Soul, that's still there, but everything else is gonna be way harder. I don't even know how you're gonna contest for Infernal Soul with you getting this. Yeah, well, Deft sidesteps are great, but like that doesn't change the fact that we just saw Sandbox get a free Baron, and this is the issue with this composition.
And some bonus.
It's the combination of Maokai and Heimerdinger is obnoxious once they actually get on top of an objective, and it was up to D+ with the control that they had to ensure that they were actually always
Closer.
there with the vision.
Watch this guy's hands.
나 나를 좀만 살짝 볼게.
I'll keep it going.
Carry.
Yeah,
he was.
True.
Now he has GA.
Now he has GA. After that fight. Yeah, they got Baron, he got 2 kills, and he got Infinity Edge and GA. I'm not sure if he had it in the last fight, probably, based on the amount of damage he did. He did.
Yeah, he did have IE, didn't have GA yet.
Okay. Well, now he's going to be massive. And now that Liv Sandbox are actually in a decent spot, it's okay, never mind. Maybe as a little engaged from Kana. He's going to get an ult out, but now he's going to get caught, and the pick potential of Liv Sandbox is off the charts. This TP, very interesting, but it gets 2 stuns under the turret. The turret does eventually go down, but very over-aggressive here from Liv Sandbox and from Birdall. As now the Jhin is opening up, Closer looking for more. He wants to crit some people down. His last shot is going to go straight into the back of the Elise. And how about a bit more?
Oh, Showmaker is going to stay alive after all. I can't believe Deft hasn't died yet in the game. That is ludicrous to me. I don't know how, but this is still humongous win for Sandbox, right? Like, okay, yeah, they gave up a couple of kills they didn't need to. Who cares? Closer is getting more and more and more fed as the attempted collapse here from D+ doesn't end up working out. Kana doesn't get Envy into the wall. Closer buffers a very nice ultimate. And as a result, if it wasn't for this teleport, this would be a complete disaster. Now, fortunately, we do see that D+ is able to get something out of this.
Showmaker, great job.
But then
salvage that at the end.
These shots are coming through. Closer is such a big threat that like Showmaker, he has to flash away. And same for Kellen, because Closer is just running them over. And good luck. If you can flip this somehow, that might be enough. But this composition from Sandbox with zone control is
getting kind of
menace.
Yeah, it really is. But
don't flip it though.
I mean, DK also have some options here. Although Kana is going to get caught out, that might just be 100-0. Closer gets in, but he's going down. He's got a GA, but the damage is there. They take out Kana. They take out Kellen, and that will be another one. The entire backline is totally destroyed, and Canyon, just on the run, is going to get emoted on as Birdall and the bros from Liv Sandbox looking to take the clean ace, end the game, and a potential 2-0.
And Sandbox about to end it all. You don't even need the dragon. Who cares about that?
Do you think they can end? I mean, the death timers are close.
Kind of short.
They're very low.
They do have a wave. No Baron.
Yeah, the wave. It should be enough, I think.
It's just Callan, yeah.
Oh, here's...
Numbers aren't there.
Callan's like, please, don't kill it. Okay, well, you can take me. Down he goes, and that's going to do it. Yeah, Liv Sandbox will take down the Nexus. There you go, clean 2-0. Liv Sandbox, they grab the bull by the horns. They do not waste any time. They take down the Baron, and the turn was immaculate. DK could not stand up to the onslaught of Liv Sandbox tonight.
You gotta love this team, right? The team play is, that's very sweet. Brutal getting a little bit of extra love from his previous teammates. Sandbox just straight up in every facet that you can think of, the better team here today. They were able to find a great draft in game number 1, play that accordingly, and then in this game where they're put on the back foot, still able to rely on their team fighting, some great mid-game shot calling to get a decisive victory. And Envy, I had to go for closer, obviously, for self-explanatory reasons for POG after that game, because he was nuts on his Yone, the R5 paying off immensely. But this man, on your screen right here, the first time these two teams faced got obliterated. It was heartbreaking to see after he talked about wanting to change his reputation. A little bit of Jax action there.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Envy did.
Oh, I have no idea.
But it was cool.
Maokai gameplay. Look at him go!
I can't wait to see the damage charts of AP Maokai, because it was a big reason why they were able to take that Baron. Closer's just doing the carry pose. He's like, you want me to do a ceremony? How about no? He just shakes his head. He's like, nah, no thanks. Thumbs up, I'm leaving. Same with Kyle. He's done. Did his job. Who's gonna stop the sandstorm? This says. There was another sign that said, cool kids never panic in Korean. These guys did not panic. Really, big matchup for them to take, for their standings, for their confidence to continue with the ball that they already had rolling. It's really nice stuff.
It's tale of two teams. Sandbox continuing the streak that they've been able to find, looking happy, looking creative, individual players performing, really firing on all cylinders, and a D+ that, barring Deft and Kalin, just look all over the place. Kana not able to find a couple of key plays. Yeah, got that one solo kill, which was nice, but outside of that, his big plays not working out. Canyon having a tragic Elise game, and Showmaker not really part of the problem in this one, but also not able to find plays that could maybe set D+ apart, that could maybe turn it around. The value of that Maokai being shown here again, and even with lethality Jin in the game, Sandbox found a way and played a wonderful series here tonight. And this team,
this is the play.
Yeah, this is
double sapling. There's turrets on the ground. There's a Maokai ultimate zoning 3 people, and then Closer locks up Showmaker, and it's over.
If you ever get control of an area as Sandbox, which they did so well there, right? Like punishing the inactivity and the lack of control from D+, you're just never going to take it back. But we know this D+ composition, when they got first move somewhere, can actually make sure that they can launch and poke, that they can prevent this critical mass of saplings and turrets to come up, but just didn't work. And Sandbox and KT are extremely clearly our number 3 and number 4 in the LCK, and that's wild. If you would have told me that at the beginning of the split, the KT one, sure, but Sandbox, being as good as they are, is a wonderful and delightful surprise. As the team, like, there's nothing cheesy or
Yeah, no,
it's not even that they're only playing one style, like we saw from Sandbox in summer, for example. Very successful team, but it did boil down to Dove, leave your lane, and let's hope Prince can carry.
Hey, it worked, yeah, like you were saying. They're really happy. Very talkative team as well.
And for players like Envy and Birdle to go from the tough environments that they've been in, Birdle being, even this game we saw him like hands in his head again after he got solo killed. To have a team like this around them, it's just bringing out the best in all of these players.
Birdle's so happy. He had some big moments, but head and hands at the end as well. And yeah, I think the goal difference graph tells a lot of the story. There was one team fight at the first stip from blue to red, and then the other big dip in the red side
And-
was the dragon fight.
What has always set D+ apart, even more so than the duo of Canyon and Showmaker, is that when they got a lead, they were one of the most oppressive teams that we've seen within the LCK, and that just isn't even remotely true anymore. It's actually become kind of the opposite. They get leads, and then what?
Very interesting match, this one. I think that could be very defining for both teams, and our thoughts about both teams as we continue for the rest of round 2. But we're done here on the cast. Clean 2-0 from Live Sandbox. Very dominant, very cool stuff. But guys, we are done, as I mentioned. Let's go over to the space for the breakdown right now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And yes, you are done, and we are ready to begin breaking down the Live Sandbox win. And ultimately, felt like things were looking a little bit rough during the draft, but rounded out quite nicely for Live Sandbox here, gentlemen.
We saw a defense of a bottom dive. Like, this draft is very messy here for Live Sandbox. We were all really hoping for a Sylas pick here. We're like, man, they did it again. They picked Azir and Gnar face up. Sylas is open. These D+ Kia guys, they just don't respect closer Sylas. He's like, nah, I'm playing Yone. Carried the game. I didn't see it coming. I also didn't really like the setup with the Jhin Heimerdinger. I thought that was going to be a huge pressure point. It was, but they handled the bottom dive so well.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think the D+ Kia was not able to escalate their snowballing. I think that's the biggest problem for sure. But the thing is, I think the Live Sandbox, imagine they take away, let's say Kalista wants you with the Maokai, just release a lot of book pressure, making sure there's nothing. But I think actually in the game, nothing happened. It's more so Wheeler actually make the clutch play and then be able to cut the Canyon mistake, the mispositionings wise, and the middle game was kind of clean, but it was still pretty rough situations for the Live Sandbox as a draft wise.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it came down to Canyon not having a very good day today, especially here on the Elise. We can bring up our first highlight, which does kind of indicate that they had the right idea, but the execution was just completely undone.
Let's not forget that Deft is flashless from a play at level 1 at this moment in time, so actually can't follow through here, try to do any additional damage. It's kind of trapped, and the turn here is so quick. Envy has that crit ready. You mentioned it in the comms. He's like, I saved it for you.
And this is no hesitations from the Wheeler. He knows this guy is just overextended for sure, and the positioning was absolutely, oh, this is for sure mistake. And then the making the decisions, it only took not even 1 second. I think that was a really, really good play by Wheeler.
I feel like we've been talking about this for a little bit. Has Wheeler actually eclipsed Canyon this season? Is he actually top 3 jungler? This has been a conversation we've been having all season. I'm like, well, he destroyed him in this game. He 2-0s D+ here in the revenge match in round 2, and the conversation has to be had. Maybe Wheeler is better than Canyon right now at this moment in time.
I think one of the questions is, who's better than Wheeler in the LCK?
Maybe owner, I mean,
yeah, maybe you guys could, jump on Twitter and let us know. I'm sure people out there are, fantastic analysts, and they could have some opinions. I think that he's performing extraordinarily well. Let's have a look at how they managed to navigate this Baron fight, which was honestly the game-winning play, and the cool heads of these cool kids that never panic. Really,
yeah, I mean, this is the crazy thing. They have really, really small window they can actually start the Baron, and this is the first play they make it as a proactive as a team. And they started the objective first, and then they know exactly what they need to do. Kind of a little bit overextended, overstepped it, and exactly Closure knew that we gotta punish these kids.
This was so sick because they had turrets, they have the Maokai ultimate, they have so many saplings, right? No way to get in here. And then the turn is beautiful where you both punish the front line there, but then turn it into a punish onto Showmaker as well. That was actually so well played from Closer. But he thrived in the chaos of all of that sapling and turret pressure, the ultimate coming through from Heimerdinger. I looked until that moment, oh man, they're just gonna sit back and lose. This comp is scaling better for D+. It's an Infernal Drake. They are in a great position. One decisive call to Baron with all of that setup turns the game around.
Yeah, and let's see who picks up POG for this one. A little bit, is it gonna be Willa? No, it won't. Woo. It will be Closer on the Yone. He had a great performance. I think that the Yone pick, to me, signaled that he was really feeling himself today, and he definitely was.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that he lane phase was pretty smooth and nothing really happen. Like he didn't really make a mistake. I think more so from before this play, like I was really high. I would just really say like this guy actually played really well around the side lane, and that's why be able to play around the objective and then be able to just like play around the vision, like how much bringing his like the priority from the side lane pressure, like those kind of extra, like it was well deserved from the POG.
I mean, Closer is the guy who brings this whole team together, right? He's the veteran on this roster. He's the ex-T1 trainee, right? Played behind Faker, but everything on this team is going well, and when he's feeling himself, it just feels like he holds the team together like glue, right? And the macro is good, the jungle play is good, the pathing is good. 9 out of 11, 2 votes for Willer, also respect. Yep, everything is going right for Live Sandbox right now as they rocket to top 3. Potentially could be a team that could be a dark horse going through our playoffs. Like this team could make finals. I mean, I don't think it's crazy to say this team actually could go all the way this season. This is not like, will they be able to make playoffs? I'm not so sure. It's like, could they win the whole LCK? Maybe.
I mean, definitely I do agree. Like, especially with this composition, with this losing pick and ban, I feel like they actually play really, really well around the weaknesses, cover for each other, like those kind of thing where, like, I was really high, you know.
Yeah. Almost beat T1 just a few days ago. I mean, this team's crazy.
It's absolutely nuts. Closer moves up to 600 points just behind Carrier there and alongside Viper and Owner. A fantastic performance from this guy. And now it is time to hand it over to Jisun for the interview translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the PUD interview translation, and we are here joined by Closer NB from Leap Sandbox after taking down D+ Kia. Congratulations. It was a crazy series between the two teams, but it was a very clean win, and you got your revenge. How do you feel, NB? Yeah, I mean, that was our opening match of the season, and I got punished so hard, and I had huge respect for Deft. You know, I've always wanted to be like him. I really wanted to, maybe in the future, take him down, and this win means a lot to me because it tells me that I have evolved so much ever since. It's been such a long time since we got a clean 2-0 win, so it's so great. And Envy, early on, in game number 1, you guys were able to dominate the bottom lane and snowball off of it really well. We had the first ever Sivir Tomkins bottom duo this season. How was playing up against it? Well, to be honest, in Screams, we've actually played against it already, and I kind of expected it to happen, and I think we had the better comp. And in fact, laning phase went really well, so it was not that hard. And Envy, your on-hit Varus did a lot of damage in that game, but recently, well, attack speed Varus was not doing a great job so far in the LCK. Were you not worried about that? Well, I think on-hit Varus pops up in certain circumstances. You know, sometimes you gotta go with hella blades, but you have to take a look at, you know, the opponent's comp. But for me, I'm pretty confident in Varus, so it was not a big deal. And Envy, at the end of game number 1 in the player comp, so many Live Sandbox players were so happy about the development of you. They were like, this is your day, Envy. Seize the moment. How are you feeling about your current form? Yeah, I also just always want to improve day by day, and I think I am slowly getting there, but I will not, you know, stop here. I used to be so like, I used to mess around so much in the old days, but my players, you know, my teammates, they always just like to have a lot of jokes, always try to have the best energy among the teams, so it's also helping me out a lot. I mean, Envy, recently he's been working so hard, you know. I also try to give him a lot of motives in the team house, you know. We mess around with each other a lot, you know. We kind of throw some banter at each other. I think it also helped us to improve. And Closer, we had a very impressive, you know, Baron try by Live Sandbox. When no action was happening, you guys started off the Baron and we started to have some kills happening. Let's take a look at this replay. You know, the game was a little bit frustrating up until this point. How did you manage to start that Baron? So I already pushed the wave on the top lane, and then I was like, maybe we can start Baron and then Maokai can just throw ult. It's gonna be a perfect angle for us, and our engage was so on point. And also everyone was throwing their skills at the right time. And also, Closer, right now, Leap Sandbox, all 5 players, seems like they have a lot of fun at the LCK. You guys are showing a great teamwork, having a lot of fun. So what did Ryu teach you guys about team bonding and just gameplay in general? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he really gives us a lot of advices regarding the team atmosphere, but also about the gameplay, and also just having himself on our squad just like is a huge factor to rely on. So I'm just so thankful that we have Ryu on our team. Then Closer, what kind of role do you play in Live Sandbox? Mid lane, obviously. And Closer, I have another question for you. First, to Envy. So we have a lot of funny YouTube thumbnails on the LCK YouTube, you know, for the highlights. And some people started to say that you and Gumayushi look alike. When I first went pro, a lot of people told me about that actually. I don't think we look alike in real life, but the photo, our profile photo looked just exactly the same. I think that's where it started. And also Gumayushi, you know, I used to have close connection with Zeus, you know, owner, and during that time I heard Gumayushi actually mentioned me a lot, so I was aware of that in fact. And Closer, you were a teammate with Gumayushi in the past. Do you think they look alike? Yeah, I think good AD carries have similar mask, I should say. And Live Sandbox's next opponent will be T1, and Gumayushi said he really wants to get his revenge on you, Envy. Any word back to Gumayushi? Well, I mean, I was never vocal about it, but I used to like Gumayushi like back in the days. I mean, like, I was always respecting him. And I was so happy that I got solo kill on him. And I heard he said he wants a revenge, his revenge, but it's gonna be my revenge one more time. And Closer, what about you? How are you feeling about the T1 match? We won game 1 in the round 1 match, but we were so bummed that we missed out on game 2 and 3. So we will do our best in the upcoming rematch in order to get the win. And lastly, before we go, is there anything you would like to say to your Leap Sandbox fans? Yeah, well, even though like when we are doing good, when we're doing bad, we always just get support from our fans. So I really appreciate it. And we will keep working hard in order to display the best performance possible. Thank you for your support and keep showing up to the low park in order to get onto the sandstorm ride. And this will be the end of the interview from Closer Envy from Leap Sandbox, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, and yeah, the Sandstorm ride, absolutely adorable. Gentlemen, let's have a look at the standings and see how things have changed after this one. Live Sandbox moving to 4th place. Still, that tie for 2nd in effect. There could have been a tie for 3rd, but it isn't. Yeah, and your microphone is unfortunately a little bit dead there, Wolf. I don't entirely know why, but there is a clearly defined top 6. If those opponents can't hear him, that is what he was trying to take us through. And
yell at Hooney's microphone.
Yeah, there we go. Just talk at Hooney's chest.
I mean, he said, yeah, there's a top 6 that's pretty obvious, like all over, you know, like there's some playoff teams waiting for. Yeah.
Yeah, all of that sort of stuff. Those casual things. Next week, we've got a beginning that is going to be possibly a little bit difficult for Nongshim Red Force, but some banger matches to look forward to. Like we just learned, T1 versus Live Sandbox is now absolutely huge, and look at Saturday. Look at that showdown. A telecom war for the ages. ladies and gentlemen, as this is Challenger. The first 3 best of 3s. Having a look down the line, there's a few of them that do seem interesting. That last one is going to be potentially a bit of a banger.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but I will say I think...
I can hear you now.
All right. T1 starting off with a really rough schedule in round 2 here, but if they can win those matches next week, they have a really easy coasting ride to playoffs. Also, there's challenger matches tomorrow. Live Sandbox versus D+ was very close last time. So that one should be really exciting to check out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same solo. It's like every single game, like as what you mentioned, between the top 2 and top 6, like KT, DK, HLE, like every team, like one win would be like really, really important.
Absolutely, but that is all we have time for this evening and this week. We'll see you next week for more LCK.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love.